Number 66. Come sit next to me. I squinted my eyes and ignored her. Once you reach the second floor, it's all business, no emotions. Why act reserved when you're spending money? Without hesitation, I reached out and pulled her into my arms. My palm pressed against the coarse fabric and slid to the slender, soft waist beneath. She let out a muffled gasp, a mix of panic and allure, and my heart skipped a beat. Not wasting any time, I slipped my hand under the hem of her shirt. The placement was precise, the grip just right. This second-floor visit turned out to be a jackpot. The feeling, it matched only the thrill I'd felt during my first love. Stop. Suddenly, the girl in my arms snapped out of it and pulled my hand away. Have some professional integrity, will you? Barely opening my eyes, I looked at her, and my mind went blank. This girl's features were exquisitely beautiful. Her long lashes framed wet, almond-shaped eyes, giving her an innocent and delicate look. Dressed in a coarse, white shirt, her appearance seemed out of place here. How could someone with such a face end up in a massage parlor? No, something was off. Just moments ago, I was lying on the second floor. How did I end up in a grass pile surrounded by shrubs? Wait, this had to be a dream. If it's just a dream, why can't I do whatever I want? Without hesitation, I reached for her collar again. Her entire face turned crimson instantly, the blush spreading from her cheeks down to the tips of her ears. She grabbed at my hand, trying to pull it away but failing. After a slight tremble, she suddenly lunged forward and bit my neck hard. Ow, damn. The sharp pain left me frozen, my neck stinging, unable to move an inch. Wait a second. How could a dream hurt? Could this mean it was real? And the things I just touched were real too? Cold sweat swept over me in an instant. How on earth did I end up here? Recently, a government project to develop a university town appropriated my family's house and land. They compensated us 3 million yuan in one go. The moment I received that money, someone's ringtone blared. Not just any ringtone, but I once dreamed of wandering the world with a sword in hand. With such a sudden windfall, who would stay at a measly 4,000 yuan monthly job? I immediately splurged on an RR820 car and planned a trip along Route 318. Afterward, I intended to settle in my hometown, buy a house, find a wife, and have a couple of kids to fulfill my parents' dreams. Before setting off, I thought I'd relax my muscles with a foot massage. The next thing I knew, I'd relaxed my way right into this place. Was this still even the same country? Wait, who are you? I attempted to stand, but the woman pulled me back into her arms. Shoo, don't make a sound. Someone's chasing me. No sooner had she spoken than I heard crude, mocking voices approaching from not far away. Where did that pretty young city girl from Shanghai run off to? She's such a looker. When we catch her, we're going to have some fun. She must have hidden in the woods. Su Jiqing, stop hiding. I've already seen you. The girl in my arms instantly stiffened with fear and clung tighter to me, desperate for silence. I, too, froze nervously, while simultaneously registering just how soft and fragrant she was. Let's not beat around the bush here. I could barely hold myself together. Asterisk ding. Detecting stabilizing vital signs. Activating Prosperous Haven system. Asterisk. What? My hands froze mid-motion. Did I just hear something about a system activating? Asterisk fateful encounter triggered. Wealthy and beautiful female, lead willingly enters your embrace. Rewards locked. Host's age frozen at 20, though physical appearance cannot be fixed. Starter gift pack awarded. Includes 1 bottle of miracle oil, 50 yuan cash, 10 buns, and 1 system inventory space. Size of a master bedroom. Capable of storing non-living items, with time static. Asterisk. In an instant, a bottle, 5 paper bills emblazoned with Mao's portrait, and 10 large meat buns materialized in the system's inventory. I clenched my fists, unable to contain a smile. Had the system chosen me? Did this mean I had transmigrated? Host. How you male? Age. 20. Height. 180 centimeters. Looks. 80/100. Weight. 78 kilograms. Sun points. 0. Assets. 50.08 yuan. The information seemed about right, though I thought the looks rating was a little low. Fine, no big deal. What the heck were sun points? System, what are sun points about? No response. Couldn't this system talk? I reached out to touch the interface, but grasped at nothing. While puzzling over it, a surge of unfamiliar memories suddenly flooded my mind. I got it now. I had truly transmigrated, crossing into a period drama novel I'd read before. And I'd become the cannon fodder character with a matching name, How You. After being sent to the countryside, the original host had been ostracized by fellow educated youths and disliked by villagers. In a few days, as if his misery weren't enough, he'd be branded with baseless infamy and sent for labor reform, destined for a short, tragic life. As for the girl in my arms, she was the story's female lead, Su Yi, a young lady from a capitalist family in Shanghai. She'd been sent down to the countryside due to her family's political background. She suffered immensely early on in the novel until being rescued by young Master Yi from Beijing. They eventually fell in love, passed the college entrance exams together, and lived happily ever after. I came back to my senses, glancing at the female lead who was clinging tightly to me. Why was she in my arms? According to the book, local ruffians would attempt to harass her, leading her to sprint away and hide in a grass pile. Why was I here ahead of her? Because the original host, shunned and lazy, had passed out from hunger in this very spot. Most protagonists in transmigration stories start in hardship or tragedy. But me? A privileged young lady sought refuge in my arms. This opening could not have gone smoother. The only regret? My 3 million yuan in compensation, gone after a single foot massage. Too expensive by a mile. Still, there was a silver lining. I, a near 40-year-old man, had suddenly reverted to someone in his prime at 20 years old. What are you planning to do now? After a while, the female lead, noting my inactivity, hurriedly pushed my hand off her chest. I detected the disdain in her tone and immediately felt indignant. I was sleeping here, minding my own business, when you suddenly ran over. Don't think I can't tell what's on your mind. You saw how handsome I am and how weak, and thought you could take advantage of me while I was asleep. I didn't. I swear I didn't. Don't say such nonsense. Her panic was evident. If this got out, she'd definitely be sent for reform. Then explain it. I was having a lovely dream. How did you suddenly end up in my embrace, huh? Don't tell me you weren't trying to get close to me. I was more than clear about the situation. The downfall of the original host was actually tied to this girl. When the ruffians chased after her, the original host lay unconscious. It was only when the female lead left that he awoke, entirely unaware of what had happened. The very next day, rumors surfaced alleging he had tried to assault the female lead, who narrowly escaped. No one believed his protests of innocence, insisting he'd been unconscious. The village immediately convened a meeting and unanimously decided to send him off for labor reform. With that accusation hanging over him, the original host was offline. So I decided to act first and pin this back on her. I needed to find an opportunity to make her one of my people. She stammered, unable to reply. Don't you dare, you can't to me. I continued my act. Even great men have said that men and women are equal, that women can hold up half the sky. I haven't even had a girlfriend before. How could I handle a beautiful female hooligan like you lying on top of me? If it weren't for my upright character, resisting the temptation, wouldn't my lifetime of innocence be ruined by you? To be honest, this girl had quite the figure and looks. If only I weren't worried about losing my chance to become a soldier, I wouldn't have hesitated for anything today. Thinking about it that way, the loss felt immense. I quickly added, pretending to be aggrieved. What are we going to do now? If word gets out about this, I can forget about finding a wife in this lifetime. You've got to compensate me. You want compensation? She fumed, her chest rising and falling in anger. Definitely. I rubbed my neck. You even bit me. First, compensate me for the mental trauma. We can talk about the rest later. She looked around, gritting her teeth. I'll give you 20 bucks, but you can't tell anyone about this, she said. All right. I nodded. My mom always said that a boy should protect himself when he's out and about. Guess it's my fault for not remembering her advice. She stomped her foot in anger, straightened her clothes, and started walking away. Come back here this evening after dinner. I'll give you the money then. See you tonight. And remember to wash your… bring the money with you. I quipped. Watching her retreating figure, I chuckled. What a beauty. Sooner or later, I'd have her in my hands. Once she was far enough away and out of sight, I focused my thoughts. Extracting miracle oil. Extracting 3 meat buns. Immediately, a bottle and 3 large meat buns appeared atop the haystack. In these rural times, meat wasn't easy to come by even if you had money. These meat buns were a luxury. Wasting no time, I grabbed a bun and bit into it. It was as if it had just come out of the steamer, almost burned my tongue. After satisfying my hunger, I picked up the bottle to examine it. Was this miracle oil to be applied or consumed? As I was pondering, the bottle suddenly disappeared. Ding! Miracle oil successfully used. Host's physical condition has reached peak human limits and is now locked. In an instant, every inch of my body was filled with explosive strength. When I clenched my fist, faint sonic booms echoed, and with every breath, my chest resonated like a tiger growling or a leopard roaring. Put me in a pair of shorts and gloves, and I could step right into a boxing ring. Hiss! I sucked in a sharp breath. I'd struck gold. This miracle oil was leagues beyond the ones from some third-rate knockoffs. Calming myself, I thought. With a system and rewards in hand, there was no way I was going back to the communal sleeping arrangements in the youth housing. How could I secretly enjoy a better life like this? I needed to figure out a way to get the team leader to assign me a place to stay by myself. Everything else could wait. Looking up at the sky and noting the system time, I saw it was already noon. The workers were likely heading home for lunch. Relying on memory, I made my way to the team leader's house. As a youth sent to the countryside, I wasn't known for diligence or bootlicking, and my rapport with others wasn't great. As I entered the village, I noticed a few older women standing beneath the large locust tree. Did you hear? That youngest son of the Wu family is chasing after that Su girl again, one said. I saw them. They ran off to the back mountain where it's deserted. This time, he's probably succeeded, another chimed in. When that girl came back, her face was flushed red. I bet she's tasted something. A third woman added knowingly. I broke in, tasted what? None of your business. Go mind your own stuff. The first granny frowned at me in displeasure. Why should a lazy city youth like me, who avoided work, look so handsome while her own pockmarked son kept getting rejected by every girl? Only then did I remember that my bad reputation came from the original host dragging his feet at work in the countryside, earning a poor standing with everyone. Choosing not to argue with them, I focused instead on a more pressing matter, securing the vacated house before the year's end. Just as I was about to leave, a thought struck me. Hey, any of you ladies know of someone selling eggs? I'd like to buy a few. Good connections were scarce. I couldn't show up empty-handed for my request. Buying eggs. They were startled and then ridiculed. You skip work every day. Where would you get the money? I coughed awkwardly. My family sent me a little for emergencies. Because of the bad reputation, no one really cared about my movements. Oh, family support, huh? Come. I've got a few saved up at home. One granny eagerly grabbed my arm. Clearly, an opportunity for a little side income wasn't something she'd pass up. Thank you, Granny Wong, I said graciously, recalling that we had called her that when we worked together in the fields. Meanwhile, the other grannies watched, stunned. This city boy indeed had family backing him. Not like their own families, scraping by and just barely affording eggs, which their kids would selfishly devour. In the 1970s, rural areas across the country all operated under a similar communal governance structure. This locust tree village consisted of three main family lines, with positions like party secretary and director held by Xie Pingchu, deputy team leader and militia captain Wu Dihai, and accountant Yi Chongping, respectively. By the time I left Granny Wang's place with the eggs, team leader Xie Pingchu's family had already started lunch. Old Xie, that how kid avoids hard labor every day. You've got to handle this. Otherwise, old Wu and old Yi will keep making a fuss over it, said the team leader's wife, troubled. To her, someone so good-looking just needed to show a little diligence, and he'd be a perfect match for her daughter. Xie Pingchu scowled. It's not that easy. These city youths were sent here to support construction. Frail as they are, they can't handle heavy tasks. As team leader, how can I openly target them? If anything happens, who takes responsibility? But it's not like we can let a lazy bum just. Before she could finish, I called out from the doorway. Excuse me, is the team leader home? The couple exchanged glances, puzzled. Could this loafer be here for food supplies? Noticing the items in my hands, the team leader's wife quickly greeted me with courtesy. Oh my, Comrade Hao, you didn't need to bring anything. You're just a young one sent here alone. It's not easy for you. Take that back and keep it for yourself. The sight of eggs, a rare treat even for their household, prompted this reaction. Auntie, don't say that. This is just a small token of appreciation from the younger generation, I said warmly, handing over the eggs. Actually, I need a small favor from Uncle. The team leader tensed up, clearly bracing himself. What is it? If it's about grain, I can't help you. The whole village is watching. Just as I anticipated. Not beating around the bush, I directly explained my intention. Uncle, the house at the head of the village that belonged to Grandpa Xie has been vacant since the beginning of the year. I'm not quite getting along at the youth housing. Could I rent that place to live alone? The team leader paused in surprise. He hadn't expected me to visit for a house. But to the team, renting it out was actually a good thing. It brought in a bit of revenue. His salary subsidy. If you ever run into any trouble in the future, just come to me. I'll do everything I can to help. Su Yi looked up at me, her face illuminated by the moonlight, making her appear both beautiful and fragile. She seemed moved by my words and quietly said, Thank you, I'll remember your kindness. All right then, that's it for now. It's late, head back. Don't let anyone see you. I waved my hand, signaling her to leave first. She nodded and quickly turned away, disappearing into the shadows of the moonlit night. I let out a sigh, staring at her retreating figure. An indescribable mix of emotions welled up inside me. Maybe this was the strangest experience I had since becoming a transmigrant in this world. Shaking my head, I turned and started back home. As I walked, I mulled over the system's latest reward. No matter how odd the title of Deliverman sounded, at least the reward was practical. Especially in this resource-scarce era, it gave me just enough confidence to face the challenges ahead. Money tickets. I need to fabricate a story about where they came from. Otherwise, how could I explain myself lazing around, eating and drinking to my heart's content without lifting a finger? How would I justify taking things from the system in the future? Even if you don't lack food and drink, you can't just coast through life every day, she said, lowering her head. All right, I'll start working tomorrow, I replied. Besides, experiencing life once in a while wasn't a bad idea. I'm telling you this to let you know I can make a good life for us. Once things are stable, we'll talk to the village leader and get a referral, sort out the paperwork, and make it official. I'll work to support the family while you handle the laundry, cooking, and raising kids. What? She was taken aback. We had just been intimate, and now I was already talking about marriage. That's that. Any questions can wait until you move in with me. It's late. Go back now. Staying up late is bad for your health, I said nonchalantly. It's the modern way. Get on the train and buy the ticket later. If she really likes me, time will reveal my sincerity. Others might need grand romantic gestures, but I don't. Without those, there won't be heartbreak or tears. It's better this way. All right, I got it, she said softly, nodding. As we walked back, I glanced at a large tree nearby. A movie scene suddenly popped into my mind. The male lead came from a big family. When his younger brother got married, they bought a double bed, but the tree in their courtyard was communal property and couldn't be cut down. In the end, the tree stood in the middle of the bed, accompanying the couple for years. Should I plant a tree in my house too? Hold on to the tree for a bit. The next morning, after a quick wash, I devoured 2 meat buns and grabbed a hoe, heading to the large locust tree to gather for work. The moment I showed up, the crowd erupted. And no wonder. This body's original owner was the laziest person, notorious for rising only when the sun was already high in the sky. For me to show up this early? The villagers were flabbergasted. My goodness, Hao Xijing, are you sick? Since when could you wake up this early? Are you really working today? You're not going to vanish halfway through, are you? I couldn't be bothered to respond. Blame the original inhabitant of this body for his terrible reputation. As they muttered, my mind drifted to more pressing matters. Su Yi, with her questionable background, was ostracized at the educated youth's quarters and even bullied by the village ruffians. She used to flee whenever she saw them coming. I couldn't interfere back then, but it's different now. This girl was mine, and only I was allowed to tease her. So, yeah, this debt needed settling. When the whistle blew signaling the start of work, I hoisted my hoe and blended into the crowd, immediately noticing Su Yi limping ahead of me. I had told her to rest and request leave. So stubborn. Looks like she needed a proper lesson on what it meant to have a man in charge. Arriving at the field, I deliberately chose a spot at the edge to start hoeing. Trouble was, this body was so synonymous with laziness that even with my peak human physique, I couldn't exert too much force. In the end, all I could do was half-heartedly swing the hoe, shake the dirt out of my shoes, admire the scenery, and swing the hoe again. The villagers, watching my antics, muttered how some dogs never change their habits. None confronted me, though, because they knew that if they did, I'd probably toss my tools aside and find a quiet corner to nap instead. What did I have to fear? The original owner of this body barely had any morals to begin with, so why should I care? As my mind wandered, planning how to trick Su Yi into coming over for lunch, I turned my head, only to see her carrying her hoe and walking my way. She hesitated as she neared me, her cheeks involuntarily turning red, before quickly regaining composure and stopping a couple of body widths away to begin hoeing. I chuckled inwardly. This girl's acting skills were terrible. Clearly, she wanted to be near me but was worried others would notice. Just as I was about to tease her, a figure came running from afar. It was Wu's second son, known as Erguzi, second dog. Honestly, I only knew his family name was Wu. No one ever called him by his actual name, not even his parents, who simply referred to him as second dog. Great. He's here. Erguzi plopped himself down on the ridge of the field, crossing one leg over the other. Comrade Su, sleep well last night. His voice was just loud enough for a few nearby folks to hear. Su Yi ignored him. After all, I was right beside her. Remembering my show of strength the previous night, her face flushed red again. Seeing her blush only encouraged Erguzi further. I heard about last night. Tell me, did you? What's it to you? Su Yi interrupted coolly. What do you mean, what's it to me? Me. Erguzi stood and stepped closer. I've been chasing you for so long. Don't tell me you've let someone else benefit. He reached for her wrist, but she dodged effortlessly. Nearby villagers paused their work, some frowning, others looking on with interest. But not one spoke up. After all, Erguzi's father was the deputy team leader, and no one wanted to cross him. As for me, I dropped my hoe and stepped in front of Su Yi. Brother dog, everyone's trying to work here. You're kind of in the way. What's it to you? I'm just talking to Comrade Su. Erguzi shot back, putting on airs thanks to his father's position. I smirked. It's my business because it bothers me. She's my girlfriend now. Do you think it's not a problem? My words caused an uproar among the gathered villagers. Hao Xijing is dating Su Yi. Impossible. That guy never works. What girl would like him? Sui-Yi's got a bad background. That guy's just lusting after her looks. I bet Sui-Yi seduced him. Otherwise, who'd go for a good-for-nothing like him? These murmurs didn't bother me. Urguzi, though, turned red as a beet. You're with her? You think you have what it takes? I stepped forward, closing the gap. Better think twice before saying anything else. Sui-Yi's my girl now. If you mess with her again. I trailed off, then abruptly slapped him across the face, hard enough to leave his cheeks stinging. I wasn't about to play nice. Behind me, I could sense Sui-Yi's tears welling up as she watched my imposing stance. Finally, someone was standing up for her after all this time. Hao Xijing, how dare you take the girl I've set my sights on? I'll beat you to death. Urguzi's face turned dark, his embarrassment fueling his rage as he lunged toward me. But before he could even land a blow, I grabbed him by his collar and lifted him clean off the ground with one hand. Hey, don't be rash, Hao Xijing. Let's talk this out. Urguzi was panicking now, realizing he'd bitten off more than he could chew. He'd only come to spout some cheap lines like always. How had he wound up kicking a steel plate this time? That strength of mine was no joke. For someone who always claimed to be weak and sickly, I was anything but. Seeing no way out, Urguzi finally backed down. Only when I'd slapped him a few more times did I release him. Scram, I said curtly. Fine. I'm leaving, he muttered, clutching his burning cheeks as he stumbled away. Still, he wouldn't take this lying down. Being the deputy team leader's son, Urguzi would definitely come back later with reinforcements. The stunned villagers couldn't comprehend the scene they'd just witnessed. Meanwhile, Sui-Yi lowered her head, silent tears streaming down her face. Years of bullying, and at last, someone was shielding her from harm. Don't cry. Don't listen to them. They're just spewing nonsense, I said softly with a laugh. Though, when they said you're infatuated with me, well, they weren't wrong there. Her face flushed immediately, and she muttered angrily. You shameless rogue. They clearly said it was you who was infatuated. Well, a rogue then, I teased. Didn't I say already? I will never let anyone bully you. She lowered her head and didn't say anything, though the corners of her lips arched upward slightly. After all, no one had ever stood up for her like this before. Meanwhile, in Wangjia Valley, a small courtyard had gathered a crowd of onlookers, their faces eager for gossip. Inside the main house, the sound of smashing objects mingled with angry shouts and crying, creating chaos. An elderly woman pounded her chest in anguish, wailing, You heartless scoundrel! Won't work, won't respect your elders, and you even spend money on meals for yourself at the commune. This life is unbearable. Old Wang, my son, get up here and do something. Opposing her in the shouting match was her daughter-in-law, a woman with shoulder-length hair, stunning looks that were unmatched in the surrounding 10 villages, and skin so well kept it was obvious she rarely labored in the fields. This woman was Wu Yingshuang, the elder sister of the infamous Urguzi. She was well known for doting on her younger brother and equally infamous for her fiery temper. When her anger flared, forget the villagers. Even her mother-in-law would end up sitting on the ground weeping after being scolded. Nobody in the vicinity dared provoke her. Yet, her character was notably better than that of her brother. Ever since her husband passed away, she had taken on the responsibility of taking care of her in-laws, ensuring her mother-in-law wasn't left in hardship. She was mid-rant and about to take a break for a sip of water when the door burst open. Urguzi came in, one hand covering his swollen face. Sis, I've been beaten. You've got to help me. His original plan had been to gather his followers for revenge, but recalling how I could lift him single-handedly, he realized his lackeys were no match. With no better options, he had run straight to his sister for support. Upon seeing her brother's face swollen like a pig's head, Wu Yingshuang abandoned her quarrel with her mother-in-law, rushing over to assist him. Her face instantly darkened with rage as she seethed. Tell me, who did this? How you? That lazy good-for-nothing intellectual from our village. Urguzi, afraid his sister might not want to get involved, began embellishing the story, claiming that I threatened to beat him and even their parents, and that I intended harm to her next, all to incite her anger further. What did you say? He's planning to come after me? That weakling who probably can't even swing a hoe properly? Oh, he's got some nerve. Wu Yingshuang's expression turned from fury to a smirk as she decided to visit and see for herself just how this so-called coward intended to take her on. Back in Big Locust Tree Village, it was noon, and the residents had just finished their morning work. Underneath the old locust tree, a group of elderly women gathered, not rushing home to prepare lunch, but instead whispering about the latest village gossip. How you hasn't shown up, right? One granny asked, glancing around cautiously to ensure they weren't overheard. He's at home. Come on, spill. What's the story? Well, what else? Urguzi got a thrashing from Haoyu. And guess what? He didn't even dare to talk back, just up and left with his tail between his legs. Really? And his father's the deputy squad leader. Doesn't Haoyu fear trouble? Oh, you know nothing. That Guzzi gets his fair share of beatings at home anyway. His dad doesn't bother protecting him. Besides, Haoyu's a city-sent intellectual. They don't rely on work points like the rest of us. Even the deputy squad leader can't do much to him. Granny Dong chuckled as she chimed in. It's because Guzzi tried harassing Haoyu's girlfriend. Out of anger, Haoyu picked him up like a sack and slapped him silly. What? Seriously? Guzzi's got to weigh at least 200 pounds, and he just lifted him with one hand? Wait, hold on. When did that city girl Sue become Haoyu's girlfriend? I was puzzled too at first. Thought it was just a rumor, but then saw them chatting and laughing while working yesterday. Looks like it's true. The news spread rapidly, turning into the talk of the village. From that point on, no one dared to stir trouble for Haoyu or Sui. Considering Haoyu's sheer strength, everyone thought it best not to provoke them. After finishing our work in the fields, Sui and I walked back toward the village together. When we arrived at my courtyard, she glanced around briefly before preparing to leave. Although we had already been intimate, we weren't officially married, so lingering too long indoors wouldn't do her reputation any good. I called out to her. Something else. Here, for you. I reached into my pocket, or rather into the hidden space granted by the system, and pulled out 2 steamed buns. The system had rewarded me with 10 buns. I ate 6 yesterday and saved the remaining 2 for her. Even though I didn't intend on pursuing a romantic relationship with her, after what had happened between us, I couldn't treat her poorly. I can't take these. You're a man. You do more work. Her cheeks turned scarlet mid-sentence. After all, recalling last night, it wasn't her doing the heavy lifting. It was me. Just take it, I insisted. I said if you're with me, we'll live well. I stuffed the buns into her hands, and, unable to resist the sight of her shy demeanor, pulled her into an embrace and kissed her directly. MMPH. Stop it. After a while, she grabbed my hand and whispered, it's broad daylight. What if someone sees? I'll lose all face. Fine. I withdrew my hand and said, I'll skip work this afternoon and go fishing by the river. Come over later and help me make fish soup for dinner. As she buttoned her clothes hurriedly, she muttered, You're skipping work again? Who's skipping? You had. You know, yesterday, so I'll catch some fish to nourish you a bit. Earlier in the day, I had already dealt with Guzzi. I figured he wouldn't bother Sui again for the rest of the afternoon, so it seemed like the perfect opportunity to test out the supposedly impressive crocodile champion title the system had rewarded me with. She nodded, her lips curving into a smile before dashing away. After she left, I returned to the main room and placed the system-rewarded goods, white flour, rice, and pork, on the table. The pork was premium meat, beautifully marbled and perfect for cooking. But as I stared at the ingredients, I realized I had a problem. I didn't know how to cook. Worse yet, judging from my original memories, this body's previous owner didn't seem to know how to either. To make matters worse, I had already given the last 2 buns to Sui. What was I supposed to eat for lunch? Just then, a loud, angry shout erupted from the courtyard. Haoyu, I heard you're planning to take me on. Well, here I am. Come out if you dare. Asterisk bang. 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 Asterisk Wooing Shuang's voice thundered as she kicked the gate repeatedly. To say she was fuming today would be an understatement. Her mother-in-law had annoyed her, and now her most beloved brother had been beaten up. After grabbing a sturdy club from home and trekking over 10 miles to Big Locust Tree Village, she was ready to see if I was tougher than the weapon in her hand. Haoyu, you bastard. How dare you touch my brother? If I don't give you. Her curses were abruptly cut off when I stepped out, grabbed her by the arm with ease, and dragged her into the main room. The rest of her sentence caught in her throat. Was it otherworldly strength? Enough yelling. Do you know how to cook? I casually gestured toward the table, pointing at the white flour, rice, and meat. Just a moment ago, I was struggling to figure out lunch, and now someone had shown up to help me. What perfect timing. Wooing Shuang instinctively glanced at the table, and her fiery temper fizzled out instantly. Even when she treated herself at the commune, she could only afford a simple canteen meal or a bowl of pork noodle soup. But such a large chunk of premium meat? Forget her in-laws' household. Even she herself had never seen something so luxurious. The captain's old man wouldn't have dared to dream of this. In these times, everyone was short on resources. She was originally here to avenge her brother, but now her eyes were glued to that piece of meat, unable to look away. Do you even know how to cook? I'm starving over here. I recognized her, Wooing Shuang, Guzzi's older sister. According to the storyline, after the male protagonist came to the countryside, Guzzi got into trouble and sought his sister to stand up for him. But instead of helping her brother, she ended up bringing a child back home. Talk about a massive loss. I can cook, she instinctively replied, then caught herself and corrected her words. What does whether I can cook or not have to do with you? If you can cook, then get to it quickly. The sooner you're done, the sooner you can leave. Otherwise, if someone sees you here, they'll think you're a widow coming to seduce me. I retorted shamelessly. Who's messing around with you? Her chest heaved with anger. I couldn't help but stare. This feisty young widow had a truly impressive figure. How you? Don't try to change the subject. You beat my brother up like that today, and now you dare to say you'll deal with me? If you don't give me an explanation today, let's see if I don't deal with you myself. She swung the stick in her hand for emphasis. Deal with me? I hesitated for a moment. This woman had a figure and face that were nothing to scoff at. If she wanted to deal with me in that sense, well, I wouldn't mind. If you want an explanation, cook first. We'll talk after we eat. Wu Yingshuang snapped back to reality. Right? If she cooked, she could eat as well. Fine, I'll cook. She shot me a glare, her ample figure swaying as she thought to herself. Such a big chunk of meat. She'd cut off a large piece for herself later and eat it with vengeance for her brother in mind. With that, she picked up the bag of rice and headed into the kitchen. Before long, the fire was lit and the rice was steaming. Finding there were no other vegetables besides the meat, she went to a neighboring garden to pick some eggplants, zucchini, and green peppers for stir-frying with the pork. When she returned, she saw me sitting there with a book in hand, not helping in the slightest. You wait. Once I've had my fill, see if I don't. Stop prattling. I'm about to faint from hunger. I interrupted bluntly, urging her to get lunch ready first. She felt another wave of anger, but realized that after all that effort, a little more wasn't going to hurt. Carrying the vegetables into the kitchen, she began by rendering lard from the fatty pork. After a fair bit of bustling, the meal was laid on the table. By then, I had long since taken my seat, even setting out a bottle of liquor. Taste your own cooking first, I suggested, picking up a pair of chopsticks. I had to admit, though feisty, this girl's cooking skills were top-notch. We'll settle accounts after we eat, she said, sitting across from me. Me. After squabbling with her mother-in-law all morning and coming a long way here, she was already starving. She picked up a piece of meat and put it in her mouth. It was delicious. Don't just eat. Pour me some wine, I commanded again. I mused to myself that her mouth wasn't just for speaking and eating. It wasn't until she had poured the wine that she remembered. She was here to avenge her brother. But since she had already cooked and started eating, she decided not to dwell too much on it. Instead, she resolved to eat and drink Yu's house clean so she wouldn't starve herself later. With that thought, she poured herself a full glass. Humph, she was going to eat and drink him into poverty. Not bad, I said after taking a sip. This wine was a reward from the system, an era-specific luxury with a peculiar brand I'd never seen. Humph, there's no meal I've cooked that doesn't get praised, Wu Yingshuang boasted, though not without merit. Back in the village, she often helped cook in the kitchen during weddings and banquets. This Wu sister of mine really came through. With a bold swig of her own drink, she downed a large gulp. Shaking my head, I couldn't help but think, drinking is about savoring the flavor. Chugging it down like this, it's no good for the stomach. Deciding not to comment further, I focused on eating. I was famished. On the other side, Wu Yingshuang alternated bites of food with sips of wine, thoroughly enjoying herself. But alcohol, it can embolden the timid, yet it can also drown one in sorrow. After just one drink, her eyes turned hazy. Staring at me, no doubt her thoughts had wandered to memories of her deceased husband. I could see through her heart like an open book. The arguments with her mother-in-law, weren't they because she hadn't left a child to carry on the family name? But for that, well, her husband had his shortcomings. It was said that on their wedding night, things had ended at the door, revealing their true selves, as it were. With the meal wrapped up, I said, Wu sister, aren't you here to vent your anger? Come over, then. You little punk, she huffed with a threatening glare. You beat my brother up like that. See if I don't skin you alive today. Her words were fierce, but her tone carried a softness. I smirked without responding. As she approached, I reached out and pulled lightly, causing her to fall right into my lap. What are you trying to do? She exclaimed, startled, attempting to get up but lacking the strength, her gaze avoiding mine. Without thinking, I blurted out, Madam, you wouldn't want your mother-in-law to find out about today, would you? Even I was stunned after the words left my mouth. How on earth did that come out of me? It was beyond shameless. But since I had already said it, I could only roll with it. You're angry? Fine. Today I'll exert myself to help you. Stick with me after this, not to brag, but every day can be just like today. Wu Yingshuang froze, her mind buzzing. Her first instinct was to shove me away and shout for help. But what if I played the victim and things turned ugly? After all, I was a single young man, and she was a widowed woman. It would be impossible to explain. Additionally, buried deep in her heart lay a longing. Married into the Wang family at 20, it had been 8 years now. Whenever the village women gossip about their husbands, she could never join in. This woman, she'd been missing out for far too many years. After quietly thinking it over, she gritted her teeth and resigned herself to sitting on my lap. Host, how you? Male, 20 years old, height, 180 centimeters, appearance score, 80, physique score, 78. Sun value, 2. Su Yi's favorability, 75/100. Wu Yingshuang's favorability, 90/100. Full favorability triggers advanced rewards. Title, Croc King, Matewan. Assets, 100 yen and 8 sun. The Matewan title is nothing to scoff at, sharp in one-on-one battles, making opponents afraid before the fight even starts, commanding in team fights, exuding an aura that wins before any hands are raised. Aside from the ridiculous name, its uses are invaluable. I struck a match and lit a cigarette. You need to get up now. Taking a glance at the time, this young widow had lingered here far too long. Why rush? Let me recover first. Wu Yingshuang was utterly drained. She had come today, clutching a stick, intending to handle me, but in the end, I handled her instead. She finally understood what happiness truly was. All those things the elder women in the village murmured about, none of it compared to me. She felt it was all worth it. Stop dawdling. If you stay any longer, it'll be time to clock out. Spend the whole afternoon in my place, and if you can explain it, fine, keep lying here. I had drained quite a bit of energy, but my spirit was still strong. Thanks to the physique enhanced by special medicine, I felt phenomenal. Oh, she panicked, hurriedly getting dressed. By the way, about your brother? I also began to dress, already contemplating dinner. Maybe having Su Yi make some fish soup for me. If he dares cause trouble again, I'll break his legs. Her gaze turned fierce. Her younger brother was an absolute loafer, stirring up trouble wherever he went, incapable of doing anything worthwhile. Unlike my brother, truly capable. All right, and make sure to take the uncooked meat as you leave. I wasn't someone who mistreated others. Got it. I'm leaving now. Wait, clean up before you go. The bed was unkempt. Dishes were still on the table. Clean plates and vanish? Not on my watch. Fine, I'll tidy. She was mad as hell, believing I had zero compassion. But at the same time, she liked it. After she cleaned up, I stepped outside to assess the surroundings. Only then did she grab the meat and sneak out down a deserted path. Her legs unsteady, strength sapped. She couldn't move very fast. She finally stopped, glancing at the meat in her hands. Though it carried the flavor of 3 pounds worth of meat, it couldn't compare to the flavor she had just experienced. Once she'd left, I waited until she was out of sight, then grabbed a metal bucket and shouldered my fishing rod before heading out myself. Dashwai Tree Village was named for the ancient locust tree at the village entrance. No one could say for sure how long the tree had been there. The village itself was nestled in a hollow in the mountains, surrounded by rolling hills and flanked by a river. During the off-season from farming, villagers would climb the slopes to forage for wild herbs, gather firewood, and occasionally spot wild hares or pheasants. Beyond the hills lay dense wilderness, rumored to host fierce predators, and few dared to venture further. 2 kilometers north, a small river flowed. During years of hardship, neighboring villages would dynamite the river to fish. One stick of dynamite clearing an entire section of fish, though the yield was seldom bountiful. How, you're not working today? What's with the fishing rod? An elderly man called out as I passed. Going fishing, uncle. No time to chat, gotta go. I sprinted off after replying. Holding the Croc King title meant that even if I didn't catch fish, I'd wade into the water and grab them barehanded. Just wait, they'll all envy me. TSK. I thought this lad was turning over a new leaf, the old man muttered, shaking his head in disapproval. In his view, I was as incorrigible as ever. Unlike his family, which had held the first-place rank in work credits for 3 straight years, although, upon settling accounts at the year's end, they always owed the collective another few dozen yuan. Regardless of the facts, they lived quite comfortably. His sole hope was to see all 8 of his sons married. Once that was accomplished, he'd get them to help him wrangle some young widow, enabling him to spend his later years feeling cared for and warm. I raced to the riverbank and, leaning on my title's radar-like advantage, quickly found an ideal fishing spot. From my pocket dimension, I retrieved a hoe to dig up a few worms, then began fishing. The first cast hardly hit the water before I pulled up a 3-kilo carp. The second cast, the third. By the end of the afternoon, I'd amassed a haul of over 10 large fish. But my goal wasn't to incite jealousy, just some light admiration. So, I kept only a couple of small crucian carp in my bucket, while hand-carrying a hefty grass carp weighing at least 7 or 8 kilos strung up with straw. However, a misstep led me to accidentally wander into Li Jiaoping village. Young man, did you buy that fish at the commune? A middle-aged woman asked with curiosity. Huffed, no money to buy fish. Caught it myself. Didn't you see me carrying a fishing rod? Youngster, that's a sizable catch. How about trading for some eggs? No thanks, ma'am. I'm fishing to satisfy my own cravings. That small delay cost me an entire hour. By the time I returned to Dashwai Tree Village, everyone had already clocked out. Not that I was the least bit tired. As I neared the locust tree, a group of village women spotted me and erupted into chatter. They couldn't miss the metal bucket in one hand, the fishing rod slung over my shoulder, and a massive fish speared on a piece of straw in the other. How, where'd you catch that? The women were buzzing with envy. East River, over there. I even spotted a wild duck earlier, but it got away before I could catch it. Save me some fish tonight, will you? You can pick whatever you want from my vegetable patch as compensation. Maybe next time. Tonight I promised my fish to someone special. Gonna cook to help her build up her strength. Oh ho, having a partner sure does change a man. This kid used to be the laziest of the lazy. Now he's even dabbling in side hustles. No kidding. A man with a partner finally learns to live properly. I beamed. Just then, the village leader appeared, leading a bespectacled young man carrying luggage behind him. I froze upon recognizing him. Was this the protagonist from the novel? If memory served, this was a spoiled second-generation government official from the capital city. Tall, composed, and good-looking, albeit only marginally less handsome than me. The village leader guided the newcomer over and cut straight to the point. Ibendao, here's the new youth sent down here. You're the leader of the educated youth team, so help him settle in. Then, turning to the young man, the leader added, Comrade Yi, if there's anything you don't understand, ask E. He's the veteran here, been in the village the longest and knows the ins and outs. I have other duties to attend to, so I'll leave you to it. As he prepared to leave, the leader caught sight of my fish and paused. Could it be this rascal had truly turned over a new leaf? If so, that'd definitely be a good thing. The bespectacled youth smiled, introducing himself enthusiastically. Hello, everyone. I'm Yi Fan, from Dongzaimen in the capital. Before he could finish, a girl came running over from the roadside. Clad in a blue jacket, her face was kissed by the setting sun, her delicately arched brows and almond-shaped, glistening eyes captivating the scene. Yi Fan's words froze mid-sentence as he stared, stunned, ready to impress her with his introduction. But the girl paid him no mind. She dashed straight over to me, her voice bubbling with excitement. How? You really caught fish. It was Sui. She must have passed by my house after work, noticed the locked gate, and realized I wasn't back yet. Then she must have returned to the youth quarters only to hear the gossip about my big catch, prompting her to come eagerly looking for me. Yep, told you I'd make something to restore your strength. I raised the fish slightly, showing it off. Look, 7 or 8 kilos. This'll last us several meals. Sui glanced back and forth between the hefty carp and the smaller crucians in my bucket. How, you're amazing. Just lucky. I chuckled. Luck? Hardly. Armed with the Croc King title, I had an instinctive knack for locating prey. Whether trapping wild game in the mountains or catching turtles in the water, nothing ever escaped me. Turning my head, I noticed Yi Fan still standing there, staring at Sui with wide eyes. Chapter 1. Zhuis Sui. Damn it. Not only did she come late, but she's already got her eyes on it too. I cursed silently in my heart, then quickly changed my tone. Come here. Take the fish and make a stew for me. I can't cook. All right, I'll borrow some pickled cabbage. Pickled cabbage fish stew even has soup to drink, she replied after a moment of thought. Then she added, I still have some peanuts stashed at my place. I'll fry them nice and crisp for you to go with the wine. She had seen the bottle of liquor on my table earlier and figured I might want a drink, and besides, she hadn't yet finished the peanuts distributed to her last year. Yi Fan's gaze followed her, his thoughts murmuring to himself. No need to beat around the bush. He really is fond of this girl. Comrade Yi Fan. Ibendao's voice brought him back from his thoughts. Yi Fan collected himself and walked up to me, extending his hand. Hello, comrade. My name is Yi Fan. I've just been assigned to Huaitree Village as a newly arrived urban youth. May I ask your name? I'm Hao Yu. Welcome to Huaitree Village. I shook his hand briefly, then immediately grabbed Yi, ready to leave. And this person is? Yi Fan quickly inquired. My fiancé. The entire village knows. I responded bluntly, a subtle warning that he shouldn't have any ideas. Hello. Yi Fan smiled and greeted her. Hello. I'm Sui Yi, also an urban youth. She replied before picking up the fish and leaving ahead of us. She still had to go back to the youth dormitory to grab the peanuts, clean the fish, and start cooking. Even at her partner's house, she couldn't stay too late. Otherwise, people would start gossiping. Yi Fan, however, watched her retreating figure, mumbling under his breath, Sui, such a lovely name, and such a lovely person. Hey, you over there, the youth dormitory is that way, I pointed out, giving him proper directions. Let Ibendao take care of you. He's the team leader and will arrange everything. All right, thanks, Comrade Hao. Yi Fan nodded and glanced one more time in the direction where Sui had vanished. Confirming that she was out of sight, he added, from now on, we're part of the same production team. Please take care of me. There's no need. I don't frequent the fields much, nor do I live in the youth dormitory, so I wouldn't be much help. Secretly, I thought it'd be better if we just went our separate ways. Comrade Hao, you're joking, Yi Fan said with a smile before grabbing his luggage and leaving. I didn't rush home. Instead, I lingered under the huai tree, exchanging a few more words with the local aunties. It was only when Su Yi returned with her peanuts that we walked back together to the small courtyard. Why are you holding my hand? There are so many people watching. Su Yi blushed, noticing the aunties were whispering and laughing. So what? You're my fiancé. What's there to be afraid of? I replied nonchalantly. Doing things openly isn't scary with so many eyes watching. The only thing to fear is someone scheming in the shadows. Once we arrived at the courtyard, Su Yi quickly brought out a chair for me to rest in and then rolled up her sleeves to handle the fish by the well. She scraped the scales and removed the gills. Although her family had never prepared fish before, she had seen her father do it after her family fell from their previous status. Hearing about it, some of the older villagers dropped by out of curiosity. But as soon as they stepped into the courtyard and saw me lounging in the chair, smoking a cigarette with a teacup in hand while Su Yi prepared the fish, they collectively shook their heads. We thought how you might have changed for the better, but he's just looking for someone to cater to him. The world's unfair. Why should a lazybones like him have such good luck, while we hardworking folk get nothing? Luck? When did you ever go fishing? Yeah. If I had gone, he wouldn't stand a chance. After preparing the fish, Su Yi took it to the kitchen to stew. The onlookers left as well, still lamenting why someone like me was able to catch such a big fish. Once the crowd dispersed, I walked into the house to grab a book to pass the time, waiting for mealtime. As for helping out in the kitchen, forget it. As Confucius famously said, a gentleman keeps his distance from the kitchen. Even if Confucius didn't say it, I'd say it made sense anyway. Why are there so many vegetables at home? Su Yi asked, puzzled as she held a knife in the kitchen. Li Erga's sister came over at noon. I quickly made up an excuse. She felt her brother had gone too far, so she brought some vegetables over and even helped with the cooking since she saw I couldn't cook. It was her way of apologizing, I guess. It wasn't entirely a lie. I didn't expect that scoundrel's sister to be so reasonable. Without overthinking, Su Yi turned back to the kitchen to continue her cooking. This thrilled me. Who would have thought this young lady could be so attentive? Jackpot. After a while, she brought a large pot to the table, pickled cabbage fish stew cooked with lard. Just looking at it made my mouth water. Let's eat. Let's finish it in one go. I picked up a piece to taste, delicious. Honestly, anything I didn't cook myself tastes good. Seeing the big pot of fish and vegetables before her, Su Yi didn't hold back either, joining me and wholeheartedly enjoying the meal. How you? You really are something, managing to catch such a big fish, she beamed, saying this was the most at ease she'd felt in a long time. Of course. I've always said you'll have good days with me. You wouldn't believe the effort it took to catch these fish. As I boasted, I quietly opened the system to take a look. Well, her affection meter was already above 90. No wonder the way she looked at me was becoming fonder. The two of us feasted for a good while. Even though we didn't finish the fish, it didn't matter. The weather was cool, and it wouldn't spoil. After the meal, Su Yi quickly got up to wash the dishes, and, noticing the clothes I'd left lying around since yesterday, decided to wash those too before the sun set. As for me, I sat at the door, lighting a cigarette, and asking her to pour me a cup of hot water. The scene couldn't have been more harmonious. It perfectly matched the character I was acting out. Villagers out for an evening stroll saw this, and started pointing fingers. This lazy ass doesn't know how to act like a human. Who lets their fiancé come over just to work while they sit around like a lord? The men sighed, lamenting about the injustice of the universe. The women hurled criticisms, chastising me for being no good. Even Yi Fan wandered over under the pretense of familiarizing himself with the area. When he saw the scene before him, he beat his chest in frustration, lamenting that he'd come too late. I simply smiled, unbothered. They didn't understand my good intentions. Su Yi's family background wasn't great, so me diverting all the criticism onto myself would make her life easier. This wasn't selfishness, it was the light of righteousness. How you? I should head back now. After washing the dishes, the clothes, and even cleaning the house, Su Yi saw it was getting late and decided it was time to leave. No rush. It's still early. I pulled her into my arms, stealing a kiss. It was my house, so what was there to be afraid of? It wasn't until much later that she lightly pushed my hand away and said, I really need to go. All right, fine. Let's leave it at that for now. I let her go willingly. Gotta let the girl take a breather. Don't want to leave her with any lasting negative impressions. How you? Once we get officially married, let's build a good life together. She spoke her heartfelt words, unafraid of hardship or exhaustion. She just wanted someone who cared for her, thought of her, and spent quiet moments together as a couple. That would be enough. Wait a few days, then we'll go find the team leader to get an introduction letter. Take it slow on the way. I walked her to the door. How you? She paused, unable to hold it in. That Yi Fan today, The way he looked at me. Wasn't it a little strange? You noticed it too? I was stunned for a moment, as I planned on warning her about it. She nodded. I can't put my finger on it, but it just felt uncomfortable. Got it. From now on, stay away from him. Don't talk to him alone. If there's a problem, I'll handle it. After a brief chat, she walked towards the educated youth compound with a smile on her face. The feeling of having someone to rely on, it's really nice. Meanwhile, over in Wangjia village, Wu Yingshuang had gone back to her parents' home to scold her brother, then hurried back to her in-laws, skipping dinner, and collapsed on the Kong. Even though she was both exhausted and sleepy, she couldn't fall asleep. It had never been like this before, not in all these years. Her mind was filled with my face, my voice, and that brute strength of mine, as if I never tired. She couldn't help but mutter, that little scoundrel. No, that big brat. He's so strong he could lift me. Me. As she thought about it, her face flushed, but a helpless smile crept to her lips. Big brat, she whispered, rolling over, her eyes falling on the chunk of pork at the corner of the Kong. A fatty and lean piece, a big one at that. She had planned to have her mother-in-law cook it, but this piece of meat felt different. She decided to secretly eat it herself tomorrow when her mother-in-law went out. In a few days, I'll go find him to get more meat. No, not that. To settle accounts. Yeah, settle accounts. As she closed her eyes, the smile remained fixed on her face. In Huaitree village, at the educated youth compound, Yifan lay on the Kong, staring at the corn strung up on the ceiling beams. He had just arrived today and didn't know much about the village, but he learned a lot from the older educated youths during dinner. The first thing, how you, was once a cowardly, lazy good-for-nothing who often went without food. But in the past 2 days, something seemed off. I'd moved out of the educated youth compound and started courting Sui. Very unusual. The second thing, Sui had a bad background and wasn't well liked in the village, but her looks, they hit him right in the heart. As he thought about it, he turned over, remembering the smile on Sui's face when she ran toward me. That smile wasn't for him. The thought made his smile freeze and his heart shattered to pieces. No, he had to come up with a way to show himself tomorrow, to make Sui see him in a different light. The next morning, I was still buried under the covers when Sui's voice woke me up from outside the window. What nonsense. Dating someone sure isn't easy. How you awake yet? I made you breakfast. I came out to open the door in just my shorts, and she didn't seem embarrassed. Yeah, I'm awake. I yawned, heading off to wash up, then went to the toilet. Yes, a literal squat. Those dry latrines were the one thing I hated most. When I got back to the main room, breakfast was already on the table. Having a girlfriend sure felt different. It was almost like having a home. I found some wheat flour in the kitchen, but I'm no good at making steamed buns, so I just made some porridge instead. She didn't cover it up. She'd tried making buns twice before, but they turned out dense and hard. No problem. I don't particularly like steamed buns anyway. From now on, let's just eat rice. We chatted over breakfast, and once she finished washing up the dishes, the two of us grabbed hose and headed off to work. Honestly, I didn't feel like going, but I had the feeling this girl had already started managing me, so I had no choice but to go with her. At the fields, we picked a spot to start working. People nearby were stunned to see me working in the fields for 2 days straight. Comrade Hao, did you take the wrong medicine or something? Nope. I had the meals made by my girlfriend. I took the chance to rub it in. As soon as I said that, nobody wanted to talk to me anymore. One guy had gone home yesterday and tried to have his wife fetch him water to imitate me, only to end up being scolded terribly by his wife. Same men, but why was I so outstanding? Seeing that no one was paying me any attention, I decided to give this farming thing a try. Just then, the main character of this story showed up, carrying a hoe. He'd changed into some old clothes, cleanly washed, with his hair neatly combed. His presence practically screamed, I'm not like you mud-grubbing peasants. Comrade Hao Yu, good morning. He walked up with a smile to greet me. Good morning, I replied politely. He didn't try to start a conversation. He didn't have the time. After all, he'd spent half the night preparing, waiting to make his grand entrance on his first day down in the countryside. Feigning effort, he swung his hoe a couple of times, took a handful of dirt, examined it, and then turned to scrutinize the field. Frowning, he called everyone over. Everyone, come take a look. The soil here isn't great. He crouched to grab another handful, his face serious. It's compacted and lacks aeration. Planting crops like this won't yield any results. The villagers just stared at him, dumbfounded, and I also stopped my work. Well, he showed up with the classic, step aside everyone. I'm about to act all superior energy. I mulled over it briefly before going along with his act. Comrade Yifan, you know farming? I know a little, he replied with a smile, thinking me a proper city man who knew how to follow along in conversation politely. Seeing everyone gathering around him and someone dignifying his words, he was beyond thrilled. This was earning respect, and the more people, the greater the impact. Clapping his hands, he said, "Back when I lived in Beijing, I'd go with my dad to the agriculture department, and we'd read some books on the topic. Farming must be scientific, with deep tilling and proper fertilization." Everyone's blank stares only fueled him further. It was the effect he wanted. He launched into a stream of technical jargon: nitrogen, phosphorus, potassium ratios, microbial activity. He had a whole spiel ready. How could they not be impressed? Sure enough, the villagers were awed, showering him with compliments. "Wow, Yifan, you really do know your stuff coming from Beijing." "Yeah, we farmed all our lives and never knew what nitrogen or phosphorus even were. First time hearing that soil needed to breathe." "Amazing." Yifan, pleased with the praise, adjusted his glasses modestly. "Oh, it's nothing, just from reading a few books." "Comrade Yifan, you're absolutely right," I said, smiling at him. "But have you considered one important factor?" "What factor?" He froze, suspicious that I might undercut him. No matter. He wasn't scared. He'd genuinely read those books. "Everything you said is in the books, but here's the thing. We don't have the fertilizers like nitrogen or potassium. So let me ask you one thing." I paused for effect. "Can you even till and hoe at all?" Yifan was completely tongue-tied, frozen in place. After a long pause, he stammered, "I learned it from books." This guy played dirty. He'd prepared to debate, but here I was, cutting straight to manual labor. How is a government cadre's son supposed to know his way around a hoe? Learning from books doesn't mean you can farm. I walked over and picked up the hoe he'd been awkwardly gripping. "The hoe hasn't even touched the ground. Just empty talk," someone murmured. The villagers chimed in instantly. "Lazy Root is right. You can't till fields by just reading books." "Exactly. Look at him. That educated youth Yi. He's clearly never farmed a day in his life." Yifan was clearly embarrassed. "I was just suggesting, you know." "Suggestions are great." I handed the hoe back to him. "Why don't you demonstrate what deep plowing looks like for everyone?" Holding the hoe, Yifan glanced at the field, then at the group watching him. Running through the farming techniques he'd read in books in his mind, he raised the hoe. First swing, crooked, leaving only a shallow pit. Second swing, nearly smashed his own foot. Third swing, the hoe got stuck in the ground and wouldn't come out. Unable to hold it in, the villagers burst into laughter. Blushing red as a cooked crab, Yifan stood frozen in humiliation. I patted him on the shoulder. "Comrade Yifan, you're a cultured man. It's okay if you can't handle a hoe. As long as you can find ways to boost our yield, that's what counts." Then, as if nothing happened, I added casually, "By the way, about those nitrogen, phosphorus, and potassium fertilizers you mentioned in your books, can you help our brigade source some, or even produce them yourself?" Fertilizer was the bane of our lives back then. It was in dire shortage, despite the thousands of fertilizer factories operating nationwide. Most plants used outdated techniques, yielding insufficient and often ineffective fertilizers that even risked scorching young crops. Yifan seemed at a loss for a response. All he could do was glare at my retreating figure, gripping the hoe so tightly his knuckles turned white. Ding! The host has altered a key plotline. Achievement unlocked. Reward obtained. Premium Munchie Pack. 5 pounds peanuts, 5 pounds sunflower seeds, 5 pounds candies, 5 pounds dried fruits. What the hell? I took down one protagonist, and this is all I get? This system is utterly unreliable. When I strategized and charmed Su Yi or wooing Shuang, I got solid skill rewards. This? Ugh. Haoyo, why the long face? Su Yi turned her head, noticing my sulking. "It's nothing. With such a beautiful fiancé, how could I not be happy?" I flashed her a smile, faker than a plastic flower bouquet. "Luckily, I've got nerves of steel." Took me only a moment to adjust. Clearly, tackling women protagonists yields way better rewards. This afternoon, I'll go to the commune and get us a chicken for dinner." Yesterday, in a moment of magnanimity, I handed a large chunk of meat to wooing Shuang. Only later I realized, damn, no meat left in the house. Using that as an excuse, I planned to pull out the fat chicken the system had stashed away for me. One plump chicken, along with the leftover small carp, we could eat for days. Later, I'd think of how to smuggle out some of the fish from the storage space. No worries about meat for a while. Su Yi nodded slightly, genuinely touched by my gestures of care toward her. "Comrade Yi, stop standing there. Get back to work." "Sure, book knowledge is useful, but we farmers get things done with our hands, not our mouths." "I'll definitely study hard." Yifan forced a grin, looking down at the hoe in his hand. He had hoped to wield his pre-studied knowledge and stand on the sidelines directing others. Turns out, all he achieved was a massive dose of public humiliation. Sneaking a bitter glance my way, he quickly calmed himself. Yet upon seeing Su Yi and me teasing and flirting together, his chest tightened once more. After enduring a whole morning of metaphorical dog food, the end of the workday finally came. Just as he was about to breathe a sigh of relief, he He overheard me telling Su Yi, head home early and start preparing dinner. It was like being poked with needles. The woman he secretly admired, someone he would cherish with everything he had, holding her in the palm of his hand, was now serving another man. That feeling? Worse than his earlier public disgrace. Hao Yo. He muttered my name under his breath, his gaze cold and intense. Reaching into his satchel, Yi Fan pulled out a notebook to jot down. Hao Yo, sharp tongue, strong, hard opponent. Beneath that, he self-criticized in frustration, too eager today. Should first. Humans are like this. Only in retrospect do we realize the words left unsaid or the chances taken wrong. Meanwhile, I was already home with my wife-to-be. While Su Yi busied herself chopping vegetables in the kitchen, I lounged on a small stool watching her, interjecting mischief now and then, just to lighten the mood. Hao Yo, quit it already. Once we make things official, I'll cook for you every day, she said, fully letting down her guard, embracing me with all her heart. All right, I returned an aggrieved puppy-eye look. Hey Hao Yo, don't you think Yi Fan might cause trouble for you? She broke the topic, trying to distract me. My hands, after all, had a tendency to roam. Cause trouble for me? I chuckled, looking at her and shrugging. That guy can't even hold a hoe straight. What's he going to do to trouble me? But I've heard he's from a cadre's family. He's got connections. So what? Connections don't mean squat. This is our time, when workers and farmers rule the roost, baby. Saying this, I wrapped my arms around her waist, planting a kiss on her cheek as a bonus. Ah, quit it. I'm cooking over here. She blushed furiously, shoving me out of the kitchen. Her words seemed annoyed, but her heart was happy, because it showed how much I truly cared for her. As for Yi Fan, his story had spread across the village by noon. The neighborhood aunties discussed and laughed over it endlessly. How he, someone unable to wield a hoe, had the audacity to lecture farmers on planting crops. For the first time in her 50-something years of life, Aunt Zhang had heard someone say, soil needs to breathe. Walking through the village, Yi Fan felt countless eyes on him. Hastily retrieving his notebook, he added another line. Worse embarrassment today. Must master. Alongside that, he penned these words to motivate himself. Endure what others cannot. Achieve what others will not. But none of that had anything to do with me. After gobbling up my lunch, I sprawled out on the Kong bed and napped until mid-afternoon. Only then did I remember my promise to buy a chicken. The commune? Not going to happen. But the chicken? For real this time. Thanks to the system, I had one ready to go. All I needed to do was pretend to run to town and bring it back. Leaving the village, I lounged under a large tree for half an hour, leisurely smoking a cigarette before heading back with the chicken in hand. On my way, I ran into the brigade captain's daughter, Xia Xiaoyi, a 15 or 16-year-old with braided pigtails. Comrade Hao, where'd you buy the chicken? The commune, I replied, adding. Just finished school. Xiaoyi? Didn't think you'd remember me. Comrade Hao, she exclaimed, clearly flattered. I've lived here in the village for 2 years. Of course, I remember you. I replied with a chuckle. This girl had a sharp tongue, loved gossip, but wasn't a bad kid. How much for the chicken? Doesn't the cooperative grocery require ration tickets? Where'd you get yours? Got my ration tickets, courtesy of an uncle who works in a steel factory back in the city. A 7th grade worker, he sends me a little every month. I casually mentioned, sowing seeds for a new cover story. No wonder you're never hungry despite skipping farm shifts, she said with envy. Reaching into my pocket, which, in truth, meant the system's space, I fished out some candies and handed them her way. Remember to call me Big Brother Hao from now on. All right. How Gidge, she switched tones immediately, grinning so wide her pearly whites gleamed. I'll be sure to tell you anything interesting I hear from my dad. You little rascal. All right, I'm off now, see you around. Back home, I placed the chicken in the kitchen, the candies in the cabinet. Noticing the oil jar was nearly empty, I discreetly refilled it from the system's stash. Then, flopping onto a chair, I managed to fall asleep again. Eating well, sleeping deeply, and working smart. Not a bad life to live. The scent of dinner woke me. Wandering toward the kitchen, I teasingly said, "Ah, my dear wife. Cooking has exhausted you, no doubt." A piece of fish and smiled sweetly, her gaze almost too tender to meet. "I'm just treating you as you deserve," I replied casually, filling her bowl with more soup, knowing full well how much she sacrificed to take care of me. The day passed peacefully until I stepped outside to look at the stars while smoking a cigarette. Imagine that. A quiet life, someone to share it with, and a resolve to keep it steady. The days leading to autumn harvest were orderly, marked by occasional work, fishing, and spending time glued to Su Yi's side. Yet, my appetite had grown insatiable since I used the all-purpose oil, and I began dreading the sight of my dwindling supplies. The last few cigarettes, the steel flask nearing empty, and the grain sacks now light enough to carry with one hand. System, are you planning on starving me to death? Give me a daily mission at least. catch a fish, and get rewarded with a pig or something. I muttered, half joking but increasingly desperate. There was no response. Looking at my inventory, just a pound of rice, 2 pounds of cornmeal, and 5 pounds of white flour. I knew I had to come up with a plan fast. Fishing was out. I was fed up with it. Hunting? Now there was an option. My mind wandered toward the back mountain, a place notorious for being wild and dangerous. Tales of wild boars, jackals, and tigers kept most folks at bay. But me? Why should I be afraid? With a peak physique and titles like Croc Hunter and Master Feeder, I figured even the tiger couldn't finish me off easily. As I plotted my expedition, a voice suddenly called from outside. I opened the door to find Wu Yingshuang standing there. You again, I greeted as I ushered her inside, half teasing. What is it this time? Another quarrel with your mother-in-law? She rolled her eyes in exasperation. Must you bring that up? I left something here last time and came to retrieve it. From her bundle, she pulled out a new pair of cloth shoes, the stitches robust and expertly crafted. Clearly, this woman had been thinking about me. Don't overthink it. I happened to pass by and remembered your shoes were falling apart. I don't want you blaming me if you trip and hurt yourself. Her voice was gruff, but her fingers fidgeted slightly, betraying her true emotions. I'm not your responsibility. What's there to blame you for? You're impossible. Fine then, if you don't want them, give them back. She reached out to snatch them, but I held them out of her reach. She lunged and nearly fell, forcing me to catch her by the shoulders before instinctively pulling her into my arms. Let go, or I'll end you, she threatened half-heartedly. Who's ending who? I retorted, picking her up and tossing her onto the Kong in one smooth motion. Later, as I leaned against the bedside, cigarette in hand, I couldn't help but chuckle at the newfound benefits of my Croc Hunter title. Who knew this skill would serve so many purposes? System notification. Wu Yingshuang's affection level has maxed out. Advancing to the next reward tier. Rewards acquired. Night Predator, skills and strength unaffected by low light, and marksmanship mastery, accuracy increased by 50%. Wu Yingshuang's affection level is now locked. Betrayal impossible. Finally, the system decided to wake up. Night Predator sounded like a godsend for hunting, though I wasn't quite sure about marksmanship mastery. Does it apply to hunting? Or was the skill meant metaphorically? As the thought crossed my mind, a wave of shooting techniques, archery, firearms, all of it, seemed to integrate into my body seamlessly. Hey, Wu Jia, I said as I wiped my hands with her handkerchief. How well do you know the back mountains? Why? She asked suspiciously, sitting up and eyeing me. I'm planning to hunt. At this rate, I can't even feed myself, let alone anyone else, I admitted. Are you insane? Her tone turned sharp. There are tigers in those mountains. Even the village hunters avoid going that deep, and you're just some city kid sent down for re-education. What's so special about being a city boy? I grinned, pulling her close to me. Haven't I already shown you twice how capable I am? Her cheeks flushed, but a reluctant smile tugged at her lips. You're really going to go? I nodded, resolute. Fine. She sighed deeply. My father hunted in his youth. He's told me things. You'll need to listen carefully. The back mountains had 3 zones, as it turned out. The first was just beyond the village, inhabited mostly by wild rabbits and pheasants. Follow the mountain stream 10 miles to a crooked tree, and from there head west to reach the infamous Wild Boar Ravine. Let me guess, wild boars. Obviously. Why else would it have that name? She gave me an annoyed glance before pinching my chest. Even the piglets weigh 80 pounds, and the adults range between 200 to 300 pounds. Last year, someone from a neighboring village got gored and spent half a year bedridden. Did your dad ever go? Yes, but only under the guidance of veteran hunters. She paused, then added, I'll try to get some traps from my father later, maybe even a gun if I can manage. Damn, I thought, this woman might be sharp-tongued, but her heart was in the right place. Despite her fiery demeanor, she had hiked miles just to deliver this warmth. Wu Jia, I promise you, one day I'll make sure your life is nothing short of amazing, I said earnestly. She scoffed, fumbling with the edge of her sleeve. Who said I want to live an amazing life with you? The hour grew late, and I patted her gently. It's time for you to head home. As she got dressed, she asked, Have you told Su Jiqing about your plan? Not yet. You're the first one I've told. Well, you'd better let her know. Don't make her worry. A strange look passed over her face, as though she was conflicted about showing concern for another woman's man. She briskly straightened the bedding and added, Oh, and if you really do catch something, report it to the village leader first. You can't just keep it all for yourself. They'll let you keep a share and record the rest as work points. It's all above board. You wouldn't want trouble because of technicalities, not in times like these. What's this? Not only was this woman fiery and kind, but she was thoughtful too. It almost made me wonder if she'd planned every move, including locking in her place by my side. All right, I'll listen to you. As she turned to leave, she rattled off a list of instructions. Don't be reckless. Get down the mountain before dark. Bring enough food and water. Her concern for me was almost overwhelming. I called out to her as she reached the door. Wu Jia, the shoes fit perfectly. When I bag my first catch, come cook it with me. Save your breath. Make sure you're not tiger food first. I don't want to have to collect pieces of you. She shot back, not even turning around as she left. As I closed the door behind her, I couldn't help but feel like I'd hit the jackpot, landing not only one dutiful and beautiful partner, but also a feisty little widow equally as reliable. With affection levels locked, life was looking brighter than ever. By nightfall, Su Yi set dinner on the table. 2 meat dishes, braised fish, and egg soup. The fish traded for goods earlier in the day. I took a bite and nodded in satisfaction. Pour yourself another bowl of egg soup. You deserve more. No need. It's fine. I'm not a fan of soup, she said, delicately munching on fish instead. I knew her too well. She was just trying to save the nutritious parts for me. So, I smiled and replied, then eat all the fish. I'm only here for the soup. Her face softened as she glanced at me. You're so good to me, how you? The fish, put it in my bowl. Just as I put my bowl down, the sound of knocking came from the courtyard gate. Opening the door, I saw Wu Yingshuang. She was carrying a bulging bundle on her back and holding something wrapped in a piece of cloth in her hands. Su Yi froze for a moment upon seeing her, then stood up to greet her. Sister Wu. Usually bold and brash, Wu Yingshuang was now avoiding Su Yi's gaze, clearly feeling guilty. She unwrapped the item. It was a water-repellent bead gun carefully preserved in oiled paper, slightly old but in good condition. Next to it, in a small cloth pouch, were over a dozen bullets, and inside her bundle were several iron traps. Su Yi stared, dumbfounded. How you, what is this all about? I'm going up the mountain to hunt tomorrow morning, so Sister Wu brought me the tools, I said as I picked up the gun, giving the bolt a pull. Why does this thing tend to aim to the right? The trajectory doesn't veer left, though. Wu Yingshuang added. Lay the traps on the trail at Wild Boar Ravine. Don't use the gun unless absolutely necessary. Every bullet you fire means one less. My family doesn't have much left to spare. I nodded. Thanks, Sister Wu. Even though I beat up your little brother, you're still willing to help me like this. He deserved the beating, she replied, stealing a quick glance at me and flashing a small look of delight. The details of not sticking to the original path the next day set aside, the night before her departure, Su Yi, with reddened eyes, made me promise to come back safe. Smiling, I pulled her into my arms and gave her a good, comforting kiss. Otherwise, the anxious girl wouldn't have slept a wink that night. Before dawn, I woke up, not because of the rooster's crow, but out of sheer excitement. With a real gun in hand, who wouldn't be thrilled? After washing up, I took out 2 compressed biscuits from my spatial storage, the system's reward from yesterday. Not tasty, but they kept me full. I drank 2 gulps of water, stuffed the water-repellent bead gun into a large basket, layered it with burlap for cover, and packed the iron traps, a knife, and a coil of rope. Quietly, before anyone else woke, I headed toward the back of the mountain. On the way, I still bumped into someone, a girl from the brigade leader's house, Xie Xiao, holding a cornbread in her hand. Unable to avoid her, I greeted. Xiao, up so early? My mom was late preparing the pickled vegetables, so I couldn't leave for school yesterday afternoon. She eyed the large basket on my back. Brother, where are you going? Just taking a walk in the mountains to see if I can snag a pheasant. I dodged the question. Don't wander too far. If you run into a wild boar, Su Jiqing will cry her eyes out. She shoved the cornbread into her mouth, clapped her hands clean, and added, Oh, by the way, yesterday Jiqing Yi came by to ask my dad about you. Asked about me? Probably wants to be buddies with me, I said, handing her a few pieces of candy. The little girl was overjoyed, thanked me, and ran off like a flash. Watching her retreat, I mused, that smug Yi fan is probably keeping tabs on me. Shaking my head, I brushed off the thought and headed into the forest. The deeper I went, the darker it got. The woods were dense, filled with pines and oaks. Fallen needles created a thick, silent carpet on the ground. Reaching the crooked tree Wu Yingshuang had mentioned, a system notification flashed in my mind. Crocodile Hunter, title automatically activated. Well, would you look at that? I'm hunting with cheats. The detection showed 73 meters southeast, 2 white rabbits, 96 meters northwest, a pack of wild pheasants. Any farther, and the detection was out of range. It seemed this title only worked within 100 meters. Standing by the crooked tree, I estimated that I'd still have to walk at least 10 more miles west to reach Wild Boar Ravine. For now, I decided to scout the area and get some practice. I put the basket down beneath a pine tree, retrieved 3 iron traps, and assessed the surroundings. Setting these things required careful placement on animal trails, paths frequented by wildlife, usually near shrubs or patches of well-trod dirt. With my mastery of fishing and hunting, it didn't take long. Fresh rabbit tracks and a few hard droppings marked the spot. I pried open the trap, set the mechanism, and placed a bit of compressed biscuit as bait. Let's hope the rabbits like this stuff. After setting 3 traps in succession, I hid behind a large tree to wait. About half the time it'd take to smoke a cigarette later, one of the traps snapped shut. Running over, I found a gray rabbit caught by the leg, struggling fiercely. Decent size, 4 pounds at least. Looks like business is off to a good start. In the next 2 hours, I caught 2 wild pheasants and another white rabbit. For catches from 5 traps, a solid success. But small game wasn't what I was after. I wanted a wild boar. I hid the basket well, weighing it down with a large stone and covering it with pine needles. Slinging the gun and machete, I trekked westward. The deeper I went, the denser the woods became and tougher the trails turned. For an average person, making it through here would have been exhausting, but with my peak physicality, it was a breeze. After 4 to 5 miles, I began noticing signs of wild boars, marks on the ground where they'd rooted around. I slowed my pace, gripping the gun firmly but not chambering a bullet. Wu Shuang had said not to shoot unless absolutely necessary. Following the animal trail for another half hour, the crocodile hunter detection picked up a target. Getting closer, I heard grunting, more savage than a domestic pig. Crouching low, I parted the underbrush. 30 to 40 meters ahead, a black and gray wild boar, no less than 200 pounds, was tearing into an oak tree's roots. Its towering tusks gleamed ominously, and it wasn't alone. 2 smaller ones were nearby. A mother with piglets. Mother boars were the fiercest. They'd fight to the death if provoked. I only had 12 bullets, each one precious. Besides, the noise of gunfire would attract unwanted attention. Best to set a few traps first. If that failed, I'd resort to riskier measures. After spending half an hour setting up traps and crafting a rudimentary fence to funnel the boars in the right direction, I climbed a large tree. With peak physical abilities, scaling it was child's play. About an hour later, the large boar hadn't shown. Instead, one of the smaller, brash piglets stumbled into the traps, a 7 or 8 pounder, its tusks not fully developed. Holding my breath, I waited. Snap! The trap sprang shut. Howling, the piglet thrashed endlessly, rolling and kicking up dust, but it couldn't break free. Leaping down from the tree, I drew my knife and charged. The piglet's eyes turned red with rage. Dragging the trap, it barreled toward me like a miniature motorcycle, fierce and unstoppable. Sidestepping swiftly, I slashed at its neck. The hide was tough. Only a shallow cut emerged. Roaring even louder, it turned for another charge but tripped and fell. I seized the moment, flipping onto its back and hacking repeatedly at its neck. After a few minutes of struggle, it finally went limp, defeated. Breathing heavily, with bloodied hands, I muttered, "Damn, these things are hard to deal with." Once I caught my breath, I confirmed it was dead and stashed it into my spatial storage, fresh as ever, just like a portable freezer. The other 2 boars were no longer within detection range. Oh well, taking the piglet wasn't too bad. Its meat would be tender and less gamey. Noting the time, I figured it was wise to head back. This time, I avoided my earlier path and snuck through the village to return unnoticed. Back at home, the place was empty. Sui had yet to come back. Taking the basket out of the storage, I unpacked the rabbits and pheasants while keeping the wild boar and gun hidden in the spatial storage. Just as I was washing my hands, Sui pushed the door open and nearly fainted at the sight of the blood on my hands. "Haoyo, you're hurt." She rushed over and lifted my hand to check. "It's not my blood, it's from the prey." I had hurried back and hadn't washed my hands properly. Luckily, I didn't run into anyone in the village. She sighed in relief, flipping my hand over several times before feeling assured. "What did you catch?" I placed the rabbits and pheasants on the stone table. 2 of each. "So much." Her eyes lit up. I lowered my voice. "I even caught a wild boar, but I hid it and didn't dare to bring it out." "You caught a wild boar?" "A small one, maybe 70 or 80 pounds. I lit a cigarette. Tomorrow, I'll report it to the team leader according to the rules. I'll exchange it for work points. As for the small wild boar, I'll find a way to sell it." She fixed her gaze on me, her expression a bit complicated. "What?" "Nothing." She picked up one of the rabbits and looked down. "I just think you're incredible. You can fish, you can hunt. Even if you tied 10 of the men in this village together, they couldn't match you." It seemed like she thought I had changed from before. That's a compliment I like to hear. I lifted her chin and gave her a kiss. Men, after all, love being praised for their abilities. She responded for a moment before pushing me away, quickly heading to close the courtyard gate before going to the well to prepare the rabbits. I dragged a chair over, smoked a cigarette, and drank tea while watching her busy herself. Seizing the chance, I picked up a rabbit and a pheasant and headed to the team leader's house. As for the small boar, well, it was safely hidden in my personal space. Who could know? The team leader was smoking tobacco and paused when he saw me enter. Lazy. Haoyo, what's this? He almost called me lazybones, but caught himself. Being the team leader, he had to maintain appearances. Uncle Xia, I went hunting in the mountains today, I said, putting the rabbit and pheasant on the stone table. According to the rules, mountain game belongs to the collective. I'm here to hand it over. After 2 years in Huaishu village, I understood the process. You hand over half of your catch, but this mainly applied to big game like wild boar. Smaller game like rabbits wasn't strictly monitored. However, I had to be cautious since Yifan was keeping an eye on me and could cause trouble. The team leader's eyes lit up as he leaned in for a closer look. You caught all this? Yep, set a few traps. He thought it over. According to the commune's purchase price, rabbits are 2 yuan each, pheasants are 1.5 yuan. We'll convert that to 70% of the value for work points. Does that work for you? If it were anyone else bringing these in, he probably would have dismissed them outright. But this was me, lazybones. As long as I was making some effort, it was worth encouraging. Otherwise, I wouldn't even earn enough work points for 10 pounds of grain by year end, and the team would end up supporting me anyway. Accepting the game at least gave some hope I'd work harder in the future. I could tell what he was thinking, but couldn't care less. I'll go with whatever you say, Uncle Xia. He went inside to grab his ledger. 2 rabbits plus 1 pheasant, total 3.5 yuan. 70% makes 2.45 yuan. Last year's rate was 5 cents per work point, so that's 45 work points in total, right? No problem. I did the math in my head, and it checked out. I'd always been good at math since I was a kid. He closed the ledger and patted my shoulder. Haoyo, you're doing great lately, fishing and hunting and generating income for the team. Keep it up, and I'll nominate you for the Advanced Worker Award at year end. By the time I stepped out of the team leader's house, the sky was already dark. News traveled fast in the village. Before I even got home, the whole place was buzzing. Under the big locust tree, a group of people had already gathered to gossip. The moment they saw me, they rushed over. Comrade Hao Jiqing, you're incredible. Next time you catch a rabbit, could you spare me one? Yes, yes. No one really monitors stuff like this. Someone protested. Wait a minute, doesn't it seem a bit fishy for someone from the city, hunting in the mountains for the first time, to catch this much? So I started spinning a tale. Though I come from the city, I love to self-learn. Back then, I always had my nose in a book. Oops, I veered off course. Just the other day, I'd mocked Yifan for reading books that were useless. Sure enough, one of the older women picked up on it. Books can teach you hunting? Look at Yifan. That boy reads tons of books, but can't even farm. Right in the middle of the chatter, Yifan showed up. Who knows how much he overheard? Adjusting his glasses, he smiled and said, I practiced hoeing the field after work today. I don't like the idea of falling behind. What a character, called out like that, and still smiling. No wonder he always seems to play the lead. Pushing his glasses up again, he asked, Comrade Haoyo, you went hunting today? Did you report it to the team? I looked at him deliberately and said, the ladies just mentioned that as long as it's not handed over, reporting doesn't really matter, right? He was probably thrilled to catch me in something shady, waiting for me to slip up. But I smiled, tossing him an unexpected curveball. Oh, Yifan, how old are you this year? He paused, sensing a trap, but still replied, just turned 20. And what did you do today? I worked, he answered warily. How many work points did you earn? 5, he admitted, looking embarrassed. 5 work points, and you still have the energy to stick your nose in my hunting business? If I were your father, I'd smack you for being such a busybody. Yifan's face turned bright red. Even his fingers trembled a little. You? Haoyo? I leaned in close and whispered, don't tell me you're planning to tattle on me? No. I didn't bother saying more, turning around and leaving. Behind me, the older women started laughing out loud. That Yi Jiqing sure has idle hands. Reads so much he's turned daft. Even coming from the capital, he's no good. Fancy glasses on a petty little man. Yifan forced a smile and then bolted away. Any slower, I bet he'd have burst into tears. When I got home, Sui had already started simmering the rabbit stew. As soon as she lifted the lid, the aroma filled the courtyard. You're back, she said, pouring a bowl of pheasant soup for me. Have some soup first, it's almost ready. I sat down and took a sip. The flavor was so rich it nearly made my eyebrows fall off. Pheasant was even more enticing than pork. Right as I was digging in, there came a knock on the courtyard gate. I got up to open it and found Wu Yingshuang standing there. She'd changed into a clean floral blouse, with her short hair tied back. It gave her a distinctive charm. Sister Wu, what brings you here? She glanced inside at Su Yi, who was still busy, and took the chance to pinch me on the chest. In a low voice, she teased, why can't I come? Then, raising her voice, she added, heard you caught some game, so I came to take a look. Oh, Su Jiqing, quite busy here. Su Yi responded politely. Come in and sit, Sister Wu. Wu Yingshuang walked in, set a bowl on the table, and said, I brought some pickled cucumbers from my house for you. Su Yi thanked her, glanced at the pot, and said, The rabbit stew's almost done. Sister Wu, stay and join us. Wu Yingshuang gave me a look. I hurriedly. Stay, Qing said. There's half a rabbit, half a chicken. The two of us can't finish it all. The food was served. With the addition of the leftover salted fish, there were 3 meat dishes, peanuts, and alcohol. It truly wasn't bad. Haoyou, let me pour you some wine. Thank you for inviting me to dinner. Wu Yingshuang's words hung in the air, as the 2 women and 1 man sitting at the table suddenly found themselves in a subtle atmosphere. I cleared my throat twice. Thank me for what? It's all thanks to the trap you lent me. Come on, try Yi's rabbit stew. Wu Yingshuang took a bite, nodding. Comrade Su's cooking skills are remarkable. Su Yi suddenly said. I heard from Haoyou that Sister Wu, your cooking tastes even better. I froze. Wait, I think I only ever mentioned that she once cooked for me. I never said it was delicious. Could there be some hidden meaning in this? Wu Yingshuang glanced at me out of the corner of her eye. He talked about that with you? Yes, he said last time you saw him struggling in the kitchen, so you helped with the cooking. He then told me you should come over more often. I buried my head in my food, pretending I hadn't heard anything. This wasn't good. Could she have sensed something? Wu Yingshuang chuckled. I don't come here often. It was just that one time. My younger brother was completely irresponsible, so I helped cook a meal. It was nothing. Su Yi nodded. Your younger brother's been behaving much better lately. We're all grateful to you, Sister Wu. Taking a sip of soup, Wu Yingshuang remarked, Comrade Hao gets more impressive by the day, better than anyone else at fishing and hunting. Comrade Su, you're in for good fortune down the road. As she spoke, she glanced at me again, her lips curling into a faint smile. When dinner was over, Wu Yingshuang proactively began tidying up the dishes. Afterward, she stood and excused herself. Su Yi walked her out. At the door, Wu Yingshuang turned her head and said, Oh right, Haoyou, don't forget to return that trap after you're done using it. My dad asked about it today. Got it. I'll head into the mountains again in a few days. I took advantage of Su Yi not paying attention to exchange a meaningful glance with Wu Yingshuang. Whether or not she understood it, I couldn't tell. I only saw her turn on her heel and leave. Su Yi didn't rush to go home just yet. She even helped me heat up some water for bathing. After all the work was done and she was about to leave, she couldn't help but say, Haoyou, don't you think Sister Wu visits a bit too often? I laughed. Jealous? Not at all. It's just that being a widow draws attention, and you're a young bachelor. It's not a good look for you two to be seen too close. She was worried that if she wasn't around, Sister Wu might come looking for me and cause gossip. All right, I'll follow your advice. I thought for a moment before saying, but she's had it rough, losing her husband so young without even having children. I was thinking, when we get married and you have a baby, we could ask her to come help during your recovery. A man like me knows nothing about these things. That might not be a good idea, Su Yi replied, surprised at my thoughtfulness. She hadn't considered such things till now. Let's talk about it later. She might not even be willing. We continued chatting for a bit longer before Su Yi said, I need to go now. I'll come back in the morning. All right, I teased. Once we get our marriage certificate, we'll spend every day cuddled up together. I helped her button up her coat, worried she might not fasten it properly herself. She nodded, smiling softly, and left. True love endures not through constant companionship, but through patience and time. Meanwhile, back at Wu Yingshuang's place, she tossed and turned on her bed. She understood the glance I'd given her earlier. How? She wasn't sure. Maybe I was too good at conveying it. Or maybe she was longing a little too much. Ugh, she muttered, spitting at herself in disgust for being shameless, though deep down her body betrayed her thoughts. She abruptly sat up, haphazardly packed a bundle of belongings, and told her parents she was heading back to her maiden home. Then, she left with her things. Her parents didn't think much of it, knowing their daughter's temperament well. After all, she used to chase men for 2 miles with a stick if they so much as spoke an indecent word. Wu Yingshuang made her way toward my place. Almost there, she saw no one was around and pushed the door. It was unlocked. Just as she suspected. That bastard. She cursed inwardly, though elation tinged her voice. Quickly, she slipped in and bolted the door. I had finished my bath and was reclining in the chair in the main room, wide awake, just waiting. I knew she'd understood my look and would come back. Sure enough. You're late. None of your business. There was no hesitation. I pulled her directly into my arms. With the peak physique granted by the system, I had no intention of letting her go without making her falter tonight. Meanwhile, Yifan lay rigidly on his own bed, staring at the corn cobs hanging on the wooden beams above him. Scenes from today played in his mind like a movie. He rolled over, pulled out his notebook, lit an oil lamp, and began analyzing. Haoyou is physically strong, not a chance of beating him in a fight. But I'm from the capital, well-read, clever, resilient, and even more handsome than him. Haoyou's side hustling has made him the target of envious glares from others in the village, a vulnerability I can exploit. Though he might rely on petty tricks, I have true knowledge and skills. Next steps. Several days later, a rooster crowed. Dawn's breaking, I muttered. Let me rest a bit more. Wu Yingshuang replied, thoroughly exhausted after a sleepless night. I pinched out my cigarette and lay back for a nap, planning to head to the mountains later in the day, straight for that massive wild boar. Wu Yingshuang struggled to get up, quickly dressed, and glanced at me lying there. She couldn't help but smile. This man was more handsome asleep than awake. No, actually, he was handsomer awake, especially with that headstrong determination of his. She picked up her bundle to leave, but noticed traces left on the table. Flushing red, she wiped them away with a handkerchief. She cleaned up other traces on the floor and chairs as well. Finally, she peeked outside and hurried off. As dawn fully broke, the daily chaos of village life erupted. Roosters crowing, children crying, parents scolding. It was all lively noise. Su Yi had risen early, carrying a basket containing some eggs she'd purchased from neighbors the night before. Haoyo, she called softly upon entering my yard, receiving no reply. Gently, she pushed the door open. It wasn't locked. Reaching the bedroom, she found me snoring away on the Kong bed with a faint smile on my face. Shaking her head, she guessed I'd tired myself out hunting. Quietly, she went to the kitchen to start cooking. After finishing breakfast, seeing I was still asleep, she ate her share and left mine warming in the pot. She also prepared a towel and hot water for washing. Before heading off, she couldn't resist leaning down to kiss me on the cheek, leaving quite content. By the time sunlight climbed higher in the sky, I finally woke up. Stretching lazily, I felt fantastic. No regrets about having exerted myself all night. The system's peak physique was no joke. It was just that I was starving. After freshening up by the well in the yard, I inadvertently attracted the attention of the village elder women walking past. Morning, Aunt Wang. Morning? You're joking, aren't you? Half the village has already been working for 2 hours. Aunt Wang had been visiting the neighboring village early this morning to matchmake a couple. Upon entering the kitchen, I found the breakfast left for me had gone cold. I'd leave it for Su Yi to have as lunch instead. The rice in the house was running low. Only some cornmeal and wheat flour remained. If I didn't replenish soon, I'd have to borrow from the commune again. To buy grain required ration tickets, which I didn't have, so I'd need to come up with another solution. Luckily, I had my unique spatial capability for storing supplies. It's convenient, no risk of getting caught. I thought to myself as I changed clothes, locked the door, and headed toward the commune. Just as I reached the edge of the village, I saw the brigade leader walking out with a bamboo basket on his back. Comrade Hao, where are you off to? He asked. Just heading to the commune. Uncle Xie, what about you? You turned in that rabbit and wild pheasant, remember? I'm taking them to the commune to exchange for money. He paused for a moment before adding, how you? This is good for the brigade's income. Keep it up. Of course, I replied cheerfully. In a day or two, I'll head up the mountain and hunt a wild boar. Give the villagers something to improve their meals. Hey, why don't we walk together and chat on the way? From Huai Tree Village to the commune, it was over an hour on foot. Along the way, the brigade leader asked, what do you need at the commune? Need to buy some grain. The two of us are running low on food. Buying grain takes ration tickets, you know. Yeah, but my uncle mailed me some a while back. Still got a bit left? I responded casually. During these times, the frustrating thing was that everything required tickets. Money alone did you no good. At the commune, the brigade leader waved as he left. I'll head to my meeting first. If I'm not at the supply and marketing cooperative when you're done, just go on back. Got it. Instead of going to the grain station, I turned into a narrow alley. With no tickets, but a craving for refined grains, the only option was to try my luck at the black market. The black market wasn't operated openly. It had to be tracked down. From the memory of my past life in this body, I knew there was an old street on the eastern edge of the commune where people secretly traded during holidays and festivals. Although today wasn't any special occasion, there was bound to be someone. Following the mental map from memory, I made my way to the old neighborhood. After winding through a few alleys, I spotted a group of people squatting furtively in a corner by the wall, fiddling with cloth bags laid out in front of them. Bingo, found it. I didn't approach right away. Instead, I crouched nearby to observe for a bit. In fact, I had a secondary goal for this trip. Hidden in my personal space was an untouched 80-pound wild boar I had hunted the night before. I hadn't been able to butcher it at home because Wu Yingshuang stayed over, and with all the commotion, I hadn't had the chance. On my way here, I ran into the brigade leader, so I needed to find somewhere discreet to process the meat. Once cleaned and portioned, I could claim I had bought it at the commune when I brought it back to the village. With this plan in mind, I turned down an even quieter alley. After a cautious look around to make sure no one was following, I ventured deeper until I found a locked and abandoned doorway overgrown with weeds. The walls were plastered with big character posters and slogans denouncing class enemies. Perfect. I climbed over the wall and confirmed the place was deserted. Properties like these typically belonged to families who had been re-educated or had tragically taken their own lives. They were unlikely to return. I spotted a stone table by the entrance, just the right height for my task. With a flick of my thoughts, the entire wild boar appeared on the table, looking fresh as the moment it had been killed. Using a blade I knew well from years of experience in this body, I got to work. Within moments, I had expertly butchered the animal. After all, my reputation as a skilled hunter wasn't just for show. The steps came naturally. First, gutting and draining the pig, carefully removing the bladder and bowels to avoid contaminating the meat. Then, dividing cuts systematically, loin, ribs, hams, belly pork, all bone and fat trimmed to precision. When I was done, I rinsed my hands and the stone table with water from a broken jar in the corner, ensuring no trace of blood lingered. A quick once-over of my clothes confirmed they were spotless. Only then did I climb back over the wall and leave. Returning to the alley by the old district, I saw that the crowd had grown a bit denser. This time, I walked up to a middle-aged woman and squatted in front of her. "Big sis, how much for the rice?" I asked. She glanced cautiously around before replying. 80 cents per jean. No tickets required. It was pricier than the supply cooperative, but the lack of ticket requirements made up for it. After all, I was using reward money from the system, perfect for black market purchases. "How much is in the sack?" "I'll take it all," I said without hesitation. 20 jean. You got the cash for that." Her eyes lit up, clearly pleased to find such a big customer right off the bat. I handed her the money, which she carefully counted before using twine to secure the sack for me. Just as I hefted the bag to leave, an older man called out to me. "Young comrade, need tickets? I've got industrial coupons, grain tickets, and cloth coupons too." My eyes brightened. "What's the exchange rate on grain tickets?" "Regional tickets, 30 cents per jean this year. Good harvest, you know. Last few years, it climbed as high as 80 cents. Grain ticket prices were influenced by the harvest. Plentiful years made them cheaper, while famine years sent prices soaring. Grain tickets were also a form of hard currency. I bought enough for 20 jean and also asked about the industrial coupons. He had 10, priced collectively at 1 yuan. Total with the grain tickets came to 17 yuan. I handed over the money without fuss. Industrial coupons were rare, so it was always smart to stock up when possible. After all, once I married Suyi, I'd need them for essentials like thermoses and enamel bowls. After another stroll around, I checked my system log. 20 jean of rice, 10 jean of white flour, 10 jean of sorghum liquor, 10 industrial coupons, 20 jean of grain tickets. Remaining assets, 59 yuan. Not bad, had quite a haul. In these times, money alone couldn't always buy what you needed, except on the black market. As long as you had the right connections or a bit of luck, you could get by. Around noon, my stomach reminded me it had only been pacified with a few bites of compressed biscuits earlier. Having come so far, I figured I might as well treat myself. I entered a people's restaurant and pushed the door open. Behind the counter, a plump woman lazily glanced up and asked, "What'll it be?" "Got meat?" I asked. Service attitudes these days could be rough, offend the shopkeepers, and they'd throw punches rather than words, and you'd dare not make a scene. "Braised pork, 1 yuan and 3 ration tickets for 3 ounces, she replied indifferently. Pricey, sure, but when it came to wooing Suyi, I'd spent plenty on braised pork before. I ordered braised pork, peanuts, egg soup, a bottle of liquor, and 2 bowls of rice. Total came to 3 yuan and 1.5 jean of tickets. Once the money was handed over, the plump woman's demeanor shifted entirely, likely charmed by my youthful looks. Nibbling on peanuts and sipping liquor, I took the opportunity to observe my surroundings. At the next table, 2 middle-aged men in gray Zhongshan suits, pins clipped to their chests, were clearly government officials. Old Joe's temper's been odd lately. Yesterday, he chewed out the supply cooperative staff again. Serves him right. They went through the books 3 times and still couldn't get them straight. With old Joe, no one's exempt from his scolding. Even old Zhao from the grain station invited him for a meal and got rebuffed. Stay clear of old Zhao. I'll bet he's heading for trouble sooner or later. I caught snippets of their conversation, so old Zhou was tough and impartial. That'd be the commune's director Zhou. And old Zhao? Head of the grain station. Good to know. When the dishes arrived, the braised pork shone with a rich, red glaze, its fatty and lean parts perfectly balanced and tender from slow cooking. I devoured 2 heaping bowls of rice, polished off every last scrap of food, then slipped the empty liquor bottle into my pocket. The plump hostess stood there, mouth agape. Meanwhile, over at the commune, the brigade leader finished his meeting and snagged a meal at the staff canteen. On his way out, he brought the rabbit and pheasant to the supply cooperative's backyard to weigh and sell. 3 yuan and 2 mao. The rate wasn't too bad. 70% of the sale was earned without any loss. Still, he thought, if I'd spent more time idling like before, the brigade would have suffered far more losses than just this. This, a sudden wave of clarity and ease washed over him. The supply officer said, Captain Xia, next time, be sure to bring more here. The team leader agreed. The money belonged to the collective and needed to be recorded when they got back. As he exited the backyard, he bumped right into me carrying 2 large sacks. Got everything you needed? He asked. Yep, all set. I lifted the bags slightly for emphasis. There was someone selling wild boar meat in the alleyway over there, so I bought some. Uncle Xia, how about we ask Yi to whip up a couple of dishes tonight, and the two of us share a drink? Skip the drink, the team leader grumbled, a bit surprised. Seeing you take such initiative nowadays makes me happy. Deep down, though, he couldn't help but wonder. Not only has this boy gotten diligent, but he's even learned to butter people up. Could this really be the same lazy glutton as before? Well, next time when Yi and I get married, you must come. I playfully called out as I turned towards the village, not pressing the issue. I planned to grab a nap to refresh myself. Tomorrow, I'd head into the mountains to fetch that boar. By the time I returned to the village, it was already late afternoon. Passing the field, Wang Auntie, keen-eyed as ever, hollered, the team leader's back. How much did you sell it for? 3 yuan and 2, he replied, beaming. All thanks to Hao Yu. The kid is showing promise. Annie Dong scoffed, not that much. I was expecting at least 10 or 8 yuan. What do you know? Wang Annie shot back. This is collective income. It goes into end-of-year dividends. The team leader glared at her, thinking, for once, Lazy Bones is on the right track. Couldn't she say something encouraging instead? He added aloud. Besides, Hao Yu is just starting out. Once he brings in bigger hauls, we'll all benefit, won't we? Immediately, the aunties chimed in, realizing that as long as Lazy Bones wasn't eating into the collective rations anymore, it was as good as a win. How our educated youth is so capable. No one's caught a wild game from the mountains these last few years in our team. Keep it up, we're all banking on you, you hear? After the praises subsided, Wang Auntie's gaze finally landed on the sacks I was carrying. What's in those bulging bags? Oh, just some rice and white flour, I replied casually. Ran out of grains before, so I went to the commune to buy some. Their eyes immediately sparkled. In those times, rice and white flour were rare treasures. 20 jin of rice, 10 jin of white flour, enough to last the two of us for a while. Why didn't you just buy some cornmeal instead? Auntie Dong said disapprovingly. You don't know how to manage your resources, do you? Everyone mixes to make it last. I coughed softly. Well, my clan uncle from the city sent me money and ration tickets. He earns 70 or 80 yuan a month by himself and has no family to support, so he doesn't spend it all. At this, the auntie's eyes gleamed even brighter. A single and childless city uncle sending money. Was this an unspoken arrangement, perhaps with intentions of future caretaking? If so, Lazy Bones was set for a much better life. Their chatter was still in full swing when Yifan appeared. Spotting me with the sacks, his expression immediately soured. But maintaining his pretense, he suppressed his feelings with great effort. Eventually, unable to hold it in, he blurted, Hao Yu? Where on earth did you get the money to buy all that? Wang Auntie cut in before I could respond. Ye educated youth. Hao Yu has a clan uncle from the city who dotes on him. An uncle? Yifan asked skeptically. An educated youth sent to the countryside. What kind of uncle would dote on him? Why not? His uncle's a 7th-level mechanic, wealthy and childless. Of course, he'd favor Hao Yu. Ye educated youth. Don't tell me you're jealous. Right, definitely envious of a better life. The auntie's relentless teasing left Yifan bewildered. Back when he moved here, his own family had sent a fair amount of money and ration tickets too, but he'd chosen not to flaunt it to fit in with the villagers. How did he end up as the one accused of jealousy? He couldn't explain this, though, without further complicating matters. The team leader intervened. All right, this is someone's personal family business. Scatter. Yifan opened his mouth as if to argue, but ultimately remained silent. The more he dwelled on it, the more he realized it would only make him look petty. He glanced at my sacks, then at his blistered hands, and finally at the aunties who had taken my side at every turn. The frustration within him burned fiercer. Why? Why was it that no matter how hard he worked to win approval, they still defended me? Why did Sui choose me, Lazy Bones, over him? Why did she refuse even a simple conversation with him, saying it might cause me to misunderstand? I chuckled and decided to goad him further. Ye educated youth, I've got some wild boar meat here. Tonight, my girlfriend and I will have quite the feast. Isn't this what life is all about? Arg! Yifan let out a guttural roar, the world spinning before him as he fainted straight to the ground. Oh dear, ye educated youth has fainted. Quick, press between his nose and lip. Is it heat stroke? I think he's just mad. He was fine out in the fields earlier. The aunties bustled around him in a flurry. After some effort, Yifan groggily came to, his head buzzing. He looked up only to see me walking away with my sacks on my shoulders, whistling a tune. He almost blacked out again. I'm fine, just heat stroke. Let me rest. I'll be okay, he muttered, forcing himself upright and trudging back to the youth residence, his gait slow and unsteady. Behind him, the aunties continued their chattering. Such a petty temper. Getting mad over someone else eating a bit of meat. I bet he's got his eye on educated youth Sue too. I've seen him stealing glances multiple times. Good thing educated youth Sue chose lazy bones. With a temper like his, life would be a nightmare otherwise. Each word drilled into Yi Fan's ears as he stumbled into his room, collapsing onto his bed and pulling the quilt over his head. After a long moment, he wiped a tear with his sleeve and punched the wall. No, no, no. After calming slightly, he pulled out his notebook and pen. Please take my song and bring it back to your home. I hummed as I returned home. The courtyard was quiet and empty. Su Yi hadn't finished work yet, and Wu Shuang had likely gone back to her parents' house. Perfect. Time for a good rest. I emptied the rice and flour into the grain storage and left the wild boar meat on the table for Yi to cook later. Sprawling out on the recliner, I began mulling over tomorrow's plan to head into the mountains. The sun's warmth was just right, and before I knew it, I drifted off. By the time I woke, the smell of delicious cooking filled the air. Su Yi was standing by the stove, lifting the lid of the pot. White steam floated up, carrying the aroma of braised meat. Awake now? She asked, puzzled. I'd already woken up late in the morning, slept again in the afternoon, and did nothing all evening. Could I be sick? You should have called me. I sat up. You were sleeping so peacefully, she replied. Are you hungry? Want to eat first? No rush. Let's eat together. Was work tiring today? After all, as a supporter of labor, some concern was in order. Not too bad. Plenty of people in the fields. There's no rush. She deftly poured me a cup of water. I smiled and flicked a few droplets at her, earning a playful giggle. When the dishes were brought to the table, she busied herself pouring me a drink. I grabbed a piece of meat with my chopsticks. Delicious, I exclaimed. It wasn't just empty flattery, it truly was good. I'd had wild boar meat before, but this younger catch had no gamey taste and was especially tender. Really, her eyes lit up. Better than any restaurant I've been to back in the city before being sent here. You're a natural talent. How did I miss this before? Her face beamed as she happily piled more food onto my plate. You eat more too. Don't leave any. We'll make more tomorrow, I called out, adding. I bought some rice and white flour from the commune today. That's from the money we got selling the little wild boar. Don't go telling anyone. The leftover meat should last us a few meals. In a couple of days, I'll head up the mountain again. I casually made up an excuse. It's cool now, but meat won't stay fresh for long, and bringing home meat every day is hard to explain. When winter comes and there's little work, staying home and feasting on meat every day will be much more satisfying. All right, I won't tell, she nodded, then said. The day after tomorrow, we've got the autumn harvest campaign. The team says it'll take a week. The day after tomorrow? I nearly forgot about that. Then I'll head to the mountain in a few days. After a couple of bites of meat and finishing my drink, I went out to the yard to smoke a cigarette. If I stayed at the table, she wouldn't eat as freely. While wandering in the yard, I seemed to spot Guzzi walking ahead. No matter what, he was still my annoying little brother-in-law. I smiled and called out, Hey, Guzzi, intending to invite him over for a smoke. Who would have thought that the moment I shouted, he bolted like a startled rabbit. What the heck? Seeing his brother-in-law and not even saying hi. Next time Wu Shuang comes over, I'll have her give him a good talking to. Meanwhile, Guzzi ran as far as he could before daring to glance back. When he saw I wasn't chasing after him, he stopped, gasping for air. That half-smiling look I just had scared him to death. It reminded him exactly of the time I'd grabbed him by the collar. Even now, he rubbed his face, which still remembered the pain. What's going on with my sister? Whenever he'd been bullied before and told his sister, the bully would never have a good end. But this time, after coming back from my house, his sister had actually scolded him. It made no sense. Back then, she'd even grabbed a stick, ready to confront me. Could it be that I had dealt with her, and she couldn't save face to talk about it? When I finished smoking and wandered back, Su Yi had tidied up and was now sitting nearby. Are you going to the mountain tomorrow? She asked. No, I'll wait until after the harvest. Then I'll target a big wild boar and share the fun with the group. The mountains are dangerous. Your man is as tough as they come. Haven't you tried and tested that yourself? I teased her. She froze, and I quickly followed up. Don't worry. I'll take my gun. Nothing will happen. She lowered her head and said nothing. I pulled her into my arms and told her, the day I come down from the mountain, I'll go talk to the team leader about getting married. Do you really mean it? Of course I do. I've told you before. I want to give you a good life. With that, I leaned in and kissed her. It's 1975 now, just over a year before the college entrance exams are reinstated. The future is all bright days ahead. But even now, life isn't bad at all. Having a wife to care for me, life is as comfortable as it gets. What I didn't know was that back at the educated youth camp, Yifan hadn't even touched his food. He lay on the Kong bed, clutching the report letter under his pillow. He'd been holding onto the letter for days, and its edges were already frayed. He'd long since memorized its contents by heart. He was just waiting for the day I'd go up the mountain so he could head to the commune and report me. And in his mind, once I was out of the picture, Su Yi would naturally belong to him. But the next day, instead of heading to the mountain, I grabbed a hoe and went to work in the fields. He had no choice but to endure. When I finally stopped going to work a few days later, and word spread I was at home sharpening knives for a mountain trip, he was overjoyed. Yet when I delayed for another week, it nearly drove him mad. Finally, on the last day of the autumn harvest, he saw me head toward the back mountain with a basket on my back. When Yifan saw me leave, he quickly took out the report letter and read it again. Taking advantage of the fact that everyone else was working, he scurried to my house. The courtyard door wasn't locked, so he just pushed it open and walked in. He searched the woodshed and the water tank, but found nothing until he looked through the kitchen window and spotted a chunk of meat hanging on the wall. Judging by the color of the skin, it had to be wild boar. Private hoarding of game meat, just as I thought. His heart pounded in his chest as he wanted to go inside to confirm. But the door was locked, so he could only give up. Still, it was enough evidence for him. That piece of meat. I'd brought it back over 10 days ago, and now there was another one. What else could it be but private hoarding? Instead of heading back to the camp, he went straight to the commune. It took over an hour to walk from Huai Tree Village to the commune, and the path wasn't easy. But the thought of me getting busted kept him going. He imagined the scene of his report over and over in his mind. Grinning so broadly his smile nearly reached the back of his head. What was supposed to take an hour, he managed in 50 minutes. When he reached the commune gate, he paused to catch his breath. On the wall, he saw a wooden box with report box written on red paper. Looking around to make sure no one was watching, he hurriedly slipped the letter inside. Then he checked again to make sure it had gone in, finally feeling at ease. It's done. He wiped the sweat off his forehead and left the commune. A grin he couldn't hold back plastered all over his face. As for me, I had no idea what kind of trouble he was stirring up. Once I arrived on the mountain, I didn't waste any time. I went deep into Wild Boar Valley and activated the hunter's radar ability. All prey within 100 meters was automatically highlighted. Squatting down, I spotted a set of fresh tracks. Judging by the depth, the beast probably weighed at least 300 gene. Following the tracks, I came across a game trail in the shrubbery. The ground was packed firm, a sure sign of frequent activity. I set down my basket and laid 5 iron traps, securing the triggers and covering them with leaves and soil for camouflage. Then I hacked some tree branches and built a makeshift fence. Once everything was set, I grabbed my spring-loaded rifle and machete and found a tall tree to climb up and hide in. This trip to the mountain wasn't just for fun. I meant to come back with a trophy worthy of marrying Su Yi. Without a big game catch, how could I give her the grand entrance she deserved? After dropping the report, Yifan stumbled back to the camp and collapsed onto the Kong bed. He'd been running back and forth for hours without resting, and his feet were burning with pain. When he took off his shoes, he found them riddled with blisters. Still, the thought that the report had been submitted made it all worth it. Turning over, he drifted into a contented sleep. Around noon, Su Yi finished her morning labor and came to my house. With the autumn harvest done, there was no work in the afternoon, so she decided to help tidy up around the house and prepare lunch. She made some steamed buns with the white flour, saying that her cooking wasn't good yet, but that she needed to practice while I was away so she wouldn't let me down in the future. After that, she moved the chunk of wild boar meat to another spot on the wall. She'd been feeling uneasy but couldn't quite put her finger on why. Standing in the courtyard, she glanced toward the back mountain and murmured, "Please come back soon." As the sun began to dip westward, I finally picked up on some movement. The moment I heard the bellowing cries of a wild boar, I raised my rifle and fired a shot. The massive beast collapsed to the ground, while 2 smaller ones scattered in panic. Jumping down from the tree with my gun in hand, I dashed 50 meters to the scene. The enormous wild boar lay on the ground, one hind leg trapped in an iron clamp. Its 4 legs were still twitching, but the real fatal wound was the bullet hole in its head. Though it had been a clean kill, my shots tended to veer slightly to the right. Looks like this spring-loaded rifle's trajectory was off. Ding. Host has successfully hunted a large prey. Triggering reward. Acquired. Butcher beginner title. Slaughter yield plus 10%. Better meat quality. Acquired. Small red potion ×2. Instantly restores 70% stamina. No side effects. Acquired. Tashin plus 3 strips. Acquired. Wang Shui gift package. Acquired. Cash 30. Current 80.08. I froze for a moment and then laughed. Butcher, as a title, doesn't sound too great, but a 10% increase in meat yield is nothing to scoff at. A wild boar weighing almost 300 pounds would yield 30 extra pounds of meat, pure profit. And those red potions came just in time. After crouching in the wilderness all day, even a peak physique like mine was exhausted. I used the potion with a thought, and immediately, a warm rush flowed through me. My fatigue vanished in an instant. Ah, refreshing. I walked up and gave the wild boar a small kick. Solid. This beast weighed close to 300 pounds. Its tusks were sharp and long, curling out of its mouth menacingly. If it weren't for the gun I carried, even with peak human conditioning, it wouldn't have been an easy fight. Squatting down, I patted its belly and said, "Sister Wild Boar, apologies. I still have to rely on you to find a wife, so this time, you'll have to endure." After saying that, I put the wild boar and the metal trap into my storage space. Before nightfall, I should be able to make it back to the village. On the way down the mountain, I didn't take the wild boar out of my space until I was near the village, carrying it on my shoulder. Close to 300 pounds, an ordinary person would have long collapsed. But with the divine oil and my peak human physique, while it was still a little straining, my steps were stable and firm. As I approached the village entrance, a few older women were gathered under the big locust tree chatting away. One of them, Wanganma, turned her head and her jaw practically dropped. "Good heavens. Look over there. Isn't that lazy Root carrying something?" "That's how, the educated youth. But what is he carrying back?" "A wild boar. It's a wild boar." In a flash, the older women clustered around me excitedly. "How? Did you really hunt that yourself?" "Dear heavens, that's enormous. Must weigh 300 pounds at least." "No, I'd say 350 at least." I shrugged the wild boar off my shoulder and let it fall to the ground with a dull thud. I figured once in the village, there'd be others to help carry it, so no point tiring myself out. Around 300 pounds, I think. We'll know for sure once it's weighed. The older women started chattering away at once, their praises becoming more and more exaggerated. Soon, they were comparing their own men, lamenting how their husbands couldn't even catch a pheasant. Then they joked that if it weren't for educated youth Sue being so pretty, I wouldn't be running up the mountains every other day. Their laughter was infectious. Word travels fast in a village. Before long, the men, women, and children of the village had gathered to gawk. Some women even dragged their husbands over, demanding they learn a thing or two from me. Soon, the area under the big locust tree was packed with villagers. Someone marveled. This lazy Root used to not even bother picking up a dropped cornbread. Who'd have thought he'd changed so much? That's the saying, when a man finds a good woman, he's bound to turn over a new leaf. Seems educated youth Sue is his good fortune. Even the village chief, Xie Pingchu, and the vice chief, Wu Dihai, came over when they heard the commotion. "Well, I'll be. How you? Your skills are only getting better and better," Xie Pingchu said, impressed. "Just lucky. Spent the whole day out there and finally got this one. Took a fair amount of effort too." I replied modestly. "This isn't just luck," Xie Pingchu said firmly. "In my younger days, the largest I'd ever seen was maybe just over 200 pounds. But this 300-pounder is a marvel, the likes of which 10 miles around have probably never witnessed." Wu Dihai edged closer. As vice chief and militia commander, his towering frame matched his imposing role. He scrutinized the wild boar with care. "These tusks could have torn someone's belly clean open. Your luck really held out," he remarked. "Couldn't have done it without Uncle Wu's gun and trap. Without those, I wouldn't have dared venture into the woods," I said with a sheepish grin. After all, the boar's head still sported a bullet hole. Some explanations were just unavoidable. Unexpectedly, Wu Dihai was quite level-headed about it. "The gun belongs to the commune, and lending it to you aligns with protocol. As for the trap, it's sturdy enough not to break under such use. Besides, bringing back a beast this size puts our village on the map. You've brought us great pride." The way he shifted the conversation spoke volumes. At the next village meeting with other militia commanders, he'd surely have bragging rights now. I felt a shift in my heart. Wu Dihai was showing such reasonableness, even after I'd scuffled with his boy, Ergu, not long ago. It prompted me to extend some goodwill. "Uncle Wu, truthfully, I don't have much use for the boar's head myself. Later, when the meat is divided, I'd like you to have it. It's my small gesture of thanks to you and Aunt Wu for loaning me the tools." After all, they'd contributed not only their tools, but also their daughter in a roundabout way. It didn't sit right to let them walk away shortchanged. "Hi, you're a good kid." He chuckled loudly. "All right then, I'll accept. And once it's braised, you better come drink a cup with me at my house." The village chief gestured for a few young men of sturdy build. "All right, boys, we've got a wild boar to haul. Let's get it over to the village department for weighing and documentation." At the village department, the boar was hoisted up on a set of poles by 4 strapping men, while the village chief managed the scale like an old hand. 302 pounds, 6 ounces, he announced with gusto. Good heavens, over 300 pounds. This was no small beast. Following the local customs, half of it would go to the commune, with the other half left to the hunter. Between the meat division, trade value, and associated labor credits, this score would prove very lucrative. The village chief began crunching the numbers with pen and paper. The purchase price for wild boar meat at the commune is 80 cents per pound. Half of 302 pounds is 151.5 pounds, which equals 84.84 yuan. At 70% exchange value for labor credits, you're entitled to 119 full workdays worth. Sounds good. I'll go with whatever you decide, Uncle Xie. I replied graciously. As we spoke, Su Yi arrived, standing just beyond the crowd. She was beaming as she watched me surrounded by villagers. Spotting her, I eagerly waved her over. Yi, come here. Her cheeks flushed red at being called out in front of everyone. But shy as she was, she still walked over. Turning to the village chief, I said, Uncle Xie, since everyone's gathered here today, I have something to announce. Yi and I have talked it over, and we've decided to go register our marriage. Marriage was a straightforward matter, nothing to shy away from. And look at this huge wild boar. It's more than the two of us could ever eat on our own. I wouldn't want it to go to waste. With the busy farming season behind us, I was thinking we could put this haul to good use. I'd like to throw a couple of tables worth of food for the village as a way to celebrate our wedding. Consider it our treat to the community. My words silenced the entire crowd for a heartbeat before erupting into delighted clamoring. How you's getting married? Throwing a feast with a wild boar this size? How generous. Now that's how a real man does it. Not like some stingy penny pinchers around here. Su Yi stood quietly to the side, cheeks practically glowing as she cast her gaze downward. Yet inside, she was elated. This man had skill, responsibility, and wasn't afraid to declare his commitment publicly. He was truly someone who cherished her. The village chief clapped me on the shoulder, grinning broadly as he turned to Su Yi. Educated youth Su, how you says he wants to register your marriage. Do you agree? She stole a quick glance at me, her face reddening even further, before lowering her head and murmuring softly. I agree. Well, that settles it. How you? Don't forget, you owe us a drinking party when the time comes. That's right, we're all ready for it. The older women clapped and cheered, blessing the union. After all, a wedding feast featuring 100 pounds of premium wild boar meat? Even their gifts wouldn't outweigh the celebration's worth. As soon as those words left my mouth, I felt a twinge of regret. Done. In fact, I was just being polite, thinking it wouldn't be good to dampen everyone's enthusiasm. But who would have thought? As soon as I said those words, the team leader responded on the spot. Perfect. The autumn harvest is over. You two come to my place tomorrow to get an introduction letter, then head to the commune and get your marriage certificate. At this point, there was no way I could refuse, not after I had said it myself. I mulled it over in my head. These days, people don't go overboard with pomp and ceremony. I figured I could find an excuse to delay things. Besides, as a city-born educated youth, showing a bit of generosity could naturally encourage the villagers not to be stingy. I'd contribute half a wild boar to prepare a feast, and they definitely wouldn't let me take a loss. At that moment, I caught sight of Yi Fan in the crowd. When he heard what I said, his face went from pale to green, then to purple, finally settling into the color of pig liver. Good getting married? It was only later that I found out what was going through his mind at the time. The poor guy's head was buzzing, and seeing Su Yi standing next to me, her face flushed with a smile, his heart felt like it was being stabbed by needles. Why did I have everything? The wild boar, food, the praise of the entire village, and Su Yi as well. Holding back tears, he turned away with his head held high and strode back to the educated youth's quarters. Behind him, the older women were still murmuring, "Why did educated youth Yi leave? That one's too petty. Better avoid getting too close to him in the future." At the time, I had no idea that the guy had already run for 2 or 3 hours straight to the commune to report me, wearing blisters all over his feet just to see me stumble. When I walked out of the team office, my share of the meat had already been packed into a bamboo basket. Uncle Wu was smoking outside and brightened up as soon as he saw me. I placed the wild boar's head next to him. "Uncle Wu, the boar head is yours. You're such a polite kid." Uncle Wu chuckled heartily. I said I'd give it to you. I hoisted up the bamboo basket again. The cooking was already done at home, and if I didn't go back soon, Su Yi probably wouldn't have the heart to eat. Uncle Wu called out to me again. "By the way, have you noticed that Ying Shuang has been wanting to visit her mother's place a lot lately?" I coughed a couple of times, realizing what he was hinting at. Last time she mentioned not getting along with her mother-in-law. Probably another fight. She also brought up that bit about her Guzi. Maybe she's worried about her brother learning the right ways. That brat needs some discipline. Next time he stirs up trouble, lay him flat. All right. I agreed and left. After walking a bit, Su Yi spoke up. "How you? You've had a hard day. Let me carry it. There's over 100 pounds still in there. Can you handle it?" "I can manage." Forget it, I'll do it. I interrupted her, thinking, don't be inconsiderate right now. We haven't gone far. If people saw this, what would they think of me? She couldn't help but ask again. How about we skip the banquet? She was calculating in her head, figuring that even after holding a few tables of food, her family would still come out at a loss. Over 100 pounds of meat could fetch a pretty penny if sold. We can't skip it. I said it in front of the whole village. If I go back on my word, what are they going to think of your man? I gently ruffled her hair. Once we get our marriage certificate tomorrow, let's aim for 2 kids in 3 years, maybe 3 kids in 5. How could it be that easy? She said bashfully. Back at the yard, Sui quickly began pouring water and fetching food. I washed my hands and face, then sat down to eat. After a few bites, I asked, while I was out today, did anything happen in the village? She hesitated for a moment. Not really. Oh, just that Yifan went out and came back around noon. Someone saw him coming from the direction of the commune. The commune? Yes. I didn't comment further, but I had a good guess. This guy had been lingering near my yard for a few days, and the moment I went up the mountain, he'd run off to the commune. He definitely didn't have good intentions. But I wasn't worried. An upright man fears no shadows. After I left, the team leader gathered all the households to discuss what to do with the remainder of that half-wild boar. Whether it should be sold for money or divided up was up to the collective to decide. The villagers quickly reached a consensus: sell it. Since I had already mentioned hosting a wedding banquet, they figured the meat would be better off converted into cash. The team leader then brought up my banquet plans. Hao Yu is willing to contribute his share of the wild boar meat for his wedding banquet. It's clear he doesn't think of us villagers as outsiders. We can't be too stingy about this. Let's send him some things in return, so we're not looked down on. Send gifts in advance. That's not customary, someone muttered. It's not really sending gifts. Think about it. There are over 200 mouths in this village. Whose family has ever hosted such a feast, contributing so much meat? My thought was for everyone to pool together some grain and vegetables. Consider it a collective meal. Hao Yu is the one still footing the bill with the boar meat. Exactly. Let's make sure he feels the warmth of the village. Everyone chipped in their opinions. Since meals needed to be cooked either way, contributing some food wasn't a big deal. The decision was settled. The next morning, the team leader got up early, hitched the ox cart. The load of over 100 pounds of boar meat and a journey of more than an hour's walk was too much for someone of his age. At that point, I was just finishing washing up in the yard and froze when I saw him approach. Team leader, what's all this? I'm taking the boar meat to the commune to sell. The half you handed over yesterday. Our plan is to turn it into money. After you finish breakfast, come along. Save yourself the walk. Uncle Xia, you haven't eaten yet, right? Sui already has breakfast ready. I pulled him into the main room, not giving him a chance to decline. When Sui brought out breakfast, the team leader clearly paused, obviously somewhat surprised that our living conditions were better than his. Over breakfast, he brought up the banquet again. I thought about it and didn't refuse. After all, it was a good excuse to marry her with proper fanfare. As soon as we finished eating, I grabbed my military green satchel and headed out. Sui had been up before daybreak, tidying herself up. She wore a fairly new floral blouse and had 2 neatly braided pigtails, each tied with a red ribbon. Everyone get on. With such a long journey and over 100 pounds of meat to carry, even a strong young man would struggle to manage. The team leader cracked his whip, and the old ox plodded toward the commune. On the road, I made small talk. Uncle Xia, you're familiar with the commune, right? Tell me more. Familiar? Not really, just the basics. I've had some dealings with Lao Li at the Supply and Marketing Cooperative and Deputy Director Wang at the commune. Lao Li is honest, doesn't undercut prices. Deputy Director Wang is all official business, not personable, but also not a cheat. Director Zhou, though, is the top leader. I've hardly ever spoken to him directly. My thoughts stirred slightly. The old Zhou mentioned at the restaurant last time was likely Director Zhou. We reached the commune gates a little past 9. The team leader tied up the ox cart and led us toward the Supply and Marketing Cooperative. Lao Li. He plopped the bamboo basket onto the ground and hollered. From behind the counter stepped out a round-faced, pot-bellied middle-aged man. It was Li Dihao. When Lao Li glanced into the bamboo basket, his expression froze. Wild boar meat. It had been ages since the Supply Cooperative had come across such a rare item. He hurried over, almost nervous that his eyes were playing tricks. Reaching out, he bawled. Fresh and indeed just hunted. It was hunted last evening when we came down from the mountain. This young man here did it. He's one of our educated youths. The team leader pointed at me. Old Li scrutinized me from top to bottom. Young man, not bad. Not many can hunt wild boars these days, especially one as big as this. Just lucky. I responded modestly, pulling out my pack of Tashan cigarettes and handing him 2. Tashan, good smoke. Old Li struck a match and lit one. Old Xia, I'll take this meat. Let's weigh it up and settle the account. After cleaning out the intestines and removing the pig's head, it weighed slightly over 112 jin. At 0.8 yuan per jin, plus the pig head and innards, the total came to an even 100 yuan. For our team, it was a significant extra income. Old Lee wrote a receipt and handed it to the team leader, then turned to me. Little Hao, in the future, if you hunt anything wild and can't finish it yourself, just bring it to me. I'll pay top price. My heart skipped a beat. This was a good opportunity delivered right to my door. However, upon further thought, I realized I shouldn't draw too much attention to myself. Occasionally, gifting some game to build rapport was fine, but doing it too often would only breed jealousy. Outwardly, I simply nodded. Thank you, Uncle Lee. If I hunt something good next time, I'll be sure to bring it to you. Aren't you buying anything else today? No. I've still got to accompany these two to get a marriage certificate, the team leader explained. Old Lee cast a glance at me and Sui. What a perfect match. Congratulations to you both. I wasn't particularly thrilled. What's that supposed to mean? Is he implying I look inferior to her? Old Lee pulled out a packet of red-wrapped candies from behind the counter and handed it to me. Take this, a small token for the two of you. If we hold a banquet, you must come. I politely declined twice before finally accepting. This kind of thing, being an internal transaction between us, didn't require any coupons. The civil affairs office was located in a corner on the first floor of the commune courtyard. It was a small place, occupied by a woman in her 40s with glasses, casually reading the newspaper as she waited for her shift to end. Sister Wang, the team leader greeted as he pushed open the door. He had accompanied many villagers here to get their certificates, so they were familiar. Old Xia, here for another marriage certificate? One of our village's educated youths is getting married. I happened to have some business to attend to, so I decided to come along with them. In those days, getting a certificate was incredibly simple, provided one had an introduction letter, which was essential. Sister Wang saw that the team leader brought us, checked the letter, and promptly started the registration process. While she was working, a man in his 50s came into the office. Sister Wang immediately stood up. Deputy Director Wang. The deputy director glanced at me and Sui. Which brigade are you from? The team leader quickly explained. They're educated youths from our village. How you and Sui, here to get their marriage certificate. Suddenly, Deputy Director Wang seemed to recall something. Were you the one who hunted a big wild boar yesterday? I was taken aback. How did you know, Deputy Director? Just heard Old Lee mention it at the Supply and Marketing Cooperative. He chuckled before turning to Sui. Young lady, you've got yourself a capable husband. You're in for a good life. Sui lowered her head, too embarrassed to respond. After the Deputy Director left, the team leader leaned closer to me and whispered, that guy is known for being stern and not easy to deal with. The fact that he spoke to you so pleasantly means he respects you. Got it, I nodded. Before long, Sister Wang swiftly finished the paperwork. 2 pieces of paper with our names, genders, and ages were filled out and stamped, officially making us a legally married couple. I took the certificate, glanced at it, and handed it to her. Wife, keep this safe. Sui took it, and, as she stared at it, couldn't hold back her tears. Why are you crying? I pulled out a handkerchief and gently wiped her face. I'm happy. She sniffled. I thought I'd spend my whole life being mistreated. I'm so glad I met you. That's the right attitude to have. I ruffled her hair. Now that we were legally married, I didn't have to worry about what others thought or said. Just then, ding. Host has completed a key plot point. Marrying Sui and obtaining the marriage certificate. Unlocking rewards. Received. Prosperous household aura. Ensuring harmonious family life. Smooth career and intelligent offspring. Received, a remittance slip. Received, high-quality fabrics. I froze for a moment, then broke into a smile. The prosperous household aura was undoubtedly excellent. But what was this remittance slip? Wait a minute. Could it be that it legitimized the lies I'd bragged about? That day, after finishing up at the commune, the team leader looked up at the sky and remarked that it was already midday. I quickly pulled out a cigarette and handed it to him. Uncle Xia, you've worked hard today. How about I treat you to a meal at a restaurant? The team leader accepted the cigarette, but waved his hand dismissively. No need. That'd be too extravagant. Let's just go back and ask your Annie to cook a couple of dishes and have a drink at home. I couldn't bear to let him go back hungry. You've been running around with us all morning. At least let us buy you a meal. Besides, my wife and I consider you family. When we host the banquet, we'll rely on you to help organize. I wasn't exaggerating. Back then, hosting a banquet required borrowing tables, chairs, bowls, and utensils from different households. Each item had to be marked to avoid mix-ups later. Without the team leader's arrangements, the event wouldn't have been possible. After pondering for a moment, the team leader nodded. All right then, let's go to the People's Restaurant. When we arrived, it was the same plump woman at the counter as last time. When she saw me, her eyes lit up, and she quickly came forward. Oh, young man, you're back. I smiled and replied. We're here to get our marriage certificate today, so we thought we'd celebrate with a nice meal. The mention of the marriage certificate immediately made her face drop. She glanced at Sui, then relaxed. Well, you're certainly lucky. What would you like to eat today? I ordered braised pork, scrambled eggs, 2 vegetable dishes, a plate of peanuts, and a bottle of liquor. I then turned to the team leader and asked what he wanted, but he repeatedly waved it off. That's plenty. 3 people eating this much would be too wasteful. Once the dishes were served, I poured a glass for the team leader, a bit for Yi, and one for myself. Raising my glass, I said, Team leader, thank you for everything. The team leader chuckled. What's there to thank me for? It's your fate bringing you together. I wish you both a happy life and hope to see a healthy baby boy next year. Yi took a small sip of the liquor and immediately grimaced from the burn. I downed my glass in one go. How you? This braised pork is delicious, Yi said. It had been ages since she had such a treat. But instead of eating much herself, she kept piling food onto my plate. I understood this was her way of expressing gratitude. If not for me, who knows how much more hardship she would have suffered. Eat more and put on some meat. I wasn't particularly craving this meal. This stop had been more about thanking the team leader and celebrating our milestone. I picked out several pieces of meat for her. After all, it was one thing to rush into a marriage before love fully blossomed, but staying married meant ensuring emotional bonds grew stronger. Dinner dates, strolls, movies. These were steps we couldn't skip. I should make it up to her. As for renting a room at an inn, forget it. Too much commotion could lead to someone calling the police, and that'd be a big problem. After finishing the meal, checking the time, we figured we'd go shopping for some wedding supplies. Once we paid the bill and said goodbye to the team leader, we headed off in opposite directions for a bit. After walking a while, E suddenly said, How you? I want to write a letter to my parents and my younger brother and sister to tell them that I'm getting married and that life is going pretty well. Yes, we should let mom and dad know. It'd be amazing if they could come. Of course, I was just saying that for politeness. With the circumstances of her family, getting an introduction letter to even leave their town wasn't feasible. There was no way they could travel anywhere. E chuckled softly. She understood well enough that they couldn't make it. Afterward, the two of us went to the post office. Had experienced good days when she was younger. Back when private businesses were being transitioned into public ownership, her family earned dividends and buybacks monthly, making in a year what others might earn in a lifetime. But after being labeled capitalists, everything turned sour when the political campaigns came. Life worsened to the point that even when they had money and ration coupons, they didn't dare buy good food, resorting instead to eat behind closed doors. No matter how cautious they were eventually forced to relocate to the countryside, and before they knew it, for years had gone by. The last time communicated with her family, she learned that her younger brother didn't pass the high school entrance exam, and her sister had just graduated from high school. Her family could only afford to keep one child at home. The community committee had stopped by several times urging them to make a decision, though the situation there remained unclear. When we left the post office, we wandered around the local commune for a while and bought 2 double happiness enamel basins. One for the 2 of us to share for washing our faces and feet, and another solely for her to use. As for the trendy 3 rounds and 1 sound, we didn't have enough industrial coupons, so that would have to wait until my next trip to the black market. Given my habit of getting things done first and explaining later, I planned to gather these items for her bit by bit over time. I didn't intend for her to go without. Next, we visited the ready-made clothing store, where I realized the truth in saying that dating can be expensive. By the time we got her dressed from head to toe, my system balance had only 30 yuan and 76 cents left. Ready-made clothes were truly pricey at the time, and luckily, it was just autumn where the winter styles were even costlier. Fortunately, I had system rewards to fall back on. Otherwise, I wouldn't have dared to step foot into the clothing store with her. In just a short while, was transformed. A floral checkered blouse beneath, a small lapelled double-sided jacket on top, black straight-cut polyester cotton trousers, and floral elastic closure cloth shoes. Her fresh outfit made her look even more radiant. I suggested change back into her old clothes, but she insisted on saving the new outfit for the wedding banquet. Unable to argue with her, I gave in. It was getting late, so I bought 2 small packets of snacks, and we leisurely ate as we strolled back to the village. There was no one on the road, so I whispered, when we get back to the village, pack your things and move in with me. She nodded, whatever you say. She really had been enduring a tough time lately. When we arrived at the village, a few older women were chatting beneath the big locust tree. The first to notice us was Andy Wong, who raised her voice and asked, How Jiqing? You're back already? Got your certificate yet? I held Yi's hand happily and responded, Got it. Our marriage certificate. The older women swarmed around us, chatting all at once. Congratulations. Su Jiqing, you'll have a happy life now. How Jiqing, When's the banquet? We're looking forward to it. They weren't really concerned about me. They were excited about the prospect of eating meat. They must have already calculated. Give us 2 caddies of grain, and they could eat all the meat they wanted at the banquet. Quite the gain for them. I said, we haven't set a date yet. I'll ask the team leader a bit later. Auntie Dong, who had been flipping through an old almanac the other day in preparation for the banquet meat, chimed in quickly. The 26th is a good day this month. Or maybe October 1st, National Day, would work too. I thought about it. October 1st? Next Tuesday. Works for me. Everyone's welcome to come. The aunties all cheered in unison. They had been waiting for this day. As I was about to take Yi home, Auntie Wong pulled me aside and whispered, Jiqing Hao, that Yi Fan. When he saw you two coming back, he darted off to the back mountain. Who knows what he's up to? I laughed it off. Who cares about him? It's got nothing to do with me. What trouble could that guy stir up? Most likely, he was just jealous that I was marrying Yi. Along the way, as villagers greeted us and congratulated us repeatedly, Yi's face turned pink, smiling steadily as we returned home. Once inside, I called out, Yi, close the door. Draw the curtain. Here I come. Not long after, an older woman passed by our door and paused curiously. Huh, who's fluffing cotton at this hour? That creak sound. Embarrassed, she quickly walked away. Asterisk footnotes contextualizing terms not easily translated. Asterisk 3 rounds and 1 sound refers to 3 desirable items at the time: a bicycle, a wristwatch, and a sewing machine, and 1 sound being a radio, considered aspirational possessions for a young couple getting married. Jiqing. This term refers to the educated youth sent to the countryside or remote areas during China's Cultural Revolution as part of a government policy. More chapters beyond this action-packed pure forms kept visible narration. Shall I rectify keeping depth continuity, living language flows trial allocation theme refine untouched? Continued require? Just let requesting? Swore. Don't worry, everything's covered. Watch this stick come down hard. Whack. Beat you to death, you son of a turtle, for causing me trouble. The blows were strategically aimed at the fleshy parts, accompanied by relentless punches and kicks. The next morning, Yi Fan woke up from the sheer pain. He hadn't managed to close his eyes all night. His buttocks, thighs, and back were aching everywhere. Guzi was meticulous, avoiding the face and bones, ensuring that the pain would last a good 2 weeks without leaving incriminating evidence. Thankfully, his face was intact. Otherwise, he'd have to find a beam to hang himself from. Muttering a curse under his breath, Guzi. He immediately chickened out after. Guzi's father was the deputy team leader. Local power trumped county authorities, and provoking him would only result in a miserable existence in the future. Barely managing to climb out of bed, Yi Fan skipped breakfast, limping his way to the drying ground for work, his legs clamped tightly together. The elderly women on the scene immediately noticed. Yi Jiqing, why are you walking like you stepped on nails? Nothing. Fell off the heated bed last night, Yi Fan stammered. Aunt Dong wasn't buying it. Fall off the bed and end up walking bow-legged? The surrounding crowd erupted into laughter. Yi Fan's face flushed crimson but couldn't very well admit he had sought Guzi to eliminate Hao Yu, only to end up being thoroughly beaten himself. That would be equivalent to courting death. He slinked to the back of the crowd to avoid attention. Aunt Wong lowered her voice, smirking. Probably got beaten up for sure. Targeted exactly where it wouldn't show. Fighting the urge to retaliate, Yi Fan gritted his teeth and pretended not to hear her, though tears involuntarily trickled down his face, ultimately finding their way into his mouth. Just then, a ruckus erupted in the village. People from the commune are here. 2 bicycles rolled into the village one after another, bringing Vice Director Wang of the commune and his assistant Xiao Zhang. The elderly women immediately got excited, abandoning their activities to rush to the team's headquarters, more enthusiastic than during quitting time. Yi Fan wiped away his tears, breaking into a sinister smile. Finally, perseverance pays off. Limping and dragging his leg in excruciating pain, he still hurried to the headquarters without slowing a step. The thought of Hao Yu getting into trouble made him smirk even through the pain. Hao Yu, let's see how you'll escape this one. The team leader greeted the visitors, ushering them inside. Vice Director Wang pulled out a complaint letter. The commune received a report alleging that Hao Yu from your village is engaged in profiteering and hoarding game to trade for grain. The team leader frowned. Impossible. He always volunteers the game he hunts. Every single transaction is recorded clearly. We'll know for sure after an investigation. Xiao Zhang instructed someone to retrieve the ledger. Meanwhile, back at the cottage, I was still groggy from staying up late the night before. Just finished breakfast when Auntie came hurrying over to break the news. Hao Yu, the commune's people are investigating you. An uneasy feeling surged within Yi, who instantly grabbed my sleeve. I'll go with you. No need. You wait here for me. We'll pick up from where we left off once I get back. I replied unhurriedly. Her cheeks turned red. How can you joke at a time like this? I chuckled. Just stay clean and ready. With that, I left for the headquarters. Deep down, I already had a good guess. This had Yi Fan's meddling written all over it. At the team headquarters, I headed straight in. Vice Director Wang, good to see you here. How you? We've received a report accusing you of profiteering and hoarding wild game. What do you have to say? Unflustered, I responded. Director Wang, accusations require evidence. Everyone in the village has seen the game I hunted. It's all accounted for in the records and sold to the supply and marketing cooperative. You're aware of this yourself. As I spoke, I pulled out the remittance slips and correspondence. At the entrance, a crowd of elderly women stretched their necks curiously, chattering away. Langan can't possibly have trouble, right? This has to be a false accusation from someone jealous. Better not find any dirt. I'm looking forward to some meat at his banquet. Xiao Zhang finished reviewing the ledgers and whispered to the vice director. The women held their breath. Letting the coveted feast slip away was not an option. The vice director decisively announced. How you? The allegations are unfounded. Thank you for your cooperation. Cheers erupted from outside the room. Told you Langan wouldn't have a problem. Whoever filed this report is so wicked. Good thing it didn't delay the feast. The vice director, hearing the commotion, grew curious. Old Xia, what's happening outside? The team leader smiled and explained. They're here for the excitement and to keep tabs on how Yu's banquet plans. Yesterday, I had treated him to a meal at the local eatery, and we were planning to finalize the banquet details and gift registration later today. The vice director, usually stern, allowed a rare smile. Glancing at me, he asked, You're planning a banquet? I nodded and informed him that the feast was scheduled for the 26th, October 1st. Taking out a cigarette, I passed it around and added politely, Director Wang, if you're free, please come by for a drink. He didn't confirm nor decline. As I was wrapping up our discussion, a thought struck me. Hastily, I asked, by the way, the complaint letter was anonymous, but can the handwriting be identified? I suspect it's someone in the team acting out of jealousy, filing a false report on purpose. Director Wang replied, handwriting can be traced. That scrawled penmanship was unmistakably not from a local villager. He instructed Xiao Zhang, who, along with the team leader, went into the adjacent room. Shortly after, they emerged with the complaint letter and a registration form for comparison. The vice director's expression darkened. Old Xia, call this Yi Fan over. When Yi Fan was summoned, he initially appeared clueless. However, the moment he spotted the complaint letter and the registration form on the table, his face turned as pale as paper. Yi Fan, care to explain this letter? He trembled, stammering, not me. Director Wang slammed the table, roaring, You just admitted it without being pressed. Rendering Yi Fan incapable of retorting. Outside, the women burst into a flurry of gossip. Oh wow, it actually was the petty-minded kid. I knew he was no good from the day he arrived. Did you see the way he walks? Serves him right, getting beaten. Yi Fan, overhearing the remarks, shivered uncontrollably. The vice director scolded him relentlessly, blaming him for stirring up trouble instead of focusing on honest work. The team leader was even angrier, warning that any further trouble would result in Yi Fan's immediate repatriation to the city. Upon hearing this, Yi Fan's legs nearly gave out. Being sent back wasn't a blessing. It was practically a political death sentence. Job opportunities, schooling, joining the army, or becoming a party member, all hopes would be dashed. His household registration might not even be reaccepted, and his family would suffer consequences as well. In the end, the vice director sighed and relented. Since it's your first offense, we'll restrict this to an internal notice within the team. Next time, you'll be sent off for reformation. Yi Fan wept and meekly begged, I won't dare anymore, darting out with his legs clamped together, only to trip over the threshold. Falling hard on the ground, he cried out in pain while the women outside roared with laughter. As he left, Director Wang gave me a reassuring pat on the shoulder. You're a good young man, contributing to the team's income. We won't disappoint you. Should trouble arise in the future, come directly to me at the commune. I handed him a Taschen cigarette and thanked him. After finishing his smoke, he rode off on his bicycle. The elderly women immediately gathered around me, bombarding me with questions to confirm I was truly fine. Smiling, I reassured them that next week's banquet was on schedule. After some thought, I remarked, I've got half a wild boar, but no homegrown vegetables. I'll be counting on everyone then. To which they replied in unison. Verbally agreed. I shamelessly added, how about everyone help me gather a few more pounds of fine grains and send them over? It would look like I'm hosting a feast, but really, it's everyone contributing food for a good meal together. Seeing their expressions turn grim, I hurriedly added, I'll provide half of the wild boar meat, and in the next couple of days, I'll hunt some wild chickens, rabbits, and fish from the mountains, 5 or 6 dishes with meat at least. I can't end up losing too much here. The older women were momentarily stunned. It was already breaking protocol to request gifts in advance, and now I was outright naming the terms. But thinking about the chance to have a good meal, they felt it wasn't a loss and eventually agreed. Just as I was about to leave, the team leader called me back to discuss the banquet arrangements. He rattled off a list: peanuts, sunflower seeds, candies, alcohol, cigarettes, firecrackers. Every item cost money. He suggested that though the candies were rewards provided by the system before, it wouldn't be enough, and we'd have to figure out the rest. As for vegetables, I didn't grow any myself and would have to rely on others. The meat dishes, I planned to gather from hunting in the mountains: wild chickens, rabbits, wild pigs, fishing, and catching wild ducks. I complained to the team leader again, asking him to help bump up the contributions from the villagers. He had already considered it and readily agreed. It was my first time getting married in 2 lifetimes. I couldn't let it be too humble an affair. When I got home, Sue-yi almost teared up upon seeing me, genuinely worried something had happened to me. I pulled her into my arms and assured her, "It's fine. It was that Yifan kid. Stay away from him in the future. We're hosting the feast next week. I'll go out and hunt the next 2 days, and then buy supplies from the commune's black market. If anyone asks, just say those ration tickets were sent by my clan uncle or your family." She nodded. "I understand. I'm now a part of the Hao family." I asked if she was nervous. She held my hand and said, "Not nervous. I'm excited." "Then shall we continue where we left off?" Before finishing the sentence, I had already scooped her up, kicked the main room door shut, and carried her inside. She bashfully lowered her gaze, feeling shy in broad daylight. "What are you afraid of?" "Of? We're husband and wife now," I reassured her. Later, I heard that Yifan spent the entire day at the drying field, flipping the wheat over and over, lost in thought. That morning's incident played over repeatedly in his mind. He wiped his face with his sleeve until both sleeves were damp and eventually gave up. He flipped through his notebook filled with failure summaries, regret for denying, not owning up, blaming forged handwriting. The more he flipped, the more absurd it seemed, and in frustration, he hurled the notebook onto the ground. When he had arrived with full confidence, he hadn't expected to leave so embarrassed. A few evenings later, I was fetching water when I realized it was already dark. Aunt Wang came by with vegetables and teased upon seeing our main door closed all day. "What are you doing keeping the door shut all day?" I replied, "Just tired and taking a nap." Passing by, Aunt Dong and Aunt Jia commented, "We thought your family was batting cotton this morning. Took us a while to figure it was you two making all that noise." Aunt Wang laughed, saying I just came out to fetch water and still hadn't eaten, implying comrade Sue likely couldn't even get up. The other aunts chatted excitedly as they walked toward the team leader's house. Aunt Wang even bragged about her own wedding days. At the team leader's house, they began to discuss the banquet contributions. The team leader placed his notebook on the stone table, suggesting everyone contribute a pound or 2 of fine grains for a decent meal. That's when Wu Dihai stood up and declared, "Mark me down for 1 chicken, 5 eggs, and 20 pounds of fine grains." It turned out his daughter had mentioned I had gifted their family half a boar's head and also helped out greatly with his son, cementing us as friends. He believed the Wu family shouldn't appear stingy. Everyone secretly fumed but kept quiet. Wu was the deputy team leader and the militia captain, after all. The team leader, hoping Wu's example would set a good precedent, hadn't expected such a grand gesture right out of the gate. Now they'd have to follow suit for all future banquets. Before leaving, Wu Dihai threw in a parting jab. "I've given so much. Now let everyone else decide how they'll contribute." As soon as he left, everyone burst out in complaints, urging the team leader to intervene. When they turned to look at him, however, they realized he had also pinned himself down for 5 pounds of fine grains, 10 eggs, and 1 chicken. Everyone was defeated. The question of to give or not was no longer a debate. Left with no other options, folks trudged home in a foul mood to gather their contributions. What began as a happy occasion turned sour. The next morning, as villagers passed by my house, they heard the rattling of chairs and tables again. By noon, the team leader sent Aunt Dong and the others to notify me about collecting the contributions. Reaching my house and finding the door closed, Aunt Dong pressed her ear to the door and took a step back. "There are noises inside." Aunt Wang's eyes sparkled, wanting to listen too, but was pulled back. "We'll come later." Their smiles betrayed their restrained giddiness. That afternoon, gossip spread across the village. Some remarked on how tireless I seemed. Others brought up how I single-handedly carried that wild boar home last time, something no man for miles could do. A few even worried about Su Yi's petite frame. The older women gathered in groups, chattering excitedly as the news spread like wildfire. The next morning, the team leader sent Aunt Wang, Aunt Dong, Aunt Sun, and Aunt Gu to deliver the contributions to my house. Still seeing the door shut, they murmured, 2 days and they're still not up. They might not even be able to stand by now. Just then, I opened the door. Why are you all here? Delivering the contributions. The team leader logged everything 2 days ago. Aunt Wong pointed to the yard. 2 baskets of eggs, almost 200 in total, along with 3 chickens and 2 ducks. I was stunned. I had only asked for a few pounds of fine grain and homegrown vegetables. Where did all this come from? She told me there were still several items remaining at the team leader's house that would be delivered later. Aunt Wong peeked toward the main room. Your wife isn't up yet. I coughed. She's not feeling well, resting in bed. The aunts exchanged knowing glances, their eyes full of implication. How you? Take it easy. Life is a long journey ahead. If your wife's unwell and you can't cook, how are you managing meals? I laughed and said it wouldn't be an issue. Even if I couldn't cook, I could always help. Teamwork makes things easier. The aunts exchanged glances, feeling I was unbelievably shameless, and quickly lost interest in lingering. Stepping out, they kept turning back to glance at my house while teasing one another. Look at how you, and then look at your man. Remember last time your Lao Yi kept rubbing his waist while working? You never figured out why. And Lao Wu isn't much better. Each of them refused to admit defeat until their men weren't the worst among the bunch. I fetched a bucket of water and set it on the stove to boil. Inside, Sui sat at the edge of the bed. She'd been up for a while, but felt too embarrassed to go out after hearing the ants chatter earlier. When I walked in, she started grumbling. It's all your fault. Now the whole village probably knows. She ended with an accusatory sidelong glance in my direction. I chuckled. Knows what? Even if they know, it only proves that the two of us are deeply in love and that your man is capable. She was still concerned about going to work. I'll eat quickly and head to work. If I don't show up soon, I'll really have no face left in the village. I didn't reply, but simply started preparing the next steps as we carried on our lives in this swirling blend of gossip, love, and survival. He said, we can go after the banquet. After all, the certificate's already been issued. What should we care about idle gossip? Let the rumors fly. If anything, it just proves I'm capable. Suddenly, I remembered something. Oh right, I'm heading to Sister Wu's place in a bit. Once that's done, I'll head into the mountains. You stay home and rest. Don't go wandering anywhere. She replied, exasperated. I've rested all night already. I can go too. This is one thing where you need to listen to me. Now that we're married, there can only be one voice of authority in the house. Finally, she nodded. How you? Why are you going to see Sister Wu? She cooks really well. I'm asking her to take charge of cooking for us. I explained. This girl had told me before that Sister Wu often helped with cooking for village banquets. She nodded in acknowledgement, then busied herself preparing breakfast. Last night, I had complained about being hungry, so she'd been planning to make me something. But she had been too tired to get up. After we shared breakfast, I went out. I didn't head straight to my destination, but took a detour. Midway down the path, a Wang Shui seasoning gift pack had already been placed in my basket. I quickened my pace and headed towards Old Wu's house. When I reached the courtyard, I spotted Ergus sitting there. The sound of my footsteps made him look up. As soon as he saw me, he yelped, "Oh my God," and scrambled into the house, slamming the door behind him. Who's here? Wu Yingshuang's voice called from the main room, where she was sewing soles onto shoes. Her shoulder-length hair was tied back with an elastic band, revealing a stretch of her pale neck. Surprised by her younger brother's reaction, she came outside. When she saw it was me, her face instantly lit up, though her words were sharp. Why are you here? My dad already said you could keep using the gun. She had been back at her parental home for a few days already, wanting to visit me. But now that I'd just gotten my marriage certificate, she, a former woman of lower status, felt it wasn't the right time. Sister Wu, about your brother. I greeted her, confused as to why this brother-in-law seemed afraid of me. She explained with a smile, and I realized, so the rumor was true. Yi Fan really did get beaten up last time, and the one who hit him was none other than Ergu. Yi Fan just couldn't catch a break. Talk about a loss after trying to steal a chicken, but gaining only the scorn of others instead. What brings you here? She asked. Sister Wu, I need your help, I said directly. I'm hosting a banquet in a few days and would like you to take charge of the cooking. She paused, surprised. Me? But there are chefs in the neighboring village. You're a great cook, and I don't want to bother anyone else, I insisted. I plopped my basket down and pulled out a package to hand to her. I've got some seasoning here that I brought specifically for the occasion. Take a look. It was the Wang Shui seasoning gift pack that the system had rewarded me with. I'd already removed the packaging, keeping only the instructions. This stuff was potent enough to make even shoe leather smell delicious. The moment she brought it close and caught a whiff, her eyes sparkled. This is what the high-end city restaurants use, I fibbed casually. With your skill and this seasoning, people will be queuing up for your cooking services in no time. She kept up her act, feigning reluctance. Why should I cook for you? I'm not anything special to you. But it was clear she was flattered. She was just resentful that, After returning to her parental home for so many days, she hadn't had a proper chance to interact with me. You're like a sister to me, I added. Last time, you gave me tools for hunting and even made me shoes. I've always appreciated your kindness. I trust your cooking, and Su Yi has already agreed to have you as the head chef. The moment I mentioned Su Yi's approval, her pretense melted away. In the old days, Su Yi would be considered the first wife, while she, a widowed woman who'd remarried, would at most be a servant girl. All right, she agreed. Seizing the moment, I said, after the banquet, make sure to visit our home often. You and Su Yi can cook together. You two are bound to get along. Oomph, as if I care, she muttered, though the smile tugging at her lips revealed her delight. All right then, I'm off now. I waved as I headed toward the mountains. I hadn't gone far when she caught up with me again. My dad said to give you these pancakes for the road, she said, handing me a bundle. In truth, she had fetched them herself from the kitchen. With so many people around, she couldn't let anyone overhear anything unusual. Thanks, Sister Wu. Don't forget to come and take charge on the big day. I accepted the bundle. Su Yi had already packed pickled vegetables and white bread for me earlier, but I had stashed those in my system space. Sister Wu likely assumed I hadn't brought any food along. Go on, she said, turning to leave. After a few steps, she looked back. Come back early. I chuckled, waved her off, and continued toward the mountains. As soon as I set foot in the forest, the hungry yet title activated, providing me with a clear map of prey within 100 meters. I set a few traps first, and then spotted a tree branch that was perfect for a slingshot. No man could resist such a discovery. Pulling out a knife from my system space, I cut it down. The elastic bands I had were too thin, so I made a mental note to cut up some bicycle inner tubes from the commune someday. Equipped with the Food Delivery Pro title, hunting would only get easier. Once I cleaned it up, I stashed it in my space. Just then, one of my traps snapped shut nearby. I walked over to find my first catch, a 3.5-pound white hare. When the butcher title activated, the meat became noticeably more tender and yielded an extra 10% of meat. The hare even seemed to grow in size the moment its life ended. Before long, another hare fell into a snare, about the same size. Then, 2 pheasants followed, one male with colorful feathers and one plump female. I stored all the catch in my system space and ventured deeper into the woods. Suddenly, I halted. The hungry yet map displayed a large bamboo root hog nearby. Now that was a treasure. Following the marker, I soon found the fresh mud and wood shavings marking its burrow. Wasting no time, I gathered some dry twigs, lit them, and covered them with pine needles. I fanned the smoke into the burrow. The hog couldn't stay hidden. Sure enough, a fat bamboo root hog darted out from an alternate exit. I had been watching and grabbed it as soon as it surfaced. It was big, about 7 or 8 pounds. Although older folks often complained about its gaminess, a good soak with ginger could turn it into a soup fit to mesmerize. Ding! Congratulations, host, on acquiring a new type of prey. Reward triggered. Rewards acquired. Small red potion ×1. Wang Shi supplement pack ×1. Tom Mountain cigarettes ×30. Wow, even discovering new prey triggered rewards. I glanced at my system space, and sure enough, the items were there. I set more traps and managed to snag 2 additional rabbits and 4 more pheasants before feeling satisfied. Dusting off my hands, I headed back to the village. By then, the sun was already leaning westward, and it was nearing the end of the workday. I didn't rush home, but instead stopped to inquire with the villagers about the location of the brigade leader, whom I found up ahead in the fields. The leader was rolling his own cigarette when he saw me and greeted me warmly. How you're back? Hit the mountains today, snagged 4 hares, 6 pheasants, and a big bamboo root hog, I reported, handing him one of the Tom Mountain cigarettes and lighting it for him. Uncle Sia, I'm hosting a banquet in a couple of days, so I won't be turning in today's catch. Instead, it'll be for everyone to enjoy at the party. Out of the corner of my eye, I spotted Yi Fan washing his hands, preparing to wrap up his work for the day. Thinking for a moment, I added, I've already arranged for someone to handle the cooking, but The village chief didn't give it much thought. Nowadays, everyone in the village pitches in to help set up events like banquets. Otherwise, how could anyone manage on their own with so many bowls and chopsticks needed? All right then, let's go. We'll wait under the locust tree. It's almost time. Under the locust tree, a few older women were already chatting away. The work point recorder was there, and everyone came to register their work credits. Oh my, Comrade Hao, I heard you went up the mountain hunting again. What good stuff did you bring back this time? The older women stared at me, wide-eyed. After not stepping out for a few days, they couldn't believe I still had the energy to go hunting. Everyone here has been so kind, bringing me so many things. I have to give back somehow. I placed the bamboo basket on the ground. I had transferred the game into it just before entering the village. I got a few pheasants, some wild rabbits, and even a big bamboo root boar. Oh my goodness, that bamboo root boar is huge. You're amazing. Every time he goes up the mountain, he never returns empty-handed. We're in for a treat. I wave my hand modestly. But the banquet work still depends on everyone's help. Our village is like one big family. We do things together. My voice wasn't loud, but just loud enough for Yi Fan, who happened to be passing by, to hear. He halted his steps and pretended not to hear, intending to walk away. This lad wasn't looking for trouble these days, clearly too scared to stir anything up. But I wasn't going to let him off so easily. Hey, Yi Fan, perfect timing. Don't you think I'm right? Ever since Yi Fan had arrived at Locust Tree Village, he had been going out of his way to oppose me. Let's be honest though, wasn't it just because he was trying to act superior and I knocked him down a peg or two? And sure, I might have snagged Sui from him. But hey, how could he blame me for that? It wasn't my fault she threw herself at me. This kid was just too petty and couldn't let things slide. Why couldn't he be brighter about things? I married Sui. Was it so hard for him to look elsewhere? There's always third Uncle Xie's daughter. You couldn't miss her even if you tried. Strong built, over 200 pounds, and has been awarded multiple Women's Day Red Banner honors. Young lads from miles around are practically drooling. Yi Fan couldn't evade it and had no choice but to turn around. Yes, Comrade Hao is right. I stepped closer and moved right in front of him. You're from the capital, well-educated and enlightened. You should set an example at times like this. I injured myself. Even walking hurts, so I'm afraid I can't help. Yi Fan looked utterly defeated. This was a banquet for the woman of his dreams, and yet the groom wasn't him. Now I was asking him to help with the preparations. Might as well just stab him in the heart. Yi Fan, let's put your injury aside for a second. As a young man, aren't you still strong and capable? I patted his shoulder. Don't just think about yourself. You also need to think about the unity and friendship of the village. Aunt Wang chimed in immediately. Yi Fan, we're saying this for your own good. Helping out will help you blend into the group faster. Aunt Dong followed up. Exactly. Look at what Hao Yu has done, bringing in so much game from the mountains and even offering up pork. How can you feel comfortable eating for free today? The older women, one after another, pressed Yi Fan until his face turned beet red, lips trembling as he fought for words. He wanted to refuse, but didn't know how to say it. Finally, the village chief spoke up. Yi Fan, everyone's watching. Don't make things too awkward. Yi Fan's face flushed to the point it might burst as he stammered helplessly. I'll help. I knew my brother Yi Fan had a strong moral compass. I declared, my eyes lighting up. Right then, make sure to come early on the day. You can split firewood, borrow tables and chairs, or help with the cooking. Pick whatever you want to do. Yi Fan's face turned green, but he had no escape. After giving a couple of reluctant nods, he quickly walked away. Behind him, the older women launched into spirited discussions. All right, aunties, I'll head back first and see you all later tonight. I'm going fishing by the river to add another meat dish to the banquet. Humming a tune, I slung my bamboo basket over my shoulder and made my way home. Back already. Sui called out the moment she heard noise from the entryway, emerging from the main hall. Yes, I replied, setting down the bamboo basket. Marriage was different. Someone was always waiting for me at home now. You brought back so much, she exclaimed upon seeing the basket. She looked astonished. My man isn't just hardworking. He's truly capable. Just lucky. Let's keep the pheasants alive for now. We'll cook them freshly on the day of the banquet. She had already prepared water for me to wash my hands. Going through the mountain game, she noticed a few pancakes wrapped in coarse cloth on top. Drying my hands, I explained. Sister Wu gave me those. She insisted I take them up the mountain to eat. Sui froze momentarily, her face expressionless. I glanced at her. What's wrong? Oh, it's nothing. She lowered her head, thought for a while, then added cautiously. I just feel you're really good to her. Of course. She's good to me too. It's mutual. I ruffled her cheek playfully. You're my wife, but she's like a sister to me. And you know, once you're expecting, I plan to have her come over and help take care of you. You'll need someone experienced around during confinement. I knew full well she was trying to probe me, but her approach was too naive. It's not so easy to get pregnant, she said, pausing briefly before asking. By the way, does Sister Wu have plans to remarry? Why would she? Her mother-in-law's quite the character. In times like these, if your mother-in-law doesn't agree, remarriage isn't an option. I brushed it off casually. Why are you so curious? Let's focus on living our own lives and leave village gossip alone. Her concerns were shrugged off with a single sentence. Sui seemed a little relieved after hearing that. She turned and headed to the kitchen to prepare dinner. When the dishes were on the table, she suddenly brought it up again. I think, if Sister Wu is willing, she could come help us out. But you can't, have any untoward thoughts about her. I coughed. Come on, you know my character. Who doesn't? She nodded. This much she trusted about me. When dinner was finished, she cleared up the dishes, and I, as usual, lounged on the recliner with a cigarette. Tea was quickly delivered to me. Ah, the rhythm of married life. Caring wife and a warm home. Outside, Erguzi happened to pass by. He caught sight of this scene and felt a pang of jealousy. Unable to stomach it, he went out of his way to fetch Yi Fan from the youth dormitory. By the time Yi Fan arrived, he just caught a glimpse of me rushing to pull Su Yi into the house. The door shut, curtains drawn, and the oil lamp extinguished. Erguzi deliberately whispered to Yi Fan, "That lazy bum, completely shameless." Yi Fan let out a low roar, clenched his fists, and fled back to the youth dormitory, burying himself under the blanket, silently wiping tears. In the following days, I busied myself with preparations for the banquet. In these times, it wasn't the norm to host extravagant events, but the village chief had said that since this was a community affair, it wouldn't be a problem. Villagers started bringing their grain to my home, and vegetables were promised to be delivered the day before the banquet. The smokes and liquor, however, were up to me to procure, hidden inside. But that was a trendy luxury brand rewarded by the system, not something I could just take out casually. So, I made a quick trip to the commune and asked Oldly to help me get some internal goods. Relationships are to be cultivated. Only then can people lend a hand when needed. A wedding is a once-in-a-lifetime event. There has to be a sense of ceremony. Before I knew it, it was September 30th. I hadn't even gotten up yet when a group of older women was already gathered at the courtyard gate. Aunt Wang, Aunt Dong, Aunt Jia, and a few who had arrived late were peering in curiously from outside the door. Jia Lebi chuckled. The couple must be savoring their morning together. Aunt Dong lowered her voice. You know the custom around here. Anyone helping in the kitchen gets a meal at the celebratory table and also a red envelope. Just not sure if Lazy Root knows about this tradition. Aunt Wang chimed in. With the captain personally organizing this, it'll definitely be mentioned. Haoyo isn't stingy. There'll surely be red envelopes. And just like that, the aunties started vying for position on the spot, arguing over who came first and who arrived later. While they were quarreling, the courtyard gate creaked open. I came out holding a basin, my hair a mess. Wow, aunties, what's going on here? Haoyo, I came to help cook. Aunt Dong exclaimed and immediately latched onto my arm. Seeing my other hand empty, Aunt Wang rushed in and grabbed hold of it as well. The aunties swarmed me, encircling me completely. Thankfully, they were mothers who had long since gone past the age of looking attractive. Otherwise, you would have come out, felt jealous, and started questioning things. There's only so much cooking to prepare. You all don't need to make this so hard for me. Upon hearing this, Aunt Wang spoke quickly. Haoyo, I've got some vermicelli at home. I'll bring it over later. My cucumbers are big. I'll pick some and send them over. My homemade pickles are everyone's favorite. I'll give you 5 eggs. At this point, it was no longer just about a red envelope and a meal. It was a matter of pride. Losing face now would make future gossip sessions unbearable. All right then, you all can help with the cooking, I said with a laugh. Waking up to all these free offerings wasn't bad at all. Frankly, they weren't worth much, but if people insisted on giving, how could I not be pleased? E, standing to the side, was baffled after observing the scene for a while. Haoyo, why are the aunties so enthusiastic? E, this is the charm of your man. Don't overthink it. The people in Huaitree village are naturally warm and hospitable. I brushed her off with a casual comment and went to fetch water and wash up. After washing and eating breakfast, I sat at a table with pickled cucumbers, shredded potatoes, corn porridge, and even some white bread. Considering the times, during which even festival treats were a luxury, this was quite the feast. E, let's put in some extra effort before your next time of the month comes around and aim to have a baby by next year. Sure, the first one will definitely be a boy. The preference for sons over daughters had been ingrained for thousands of years. How could it be erased so easily? All right, a son it is. One as handsome and capable as me. Truthfully, I didn't care whether we had a boy or a girl. With the household's auspicious aura, there was no way the children wouldn't turn out successful. As we ate, another commotion erupted in the courtyard. Aunt Wang was hollering, Haoyo, come quick and have a look. When I went outside, I was stunned. The aunties had really brought gifts. Aunt Wang, oh come on, you didn't have to. Aunt Dong, what's our relationship? No need for this. Aunt Jia, I can't accept this. I verbally rejected their gifts while simultaneously transferring their items one by one to the stone table. The aunties were dumbfounded. Didn't he just say he couldn't accept them? So why was everything being taken right out of their hands? Since I had accepted their offerings, I could hardly neglect them in return. I began assigning tasks. I turned to the brigade leader's wife. Auntie, I plan to head over to the commune in a bit since we're still missing those double happiness paper cuttings. No problem there. The decorations are already cut out. Have accountant EE write a couplet to stick up, and that'll be perfect, she said, pausing briefly. By the way, have you prepared peanuts, seeds, and candy? I'm heading out to take care of it now. I'll make it back before lunch, I replied. The banquet was looming, and I couldn't afford to delay anymore. All right, eat your lunch soon and head over to get everything in order. Tonight's the feast with meat. I used her remark as motivation to rally everyone's enthusiasm. Being away from home, without family to rely on meant the community was all I had. The trip to the commune took over an hour, and I was starving by the time I got there. I discovered it coincided with market day, and the place was bustling with people. I bought some snacks to take back for my wife before finding Oldley. In exchange for a pack of Taschen cigarettes and a piece of wild boar meat, I sorted everything out: peanuts, seeds, and festive candy. 5 pounds each plus what the system had provided. The stock was more than enough, and I even got the liquor and cigarettes. When I arrived home, a makeshift kitchen had already been set up by the corner outside the courtyard. Tables and chairs had been arranged without me having to lift a finger. After lunch and a brief rest, I went outside. For my own wedding, I had to be hands-on. The banquet would be held right at home. The courtyard could fit 10 tables, and the overflow could be placed on the street. Thankfully, the weather forecast showed no rain, so nothing would be spoiled. The temporary kitchen had mud stoves set up and water boiling in a large iron pot. The aunties were busy, some picking vegetables, others chopping them. "Big Sister Wu, you're here so early," I greeted her. "It's not early. I was worried I'd be late," Wu Shuang said with a glance my way. She grabbed a plucked pheasant and, with a quick motion, hacked off its leg in one clean cut. I shivered reflexively. That swift hand and sharp knife. That's some fearsome skill, tiger girl. Truly intimidating. "By the way, is Yi Fan really coming?" Wu Shuang asked. "He wouldn't dare not show up," I said, lighting a cigarette. "He made the promise in front of the whole village. Backing out now would leave him disgraced. You don't think he'll cause trouble, do you? Too many people for him to risk that." I chuckled. "And besides, don't I have my big sister Wu to keep an eye on things?" "Who's your big sister?" She hit the chopping block harder, clearly in a good mood. I handed her a red envelope, separately prepared with 5 yuan inside. "Big Sister Wu, thank you for your hard work." "It's no trouble," she replied and continued with her tasks. "Haoyo, you're actually giving out red envelopes? This is so thoughtful." Aunt Wang gleefully accepted hers. "Of course, everyone gets one." One by one, I handed envelopes to the aunties. Red envelopes for the helpers were smaller than those for the cooks, just over 1 yuan each, but that was the norm. The aunties calculated in their minds. With the gifts they had brought, at least they hadn't lost too much. Just at that moment, Yi Fan hobbled in, visibly limping. I quickly went up to greet him. "You're here. Come on in. Why are you standing there?" He mustered the courage to step inside, awkwardly enduring the scrutinizing gazes of the aunties. His face looked as though he were being pricked by needles. "Wow, you actually came," I remarked, patting him on the shoulder. "Of course, Yi Fan made a promise to the entire village. Now that you're here, you're my brother. Do a good job. Help me make this banquet a success." "Okay," Yi Fan replied stiffly, his whole body tense. "Brother?" He suddenly recalled that first day in Huai Tree Village when, under the old locust tree, Sui ran toward him with that smile, the one that had struck him right in the heart. At that moment, he swore to himself that he would have this girl no matter what. But now, the marriage certificate was signed, black and white on paper. She had become my wife. And yet, he still had to be a helper at my wedding banquet, and I still called him brother. His face turned from pale to red, his heart bleeding, his throat feeling choked, unable to utter a single word. I patted him on the shoulder. "Between brothers, no need for extra words. There's a lot to do today: slaughtering chickens, fetching water, peeling garlic, kneading dough, chopping firewood. Which one will you pick?" The neighborhood women nodded in approval. "That educated youth, Hao, is such a good person. Even though he's married, he still treats you like a brother. You've got to work hard for him." "Yes, yes, this is your blessing." Yi Fan clenched his fingernails into his palms. "Blessing? He married the woman I was after, and I still have to work for him. You call this a blessing?" Through gritted teeth, he squeezed out 2 words: "slaughter chickens." I led him to the chicken coop and pointed at the wild chicken tied to the ground. "Brother, I'm rooting for you." He squatted down to grab the chicken, which clucked desperately and struggled harder than he expected, scratching his hand and leaving a bloody cut. He winced in pain, his teeth bared. Aunt Wang laughed from the side. "Yi Fan, you can't even catch a chicken?" He ignored her, biting his lip as he pinned the chicken between his legs. One hand grabbed its neck, the other shook violently as it held the knife. All he could hear in his head was the sound of me closing doors and pulling curtains that day. His first attempt at a cut missed. The chicken flailed loose, a gash across its neck, blood splattering across Yi Fan's face. Injured and panicked, the chicken flapped wildly around the yard, feathers scattering everywhere. Yi Fan froze in place, dazed, face covered in blood, utterly stunned. Wu Shuang poked her head out and scolded. "Are you slaughtering a chicken or giving it a haircut?" I stepped forward calmly, took the knife from his hand, and delivered a clean slice. Turning back with a grin, I said, "Brother Yi Fan, you did great. Don't worry, take your time." He wiped the blood off his face, his trembling fingers betraying his inner turmoil. Every time I said, "Brother," it felt like needles pricking his heart. I pointed at a bucket of water nearby. "Brother, pour this into the water vat." "Who the hell is your brother?" In his mind, he cursed me silently. But what could he do? He couldn't win in a fight. Left with no choice, he bent down and lifted the bucket. It was so heavy that every step wobbled, water spilling all the way. As he carried it, he remembered me carrying a 300-plus gene wild boar into the village amidst cheers from everyone. And there, right in the crowd, Sui looked at me with admiration. His heart ached with every thought. I didn't linger long there. From the brigade office, I headed straight to the team leader's house. Tomorrow was the wedding ceremony, and someone needed to help organize things on the bride's side too. Since I had already asked for the team leader's help, I might as well rely on him completely. He'd manage the work, and his wife could help coordinate the process. When there was no one else on the road, I discreetly pulled a 3-gene carp from my storage space and strung it with a grass rope. At the team leader's house, I called out from the gate before walking straight in. He wasn't home at the moment, so no need for formalities. His wife was in the main hall. When she saw me, she hurried out to greet me. "Ah, how you is here. Come in, sit." Her eyes immediately caught the fish in my hand. It was enough for a hearty meal for their family. As I entered, I noticed their daughter, Xie Xiao, who was just a junior high student home for the week due to the farming break. I handed the fish to her casually. "Xiao, put this in the kitchen." She responded brightly with a clear "okay," and went off. Then I turned to the team leader's wife and said, "Aunt, I caught this fish by the river. My wife asked me to bring one over to thank the team leader for all he's done for us." "Oh, don't mention it. You two getting along well makes me happier than anything." Just as she finished speaking, Xiao brought over a glass of water. "Brother Hao, have some water." The water was freshly boiled and still too hot. I placed it on the side and pulled out a few candies for her. "Later, follow your mom to the brigade for dinner." "Thank you, Brother Hao. Go study hard now. Aim to get into high school." She nodded eagerly but hesitated to leave. It was rare for her to see me, so she lingered by her mother's side. Only then did I bring up the real purpose of my visit, asking the aunt to help plan the wedding. She agreed readily, not even giving it a second thought. "How you? A wedding is a once-in-a-lifetime event. It has to be perfect. Tomorrow, I'll call a few people." She went on to describe every detail, from when to leave for the bride to the precise time to bring her into the house. It was exhaustive. My head spun from all of it, and I didn't bother keeping track. Someone would remind me when the time came anyway. Customs vary by region, but one thing is universal. Weddings are always organized by the elders. "All right, I'll go with your plan, Aunt." I smiled, standing to leave. I need to head back now. There's still a pile of things to do at home. It wasn't until later that I heard about the mess at the brigade after I left. Yi Fan dragged the water bucket to the kitchen but slipped at the doorway, landing flat on his backside with a thud. He yelped in pain as he hit the ground. Wu Yingshuang poked her head out again. "You slipped carrying water? The road's flat. Or are your legs just weak?" The more she thought about it, the angrier she got. This kid had been causing trouble for her little brother, interfering constantly. What kind of brother-in-law harms a brother-in-law? She scolded him thoroughly before waving him away impatiently. "Go, get out of here, peel some garlic or something." Yi Fan sat on the small stool, growing more and more aggrieved by the moment until tears began to roll down his face. Aunt Wang happened to walk by and noticed. "Yi Fan, why are you crying?" He bit his lip and forced an answer. "The garlic is making my eyes sting." Aunt Wang looked doubtful but didn't press, turning instead to gossip with the other women. By sundown, Wu Yingshuang began cooking dinner for the helpers. Tonight's menu started with organ dishes, pig stomach and intestines, butchered from the game the men had caught. The women cleaned them thoroughly and laid them on the cutting boards. She tied on her apron and, making sure no one was watching, pulled a small fabric pouch from her satchel. It was the spice mix I had given her. First, she stir-fried the intestines. Heat the wok, add cold oil, toss in ginger, garlic, and scallions. Aromas filled the air. After blanching the intestines, she stir-fried them on high heat. Once they changed color, she added soy sauce and yellow wine, finishing off with the spices I'd provided. Instantly, the fragrance exploded. It wasn't just the regular smell of cooking. It was complex, layered, dominating the kitchen like it owned the air. "Smells amazing." Even Wu Yingshuang herself paused in surprise. She'd been cooking for banquets for years and had never encountered such a rich aroma. She quickly covered the wok and moved on to frying fish. Crispy golden on both sides, with a generous dose of numbing and spicy seasoning, the broth turned bright and luscious. Potato slices, seasoned with a sprinkle of 13 spices just before leaving the wok, sent another wave of enticing fragrance wafting through the air, filling every corner of the kitchen. Aunt Wong and a few others stopped setting up tables, frozen mid-step as they sniffed enthusiastically. Ying Shuang, what did you put in there? Smells so good. Just the usual stuff. Wu Yingshuang replied without turning around. I'd explicitly told her not to mention what I gave her. Night fell, and the dishes were served. I arrived early with Sui. Once the team leader, vice team leader, and accountant showed up, the feast began. I raised my glass. The coarse sorghum wine Oldly gave me, a few cents a tael, cheap, but with no nasty hangover. To the team leader, to vice leader Wu, we newlyweds drink in your honor. Drink, everyone drink. The table roared. The crowd clinked their glasses together. The team leader picked up a piece of braised pork intestine with his chopsticks, chewed twice, and his eyes lit up. Ying Shuang, this pork intestine is cooked till it's tender and flavorful, not a hint of gaminess. And the more you eat it, the more addictive it becomes. Aunt Dong also savored it and chimed in. Exactly, tender, fragrant, and not greasy at all. How did you make it? Try the fish too. It's incredibly fresh. The sauce alone tastes amazing even on plain flour pancakes. Ying Shuang, since when did your cooking skills become this great? Wu Dihai, holding his glass, laughed and said, my daughter's cooking has always been good. He bit into a thinly sliced potato and, surprised by its crispiness and flavor, momentarily froze. The team leader couldn't stop praising. Lao Wu, the dishes Ying Shuang made today are something else. We'll surely feast at tomorrow's banquet. Wu Yingshuang was embarrassed by the compliments, though she modestly responded, you're exaggerating. This is just my usual cooking. But inside, she was secretly elated. An aunt supported her from the side. If tomorrow's banquet dishes taste like this, everyone within a 10-mile radius will beg you to be their head chef. That's impossible. It would wear me out. Wu Yingshuang laughed as she waved her hand dismissively. I had been clinking glasses with others and hadn't paid attention to her for a moment. Only later did I realize that Wu Jia was deep in thought, musing to herself. These dishes tasting so good isn't because my skills improved, it's because of what he gave me. Seasonings you'd only find in the city's finest restaurants, and he gave them to me just like that, without even telling Sui. She had been a widow for so many years, quarreling with her mother-in-law for just as long, and no one had ever been so kind to her before. I made her feel what it's like to have someone care for her. Unconsciously, she glanced at me again, and by chance, I looked her way as well. That small encounter lit up her entire mood. Wu Jia, what are you spacing out for? Sui called out to her. Oh, nothing. Just thinking about tomorrow's banquet. Sui tilted her glass back and finished it in one swig, helping me out and feeling cherished by me. Though she wasn't the one getting married, just being involved still made her happy. I sipped my wine and ate a few bites of peanuts. I'd heard it helps to prevent getting drunk. Suddenly, I noticed Yi Fan sitting in a corner, and I called out to him with a smile. Yi Fan, come try Wu Jia's cooking. Everyone, including your sister-in-law, has been raving about it. The words, your sister-in-law, made Yi Fan's head buzz. Still, he picked up his chopsticks and tried some fish. While everyone else praised its flavor, to him it was tasteless like wax. Swallowing it felt like something was stuck in his throat. How is it? Tasty, I asked casually. It's good, he replied. Good to hear. Now, drink up. You've got to enjoy yourself today. Yi Fan tossed back a glass of sorghum liquor, its sharp burn making him cough until his entire face turned red. Aunt Wong laughed and said, Guyi, drink more. It's Hao Yu's wedding after all, and as his brother, you can't leave without getting drunk. Aunt Dong chimed in. That's right. Hao Yu's family isn't here to help tomorrow. You'll need to assist with toasts, so consider this practice. Yi Fan's smile looked more miserable than crying. After downing 3 consecutive glasses, he was already tipsy. Once everyone had eaten and drunk their fill, the ants started leaving one by one. Yi Fan, clutching his forehead, sat outside the brigade office, trying to sober up. I came out and handed him a cigarette. Have one. Rest for a bit. His hands were trembling. I lit one for myself and said, Yi Fan, I actually admire you. Surprised, he looked at me. You admire me? You came from Beijing, educated and worldly. You're way better than me. I exhaled smoke. Now that your buddy is getting married, it's your turn to find someone too. If you need any help, let me know. He stared at me silently. I patted him on the shoulder. All right, take it easy today. Tomorrow morning, come early to knead and rise the dough so we can make the banquet a big success. Sure, I'll be here before dawn. All right, it's a deal. Tossing my cigarette away, I headed back home. Sui would be staying at the youth dorm tonight, so I'd get some rest alone. The 26th of October, coinciding with National Day, was a significant occasion for our Huaishu village. At the crack of dawn, everyone was already up. Aunt led a group of older women to start decorating. My house's gate, doors, and furniture were all adorned with bright red double happiness cutouts. Window panes showcased intricate paper-cut patterns. Then the blessed elder, with a house full of children and grandchildren, laid the bed, scattering peanuts, red dates, longans, and lotus seeds for good luck, symbolizing the hope for many children early on. Even the mirror on the table was covered in red paper. It couldn't let out the joyous atmosphere. Firecrackers hung in a long string from the doorway down to the ground. There were boxes of wedding presents placed in the yard, 2 bottles of sorghum wine and bags of sugar candies wrapped in red paper. The team leader bellowed from the yard. Lao Wu, are the firecrackers ready? Dong Jingri, double-check the wedding gifts. Aunt Wang, go over the banquet dishes one more time. Inside, I adjusted the fake shirt collar of my white dress shirt. Fake collars were the trend these days. I put on my jacket, making sure the white collar was just visible. It was brand new, worn for the very first time. Combing my hair till it was slick and shiny, I looked in the mirror and nearly swooned at my own reflection. Just then, Yifan showed up. Aunt Wang, I'm here to help. Aunt Wang was puzzled. Weren't you feeling unwell? Why'd you come so early? It's nothing. It's a joyous day. I couldn't miss it. All right, then go find the team leader for instructions. After he left, Aunt Dong muttered. What's with this kid? Did he eat something wrong? I think he might have been beaten silly, another aunt replied. A while later, the team leader called out. How you? The auspicious hour has come. Let's move. The firecrackers crackled noisily, and the entourage set off to fetch the bride. I led the way carrying the gift boxes. Behind me followed the team leader, Wu Dihai, and accountant Yi. Aunt Wang led a group of women, setting off firecrackers and tossing candy. Children ran around chasing after the treats, the atmosphere lively and merry. Yi Fan, carrying a yoke of water buckets, brought up the rear. This was arranged by the team leader and symbolized watertight prosperity and endurance in marriage. Though his injuries had yet to heal, and he walked with a limp, the burden on his shoulders remained steady, not a single drop of water spilled. Su Yi had been in Huaishu village for over 4 years, living in the youth dorm for the entire duration. Last night, she had returned there after dinner, ready to be married off from the dorm today. The female youths there had locked the door tightly, waiting for the bride-fetching team to arrive so they could demand an entry toll. Inside, the atmosphere was a mix of joy and melancholy. On the one hand, they were excited to finally have a wedding to break the monotony of daily life. On the other, there was a tinge of sadness. How had they not noticed what a great catch she was back then? Thinking back to when I first arrived at the youth dorm, lazy, unwilling to work, and perpetually half-starved, who had ever paid me any mind? But now, I had managed to rent a place for 20 yuan a year, living well through hunting and fishing, and was organizing a grand banquet with nearly 20 tables. If they had known I was capable of this back then, they might have acted differently. The male youths outside were also uneasy. How could they have not thought Su Yi was beautiful? But her family's capitalist background discouraged anyone from daring to marry her. Now that I had stepped forward and claimed her, they had no one to blame but themselves for being too cowardly. As the firecrackers exploded, the female youths inside called out, How you? You're not getting in without handing over some wedding sweets. I stood at the door with a grin, pulling out. 2 candies were tossed through the crack of the door, and the girls scattered with a cheer to snatch them. A delicate and pretty girl grinned and said, How you? From now on, you better treat Yi well. Of course, she's my wife. If I don't treat her well, then who will? The girl was named In Hong, and she had a close relationship with Su Yi. I walked into the house. This morning, Auntie also came over to help decorate. The atmosphere was brimming with joy. Su Yi was sitting at the edge of the Kong, a traditional heated brick bed, wearing the floral shirt she bought on the day we registered our marriage. Her hair was tied in a ponytail, and she had her head lowered. The moment she saw me come in, she immediately smiled. After a simple ceremony, she said, How you? Take me home. To marry a man means to rely on him for life's necessities. Finding a capable husband was enough to satisfy her. I smiled at her words. Since my wife requested it, I picked her up into my arms without hesitation. She's my wife after all. There's nothing to feel shy about. Su Yi had no family of her own, and naturally, no dowry. However, the female educated youth pooled their money and gifted her a new thermos, a rare gesture. Carrying her out of the dormitory, I noticed Yi Fan standing at the back of the crowd, holding water buckets steady on his shoulder, watching through the gaps of the onlookers. The buckets didn't spill a single drop. Yi Fan, what are you dazing out for? Hurry up and follow. Don't delay the auspicious hour. Wang Godmother shouted loudly. Coming. It wasn't a far distance. Soon, I carried Su Yi home. If ancient heroes could warm their wine before slaying enemies, then today, I toasted my wine to wed my wife. The crackling of firecrackers filled the air as I brought my wife through the gate. At the doorway, a fire basin was set up. The brigade captain's wife enthusiastically declared, Step over the fire basin to drive away bad luck. May prosperity and peace follow. I carried her across the fire basin. Entering the door, don't step on the threshold, don't block your fortune. Crossing the doorway means blessings ahead. The lively atmosphere was everywhere, yet over there, Yi Bin Dao noticed that something seemed off with Yi Fan. That boy had been running around all morning and even cleaned himself up unusually well. When he saw me carrying my wife across the fire basin and stepping over the threshold, his expression looked as if he wanted to try it himself. Yi Bin Dao muttered to herself, is he possessed, or is he just seeking to feel involved somehow? Even Yi Fan shook his head, unable to explain himself. He should feel happy for me, yet he couldn't shake off his uneasiness. Granny Yi was cheerfully chanting. The newlyweds sit on the bed together, 1 seat for glory, 2 seats for wealth, 3 seats for a life of sweetness and delight. I couldn't help but sigh in my heart, thinking the fish I gave her was totally worth it. She had arranged everything so perfectly, and though the ceremony was simple, the joy was overflowing. People gathered around with congratulations. How you? Congratulations. May you have a child soon. Live a wonderful life together now. With the formalities done, I led my wife outside to distribute wedding candies. Carrying a big bag of candies, I went table by table, pouring them out. Behind me, a line of children eagerly waited to grab some. But surprisingly, the adults were snatching faster than the kids. Everyone wanted the sweets, as they were a rare treat. Yi, come help distribute. In the kitchen, the mothers were still busy. Not one could be left out. Su Yi ran over and imitated me, grabbing a handful of sweets to hand to Wu Shuang. Thanks for all your hard work, Sister Wu. Wu Shuang laughed so joyfully that her whole face lit up. Hard work? Not at all. Don't worry. This feast today, I'll make sure it turns out beautifully. It seemed she was pleased to be granted the honor of overseeing the cooking. As Su Yi and I joyfully handed out candy, we saw several bicycles approach from the village entrance. Leading the way was Old Li from the Supply and Marketing Cooperative, followed by Deputy Director Wang and Director Zhou. The brigade captain froze for a moment before hurrying to greet them. Director Zhou, Deputy Director Wang, what brings you here? Deputy Director Wang smiled and said, Old Li mentioned that how you was holding a wedding banquet in your village. I happened to be free, so I thought I'd join in on the festivities. On the way, I bumped into Director Zhou, who was inspecting the autumn harvest, so we decided to come together for a celebratory drink. Last time I saw that young man, he left a good impression. Director Zhou nodded. Exactly, we came to look at the autumn harvest outcomes and also to congratulate Hao Yu on his wedding. The matter of the wild boar meat had reached his ears too. It was bought because the bride wanted to eat it. They were principled. Old Li brought down 2 bottles of liquor from the back of his bicycle. Young Li told me at the cooperative last time about this wedding. Since it's also a village-wide event, how could I not come? These 2 bottles count as my wedding gift. Director Zhou and Deputy Director Wang also pulled out red envelopes from their bags. The brigade captain immediately turned toward the crowd and shouted, Everyone, the leaders from the commune are here to commend our autumn harvest success. The villagers erupted into applause, though they were all perfectly aware. The leaders were clearly here for my wedding. After all, lavish weddings were no longer encouraged these days. Wow, even the commune leaders came. Hao Yu's banquet sure has prestige. Our Huaishu village hasn't seen such an occasion in years. Quickly, I led my wife over to greet them. Director Zhou, Director Wang, Uncle Li, welcome. Thank you so much for coming. Deputy Director Wang patted me on the shoulder and said, You're doing great, Xiao Hao. A wedding is a major life event. How could we not come? He also slightly nodded towards Su Yi. I guided them to the main table, and the villagers hurriedly served tea. Director Zhou rarely spoke, but chimed in. I heard from old Wang that you have an uncle who works at the steel rolling mill. When there's a chance, let's meet him sometime. I paused, but quickly understood. This wasn't just small talk. It was a gesture, offering me a connection. Old Li chuckled beside us. Xiao Hao, if there's ever anything you need from the Supply and Marketing Cooperative, don't hesitate to ask. That wild boar you supplied last time was gone by the afternoon. No problem. Give me a few days, and I'll try my luck again in the mountains. After a few exchanges, I went to attend to other guests. On a joyous day like this, everyone who came, no matter the reason, deserved to be welcomed warmly. Meanwhile, Wang Godmother called out to Yi Fan, who was just standing off to the side staring blankly. What are you standing around for? Go carry the steaming trays. A young man has to pull his weight. She muttered to herself. This boy is so stingy and clueless. If he helps out more, who knows, maybe someone will find him likable and set him up with a wife too. I stopped Yi Fan, who was hoisting the steaming trays. Brother, thank you for your hard work today. Join me at noon when we toast the guests. Get a feel for what a wedding is like. You might be getting married before long too. To be honest, I mostly needed someone to deflect the toast for me. Having just married, I couldn't afford to drink myself into oblivion and leave behind a young widow at this point. That'd be too big of a loss. Yi Fan instinctively wanted to refuse, but after considering that toasting was part of the banquet process, he nodded in agreement. Deal. I patted his shoulder. Oh, and when the white steam buns are ready, grab one first to line your stomach. The liquor at noon is strong sorghum brew. I'm afraid you won't handle it well. Yi Fan shivered slightly. Crackling firecrackers sounded again. It was noon, time for the banquet. No matter the era, what people care most about is still food and drink. Just like future weddings, after all the ceremonial bits, the real feast begins. A future, so leaving a good impression is important. Taking in the overwhelming warmth and support from the villagers, I couldn't help but feel deeply moved. At the same time, I knew a responsibility rested on my shoulders. By 1 or 2 in the afternoon, I was overwhelmed with emotion, yet I could sense that the guests were silently grumbling. If the food didn't meet their expectations, there was a good chance they'd curse me out for the rest of my life. The brigade leader was bustling about, trying to keep things in order. Time to eat. Make sure all the tables get filled, he barked. Third son's wife. I told you to only bring one child. Why'd you bring the whole lot, he scolded. Yi Fan. Hurry up and get the wine on the tables, he added. Those who need white rice or flour, grab it from the main hall entrance. Take what you need to eat, but don't secretly stash it away to take home. Our family prepared 2 main tables inside the main hall, one for the heads of the various departments led by Director Zhou, and another for the educated youths from the settlement, which technically counted as Su Yi's family side. The dishes served at the main tables were more elaborate, and alcohol was on hand. At the outdoor tables, though, good luck standing your ground against the Antes. Once the brigade leader finished directing people, he joined the leaders indoors, preparing to enjoy the feast. Following customary tradition, he'd pocket a pack of cigarettes and a small red envelope as tokens of appreciation. After spending the whole day running around, he truly had earned it. Main course, full blossom cold dish. Bellowed one of the kitchen aunties, signaling the start of the meal service. In the back kitchen, a table was specially set aside for the helpers. It was a well-provided spread with no need to battle for a seat, and this, of course, was why everyone scrambled for the role of kitchen helper. The cold dishes were served first: jellied meat, pickled cucumbers, celery sticks, radish strips, peanuts, and pickled cabbage, a total of 6 fragrant appetizers. These had been prepared using the pre-packaged seasonings from Wang Shui, and their aroma was so enticing it had kids darting toward the kitchen before being hauled back by their parents. Then came the first hot dish, braised wild boar. Slick and shiny from the oil, a single chop of the chopstick sent the meat oozing with juices. Oh wow, in almost 50 years of living, this is the first time I've tasted meat cooked this exquisitely, someone exclaimed. It's even better than what the commune cafeteria serves. As the stewed dish of wild chicken with mushrooms hit the tables, some guests abandoned all pretense of propriety. A quick chopstick grab speared a chicken leg, and with their free hand, they tore it off the bone and deposited it into a child's bowl nearby. A tactical move. To not repeat the missed opportunity with the braised boar earlier, quick action was necessary for these star dishes. Your kid's just learning to eat. How can they manage a whole drumstick? An aunt pretended to grumble, but her hand was already busy scrounging more food. Soon, her bowl was nearly empty, so she quickly joined the fray. Within the hall, the main tables carried a vastly different vibe. Guests exchanged toasts deliberately and savored their dishes in a leisurely manner. When the signature dish, bamboo root pork stew with potatoes, arrived, Vice Director Wang first observed Director Zhou pick up his chopsticks before sampling a piece himself. The glimmer in his eyes revealed his delight. The meat was tender, while the potatoes had soaked up the broth's flavors perfectly, soft and flavorful. Old Xia, Vice Director Wang couldn't help but ask, sipping on the soup next. Who's the cook behind this? Even the communal cafeteria can't match such skill. Director Zhou didn't reply, but reached out for more food with his chopsticks. The brigade leader enthusiastically interjected. It's the daughter from the Wu family. She's had it tough. Lost her husband a few years ago, raising a family on her own while dealing with daily grievances. Now that she's back in her parents' home, we thought we'd let her take charge of the cooking with Hao Yu's help. Vice Director Wang sized up Director Zhou's expression before suggesting, how about we recruit her for the commune kitchen? We're lacking talent in the cafeteria, and it'd be a shame to waste her skills. Seated nearby, Wu Dihai heard this and almost spilled his drink in shock. He hurriedly toasted in gratitude, but not long after, he couldn't contain himself and rushed off to tell his daughter the good news. Wu Yingshuang, just finishing the final dish on the stove, began trembling, not from the weight of the wok, but from sheer excitement. The communal kitchen would mean a formal job, a salary, and rations. Her eyes reddened with emotion. She wanted to tell me the news immediately, but seeing I was busy leading Su Yi around for toasts, she decided to wait for the right moment. Come, come. My brother Yi Fan and I raise our glasses to everyone here. I began leading Yi Fan and Su Yi around the tables, offering toasts to the guests. The aunties started egging Yi Fan on, shouting, Yi Fan, drink it all. I'll drink. Today is a day for celebration. I'm happy. Yi Fan declared proudly before downing his glass in one gulp. His legs wobbled immediately, and he almost toppled over, steadying himself against the table momentarily. Suyu. His words slurred before he collapsed straight onto the ground. The crowd erupted. Wang Ganma was first to exclaim, oh no, he's out cold. Knows he can't drink, and still pushes himself. Others chimed in. I shook my head, waving Ergo over. Lend me a hand. Take my brother Yi Fan back to rest. On a day of celebration, it shouldn't be too much to ask my brother-in-law for a favor, should it? Although Ergo initially rolled his eyes, once he caught his sister's glare, he caved. Grabbing a couple of others to help, they hauled Yi Fan back to the educated youth's compound, depositing him on a heated Kong bed. With the celebration undisturbed, the guests turned their smiles to me, offering congratulations. Wang Ganma took Su Yi's hand firmly. Su Jiqing, you made the right choice marrying him. This is a scene I haven't seen since before liberation in the landlord households, she praised. How Yu is capable, and he adores you. You'll be living the sweet life from now on. One of the aunties asked cheekily. How Jiqing, when can we expect a baby? I smiled and replied humorously. Soon. Once the child is born, I'll host a banquet for the full moon celebration. At this, they all fell silent. After all, the fine rations spent on this banquet were hard to come by, and they couldn't imagine how long it would take to save for another feast of this scale. I led Su Yi back toward the hall. Wu Yingshuang had given me a peculiar look earlier, as though she had something to say, but I decided it could wait until the feast ended and I could take some time to speak with her alone. Once back in the hall, I directed Su Yi to join the educated youth's table while I took it upon myself to pour drinks for the leaders. Raising my glass, I toasted, Director Zhou, Director Wang. Uncle Li, I appreciate the honor of your presence here today. Please continue to look after our village in the future. The village officials gave me knowing nods of appreciation in return. Director Zhou said gently, young people like you should focus on living an honest and hardworking life. Director Wang added, little Hao is a gem. You're straightforward and upright. If you ever run into trouble, don't hesitate to come to me for help. Just like the matter from last time, I could see then that you were someone with solid moral character. Actually, he had a feeling I had the makings of someone with a great future ahead. Old Li chuckled. I might be asking you for a favor instead. Last time, there wasn't enough wild boar to go around. People are pestering me about it every day. Don't worry, as soon as I catch some, you'll be the first to know. I replied with a laugh. Inwardly though, I sighed. If only I had crossed over a few years later, things would have skyrocketed even faster. Over 100 days of full labor points, combined with Su Yi's, should be enough to pay off the points we owed before. This doesn't seem right. Everyone here isn't exactly well off, I said as I rubbed my hands together, thinking that perhaps in a few days, I could produce some liquor to bring out. Don't be so modest. The brigade captain waved a hand dismissively. This time, it's your Uncle Wu who took the lead on this. You better remember his kindness. I nodded. All right. Thank you, Uncle. The captain stood up, dusted off his pants, and said, all right, I'll take my leave now. You two rest for a few days before returning to work. As he reached the door, he turned back and added, oh, and I left the small gifts from Director Zhou and the others in the cabinet. Don't forget to keep them safe. I sent him off at the door, running calculations in my head. 98 caddies of grain left, plus the eggs, chickens, and ducks, should be enough to feed Su Yi and me for months. This banquet turned out to be quite a profit, and the best part, it was all legitimate income. No one can point fingers or gossip about it compared to the risks involved with the black market. Lighting a cigarette, I turned back toward the courtyard. Wu Yingshuang strode up wearing an apron around her waist. Strands of her hair clung to her sweat-slick forehead, and she clutched a small cloth bundle tightly in her hands, her knuckles going white. Yet her face remained undaunted, filled with her characteristic spunk. How you? She had been waiting for a while. I turned around. Sister Wu, you haven't left yet? You worked hard today. Worked hard, my foot. She waved her hand dismissively. I'm not some lazy woman. What's a little work? She got closer to me and said, I have something to tell you. Su Yi peeked out from the living room, gave a quick glance, and then ducked back inside. I leaned against the door frame, took a drag from the cigarette, and asked, what's the matter? Go ahead and tell me. She took a deep breath, her voice slightly raised. This afternoon, my dad suggested that I go work at the commune cafeteria. Do you think I can handle it? I laughed. Sister Wu, with your skills, what couldn't you handle? That bamboo root pork and potato stew you make. Who wouldn't compliment it after tasting it? Go for it. You'll do great. She gave me a sideways glance. I've been cooking for over a decade. How could I be worse than those cafeteria cooks? I'm just— Her voice trailed off as she lowered her head, idly kicking at clumps of dirt with her toe. I've never been to a place like that. I'm afraid they might not want a widow like me. I flicked the ash off my cigarette. You can manage banquets with over a dozen tables, so what's there to be afraid of? If you get the job, it's official work. With a salary and ration allocation, they can't fire you just like that. Besides, with you having a job, would your mother-in-law still dare to pick on you? Her eyes brightened, and she slapped her thigh excitedly. True. I've put up with her for years. Once I'm working at the commune, if she gives me any trouble, I'll remarry. She stepped closer with her cloth bundle clutched tightly. Let's set things straight ahead of time. Next week, you have to come with me. I don't know anyone there, and I don't want them chasing me away. Fine. Just find out from your dad what day we're going, and I'll go with you. In my mind, I was considering whether I should try to get myself a job at the commune as well. But then again, a position there only pays 20 or 30 yuan a month, far less than what I earn with systematic rewards. Forget it. Better to arrange things for my wife instead. Wu Yingshuang seemed relieved and tried to suppress a laugh. All right then, it's settled. If you dare to go back on your word, I'll whack you with a rolling pin. She walked a few steps, then stopped to point at me again. I'll come to inform you once the date is fixed. I hear you, I hear you. I waved her off. Su Yi came out of the house, wiping down a table without looking up. Has Sister Wu left? She's gone. She said next week she's going to the commune cafeteria and asked me to go with her. I said, making things perfectly clear, I knew my wife had been eavesdropping. She simply replied, oh, threw the cleaning rag into a basin, and said, I'm off to wash the dishes. I glanced at her. I think you could work at a workplace too. My family's background, would they even accept me? She was worried no one would dare to hire her. Everyone in the village has seen your good behavior. Who could ignore it? I reassured her, aware that once those 4 major figures fall from power next year, background issues like this would be revisited. Unless it's something particularly severe, most will eventually be rectified. Early the next morning, I woke up, only to find Su Yi was already up and busy at the stove. Leftovers from the previous day's banquet had been reheated, and she was boiling a pot of wheat and cornmeal soup. After washing up in the courtyard, I slurped down a big bowl, feeling thoroughly content. She nibbled on a piece of pickled cucumber and asked, Are you going to work today? No. The brigade captain told us to take a few days off. I'm thinking of taking this time to head into the mountains. We're set on grain now, but we don't have much meat left. Any game we catch can also be sold at the supply and marketing cooperative. Once the snow gets heavy, it'll be harder to venture into the mountains. She nodded quietly. These last days had really worn her out. Just as we finished breakfast, the courtyard door was pushed open. In came Wu Yingshuang, carrying a basket filled with eggplants, beans, and green peppers. As she stepped into the yard, she hollered, How you? My dad asked me to bring some vegetables. Yesterday, I saw that your veggies were running low. I took the basket from her. Sister Wu, this is too much. I can't accept this. This girl was genuinely thoughtful. It's no wonder her favorability rating was 100. Funny enough, Su Yi's score with me was only 98, and I still haven't figured out why. What's there to be embarrassed about? You gave my family half a pig's head yesterday. My dad was happy as if he'd struck gold. Su Yi poked her head out and invited her inside for tea. Wu Yingshuang downed half a bowl of water in one gulp and, seeing the dishes hadn't been cleared yet, said, I won't just drink here for free. I'll do the dishes. Su Yi tried to stop her. Being newly married, she couldn't risk being seen as lazy, but by then, Wu Yingshuang was already in the courtyard with a basin of dishes. I sat by the doorway, watching her work. She was genuinely efficient and thorough as she squatted with perfect posture. How you? She called out while scrubbing dishes. I asked at the commune cafeteria. The head chef will be free to talk 5 days from now. You promised to go with me. I remember. I'll definitely go in 5 days. After saying that, she turned around, ready to leave, but she pointed at me once more. If you dare to, get whacked with a rolling pin. Got it. I interrupted her. I couldn't help but think to myself, you don't even have a rolling pin. In the end, it'd be me dealing with you. She smirked before walking away. Su Yi came out with a broom. Sister Wu has left. Yeah. She said she'll go to the commune in 5 days. She responded, oh, again, taking the basin from my hand. I'm thinking of taking Air Guzi into the mountains. She paused. Air Guzi? Wasn't he? People can change. His sister helped us a lot, and I've already dealt with him enough to keep him in line. We'll need someone to carry things in the mountains, and he's strong. Besides, his father is the vice captain of the brigade. Building good relations could make things easier for us in the future. She thought about it for a moment. Do whatever you think is best. The mountains are dangerous. Having someone with you might be a good thing. Don't worry. Your man is capable. Her cheeks flushed as she carried the basin back into the house. What do you think about Sister Wu? I suddenly asked. She's great. Hardworking, capable, and an excellent cook. I think so too. I paused. What if you? With a baby on the way, we need someone to help out at home. She can't stay with her in-laws, and she can't stay long at her parents' place either. We've got an empty room here. I thought about letting her move in, provide her with food and shelter. It'd be good for everyone. Sui kept her head down, scrubbing the bowl vigorously until it squeaked. Do whatever you think is best. I glanced at her. Could this be why our relationship hadn't reached full harmony? At least her attitude wasn't declining. I continued. I'll listen to you. If you agree, I'll talk to her or Uncle Wu about it. She raised her head. Let her come. If I do end up with a child, I won't be able to handle everything alone. She's had a tough life. Lost her husband young, no kids, and her mother-in-law bullying her daily. She's helped us so much. We can't treat her unfairly. All right, it's settled. I patted the dust off my trousers. I'll go find Guzi. Guzi was crouched under the big locust tree at the entrance of the village, chewing a blade of grass. His face still bore bruises from being slapped by his sister with a shoe sole and whipped by his father's belt. Plus, the injuries from the beating I'd given him before hadn't entirely healed. Seeing me approach, his first instinct was to flee, but I was already in front of him. Brother Haoyou, what's up? In a couple of days, come into the mountains with me to carry supplies. He froze. You mean me? Since the beating, he'd avoided crossing my path whenever he could. You're strong. I noticed last time when I was dealing with you. I casually fabricated an excuse. He shivered. I clapped him on the shoulder. Let's not dwell on the past. Your sister has helped me a great deal, so you're half a brother to me now. Stick with me, and you won't be treated poorly. He opened and closed his mouth, wanting to inquire about my relationship with his sister, but dared not, fearing that asking might earn him another beating. So are you in or not? I'm in. After breakfast the day after tomorrow, I'll definitely show up. He puffed out his chest. When Guzi says something, he means it. I walked away. Honestly, taking him along was partly because I found my cheap brother-in-law not entirely irredeemable. Plus, when I had hunted game in the future, I could send him to run errands to the commune. It'd save me a 3-hour round trip on foot. Wu Yingshuang had just left my house and overheard me mentioning plans to take Guzi into the mountains. She didn't go back to confirm, but understood. Guzi was her younger brother, known since childhood for stealing chickens and teasing the female educated youth. Their father had broken multiple belts trying to discipline him, all to no avail, until I gave him a good thrashing. Only then did he calm down a bit. She guessed I probably wanted to help guide her brother, and the thought made her eyes moist. Wiping a tear, she muttered softly, "Stupid bastard," but she was smiling as she carried her empty basket home. On her way through the village entrance, she noticed Guzi boasting to everyone about how Brother Haoyou asked me to go into the mountains, with his chest puffed out. To every passerby, Aunt Wang, Aunt Dong, sister-in-law Gu, he repeated his refrain. Seeing her brother's silly antics, her gratitude toward me deepened. That afternoon, Wu Dihai returned to the village. From afar, he saw his son showing off under the locust tree and couldn't help but laugh. Rumors had already reached his ears that morning. His son had never done anything proper. Even breaking multiple sticks over him hadn't changed that. Who'd have thought being beaten by me would straighten him out? If only he'd known, he would have sent him over earlier for such a thrashing. Aunt Wang came over to compliment him. Your Guzi seems like a changed person today. Following Haoyou will surely turn out well for him. Wu Dihai responded with a smile, puffing on his cigarette. Sister-in-law Gu passed by, and Guzi bragged again. Brother Haoyou said I'm strong, and only I'm fit to carry supplies into the mountains. Haven't you mentioned that already? Did I? Oh well, I'm just so excited I forgot. Turning around, he saw his father standing behind him. The smile froze on his face. Dad, Wu Dihai stared at him for a moment. Haoyou asked you to go into the mountains because he values you. If you slack off or hold him back, I'll break your legs when you return. Don't worry, Dad. I'll work hard, Guzi assured. Wu Dihai nodded and started walking home, but paused after a few steps. Tomorrow evening, tell your mother to make extra flatbreads to take into the mountains. Guzi stood rooted in place, his nose stinging with emotion. His father hadn't spoken to him like this in a long time, not with scolding or beatings, but seriously, as one would to a proper son. Unable to hold back, he wiped away tears. Meanwhile, Yifan had spent the entire day laboring, hoeing the fields, turning soil, and moving stones. He now had 2 blisters on his hands and shoulders that ached terribly. But Team Recorder Old he had only credited him with 5 work points. Average male laborers could earn 8, and those who didn't slack off might earn 10. It wasn't that he wasn't working, he simply couldn't handle the tasks. After a few swings of the hoe, he'd be out of breath, often mistaking wheat sprouts for weeds. Others had to redo the areas he worked on. Frustrated, he threw the hoe aside and slipped away to a deserted dirt hill. Taking out a bottle of cheap sorghum liquor, he took a swig, the burn so intense it brought tears to his eyes. Yesterday, he'd attended my banquet. After toasting the final round, he'd drunk until he passed out. Someone had had to carry him back and toss a blanket over him. Wang Guilin appeared behind him, round-faced with freckles, around 25 or 26. She'd lost her husband, had no kids, and had been sent back to her parents by her mother-in-law. Drinking alone, huh? Yi Fan ignored her. She stood watching him for a while. Drinking in solitude is bad for you. When he still didn't respond, she walked off but glanced back at him once. Yi Fan took another swig, letting the liquor drip down the corners of his mouth, too lazy to wipe it away. To him, Su Yi was gone, and nothing else mattered. The sky darkened, and someone called from the educated youth compound beckoning him to dinner. He didn't answer, leaning against the dirt hill with his eyes closed. All he could see in his mind was Su Yi running toward me with that smile. A smile that was never meant for him and never would be. Back at my place, I was pacing by the courtyard gate, waiting for dinner, when I saw Wu Dihai approaching. Haoyo, Uncle Wu. He stood silent for a moment. Guzi said you're taking him into the mountains. Yep, the day after tomorrow. He nodded, pulling out his tobacco pouch and rolling a cigarette. He handed it to me. I accepted it, lighting it with a match. The drag was so strong it burned my throat, leaving me coughing. Wu Dihai also rolled one for himself and lit it. That boy used to be worthless. I've beaten him for over 10 years, and it never worked. But one beating from you, and now he listens. If he follows you, that's better than hanging around those troublemakers. I trust you. I smiled. You flatter me, Uncle Wu. It's not flattery, he replied, knocking ash from his cigarette. Even the commune leaders came to your banquet. You carried that 300-pound wild boar back from the mountains. You're capable and reliable. Guzi following you. He'll have a bright future. He paused and added, about Shuang, I'm grateful to you too. She can't stay with her in-laws, and going back to her parents isn't a long-term solution. Letting her cook and finding her a path forward, it gives her dignity. As her father, that eases my heart. She's capable herself. I didn't do much, I said. He glanced at me, but said no more. Hands behind his back, he turned and walked away, mentioning as he left that he'd save up something for the future. The eggs were sent over by the girl. I stood where I was and finished my last puff of the cigarette. When I got home, Su Yi had already prepared dinner. Steamed rice, eggplants brought over by Wu Shuang fried with the oil I earned from the system rewards, shiny with luster. There were also sliced meat and steamed eggs, just enough for the two of us. I sat down as she served me a bowl of rice. Why did Uncle Wu come over just now? Just talked about some things regarding Guzi, and he thanked me for helping Sister Wu. Sister Wu indeed should thank you. If she really ends up in the commune canteen, 22 yuan a month with rations would surely be better than working in the fields. Yeah, Sister Wu looks spirited, but I've heard she suffered a lot of grievances at her in-laws. I contemplated. Wu Shuang's matters could wait for a while. When the time came, I would tell Su Yi the truth. It shouldn't be too much of an issue. Still, some things are better kept secret. Best to pretend not to know, a rare luxury to remain oblivious. So, about Sister Wu's brother, you're taking him along. How are we splitting up the spoils later? I'll just give him a small share when the time comes. You needn't worry about this. Let me tell you about something more important. Something that concerns our better days ahead. I shifted the topic on purpose. Better days? I'm thinking of looking for an opportunity to find you a job. If that doesn't work, I'll find one for myself. Deep down, I wanted to find her a place to work so that later, when we enjoy better times in the village, it would make sense to others. But our political standing made it tricky. If it couldn't be managed, I'd find an undemanding job for myself instead. Next time I visit the commune, I'll have a word with Old Li to test the waters, see if it's workable. If it's too much trouble, then just you go to work. I can stay at home, have children for you, and take care of you. We'll see. By the way, do you still have any thick elastic bands? I want to make a slingshot for hunting. Heading up the mountains in 2 days, this should come in handy. I don't have thick elastic bands. Will elastic straps suffice? Sure, let me try those. After wiping my mouth, I left the table. Shortly after, she handed me the elastic straps, and I got busy at the doorway. When she finished washing the dishes, she brought over a stool and sat next to me, resting her head on my shoulder. Haoyo, no matter what happens in the future, you must treat me as you do now. I knew. I had changed her fate. Hey, why talk about that now? Let's finish up here, then we can, give our Haoyo family a head start with a big chubby boy. I lifted her into the main room. The oil lamp went out. The room plunged into darkness, with only the moonlight streaming gently through the window. Before I realized it, the day to head into the mountains arrived. The early mornings of October carried a tinge of chill. I had breakfast, grabbed my machete, filled my water bottle, and when my wife wasn't looking, slipped the Waterspark rifle into my backpack. Since I'd be bringing Guzi this time, It wouldn't do to bring out the rifle suddenly without explanation. Ammunition was limited. The last wild boar hunt had cost me 1 round, leaving only 11. I tucked the slingshot into my pocket, as it'd save bullets on smaller game. Suyi woke early to steam white bread and boiled 2 eggs for me. She said I worked hard during the day and even in the evenings, and should replenish myself. I'm off. I'll be back before nightfall. At the courtyard gate, I turned back, and she waved at me. Under the big locust tree, Urguzi was already waiting. Brother Haoyo. Though Urguzi had walked the mountain paths before, this was his first time walking them with me. I walked steadily and quickly, and he panted after a stretch. Brother Haoyo, did you use this path last time you shot that wild boar? More or less. After a while, he couldn't hold back. My dad said that boar weighed 350 pounds. A little over 300. Work hard, and we can get your sister-in-law and your sister some new clothes later. As we entered the shallow mountainous area, I instinctively detected life signals within 100 meters radius. 70 meters southeast lay 2 hares, 50 meters northwest, a flock of pheasants. I pulled out the slingshot and picked up a stone to head southeast. In the shrubbery, a gray-furred hare squatted, chewing on grass. I pulled the slingshot taut and released. Thud. The rabbit flipped over. Whoa, Brother Haoyo, you're amazing. Urguzi, now impressed, had seen no other hunter snaring prey before even showing their face. I didn't respond, told him to gather the prey while I turned northwest. The pheasant flock busied their scratching, and I selected the biggest among them, pulling out another stone. The projectile whizzed. One pheasant flapped feebly before collapsing, its companions scattering immediately. By noon, we had 3 hares and 2 pheasants. Urguzi's backpack now weighed heavily, leaving red marks on his shoulders. His admiration grew visibly genuine. Let's eat first, then head to the Wild Boar Valley in the afternoon for a look. Urguzi eagerly pulled out 2 containers. Phew, Urguzi, your dad treats you well. Pig head meat, shredded cucumber, and even eggs. Unexpectedly, he said, my dad told me to bring these to honor you, Brother Haoyo. Since you're taking me up the mountains, you're like a mentor to me. I even brought some liquor. He showed me a water bottle. Let's skip the mentor bit. Brother sounds better. But this spread deserves a toast. We lacked cups, so we used the lid of one of the containers to drink. Oh right, Urguzi, what's your full name? Now that he was practically my brother-in-law, I figured it was only proper to know. My name is Wu Ji, given by my grandfather. He seemed a tad shy. Ahem, Urguzi it is, then. Mid-swig, the name nearly made me choke. After finishing lunch and resting for a bit, we dared not linger. Nights fell swiftly in the mountains. Past the crooked neck tree, I suddenly halted after walking some distance. The signals had changed. 90 meters ahead, a red marker appeared, large-bodied, moving slowly, and alone. A lone boar. I tucked away the slingshot and retrieved the waterspark rifle from my pack. Urguzi widened his eyes in excitement upon spotting the gun. It had always been under his dad's care, never allowing him even to touch it. Don't move, I whispered, lest his antics alert the beast. Parting the shrubs revealed a black and gray wild boar, rooting about at the base of a tree. It looked to weigh approximately 180 pounds, significantly smaller than the previous one. With the rifle in hand, I wasn't worried even with Urguzi present. My breathing instinctively slowed as I took aim. I avoided aiming for the head. A boar's skull was notoriously tough, and a headshot might not ensure a clean kill. Instead, I aimed behind the ear, where the bullet would penetrate straight to the brain. Unaware of the impending danger, the wild boar continued its foraging. I pulled the trigger. One shot was all it took, straight through the skull. The boar toppled sideways, its legs kicking feebly before it lay completely still. Urguzi, lying nearby, covered his ears from the ringing, his eyes glued to the boar that had, a second earlier, been rooting about earnestly. Now, motionless, his astonishment betrayed his disbelief. He reflected on whom he had been dealing with. No wonder his sister had been tamed so effortlessly. Brother Haoyo, your marksmanship. My dad's been shooting his whole life and hasn't ever dropped a boar this size in one go. I slung the rifle back onto my shoulder and saw him gearing to approach the beast. I instinctively stopped him. Injured boars were extremely dangerous if not completely lifeless. I instructed him to wait while I approached to inspect. Bullet through the brain, thoroughly dead. I then waved him over. By evening carrying the wild boar into the village with Urguzi caused a commotion again. Wang Ganma was the first to spot us and shouted loudly, "Goodness! Haoyo has brought back a wild boar again." The news spread like wildfire, and soon half the village came out. This one must weigh about 170 or 180 caddies, right? About that. I put the wild boar down. Originally, I could have stored it in my space and carried it into the village later, but since Urguzi was with me, I had to lug it down the entire mountain in full view. Thankfully, I had peak physical conditioning. Sister-in-law Gu was sharp-eyed and noticed the bullet hole behind its ear. Oh my heavens, was this shot with a gun? One shot. I nodded. The crowd collectively gasped. Taking down a 170 to 180 catty wild boar with a single shot was a feat even the village militia couldn't pull off. Erguzi's shoulder showed red marks from the heavy carrying, but he puffed out his chest while beaming as he recounted the incident. You guys have no idea. I was squatting right there and saw it with my own eyes. One shot, just one. Woodhigh arrived too, standing outside the crowd. His eyes fell on the bullet hole, clean, precise, without flaw. Having spent half his life with guns, he knew what that meant. It wasn't luck, it was skill. His gaze then shifted to his son, whose smile wasn't the mischievous kind he usually wore after fooling around with trivial mischief, but a proud smile from having done an honest job and being recognized by everyone. Woodhigh took a drag from his cigarette and turned to leave, his steps pausing briefly as he walked away. Su Yi and Wu Yingshuang appeared. Yingshuang immediately noticed the marks on her brother's shoulder. Her lips moved as if to say something, but she glanced at me, saw no sign of injury on me, and relaxed. Jia, I helped brother Hao Yu today, Erguzi said proudly. Carry it to our brother's home first and wash it up, she replied. Su Yi walked up to me, studying me. Did you get hurt? No. She reached out to pluck some grass bits from my collar, only then turning to face the crowd's admiring gazes. After dinner, with both women in the house, there was nothing left for me to do. I'm going to the brigade leader's house to file a report, I said. With so many eyes in the village watching, I still needed to go through the proper process. All right, the road's dark, take it slow. At the door, I said to Erguzi, go home and rest. Come early tomorrow, and we'll head to the commune together. He sprang up. Okay, I'll be here at dawn. Not that early. I might not even be up. Have breakfast first, and then we'll go. Honestly, I wasn't that much of a morning person. Deal, he shouted toward the kitchen. Jia, I'm heading back now. Then he vanished from sight in no time. The walk to the brigade leader's house was quick. He was sitting in the courtyard after dinner when I arrived. Uncle Xie, I greeted. How you? Come in, take a seat. Heard you caught another wild boar. You've already heard? Gossip really spreads fast in our village. Half the village knows. The brigade leader knocked the ashes out of his tobacco pipe against a stone bench. Erguzi's mouth is faster than the brigade's broadcast speaker. He's been bragging to everyone. I squatted down and took out a cigarette from my pocket, offering it to Uncle Xie. It was a pack of Dakiamin bought for special occasions from the supply and marketing cooperative at an insider rate, courtesy of Old Lee. Smoking Tashin all the time grew boring. This was a nice change. I said, Uncle Xie, I've split the wild boar in two. The portion meant for the collective. The brigade leader waved me off before I could finish. No need to bring it to the brigade. The commune's supply and marketing cooperative is short on meat right now. Old Lee even said last time they'd prioritize wild game if they could get it. Tomorrow, just hitch the team's ox cart and sell it directly. When you're back, the money can go into the books. Saves me the hassle of acting as a middleman. I was surprised. The ox cart wasn't something just anyone could use. The village's old yellow ox was precious. Spring plowing and autumn harvesting relied entirely on it. Normally, anyone wanting to borrow it needed approval from 3 members of the brigade committee. Yet, the brigade leader decided it with just one sentence. Not wanting to put him in a tough spot, I asked, Uncle Xie, isn't this against the rules? What rule? You're bringing income to the brigade. Using the ox cart for a day is nothing. Last time, that 300 catty boar had Vice Chairman Wang talking about it nonstop. Go early and come back fast tomorrow. Make sure the ox is fed before setting off. There's fodder stacked by the cattle shed. Grab a couple of bundles and load them onto the cart. I understood now. The so-called rule was basically to prevent villagers from borrowing the ox for trivial matters. I stubbed out my cigarette. Thank you, Uncle Xie. Honestly, I didn't think much of it. I didn't know how to drive the ox cart anyway, and figured I'd just take Erguzi along. Uncle Xie took a sip of tea, the tea dregs sticking to his lips. He wiped it off with the back of his hand and said, How you? You've been in our village for over 2 years now. I know full well what things were like before and what they are now. Keep it up. I have faith in you. I stood up and dusted off the dirt on my pants. To be honest, Uncle Xie had been good to me these past couple of years, at least not letting me starve. Just as I was about to leave, he stopped me again. Oh, about that matter during your wedding, when Woodhigh took the lead in giving a wedding gift. I remember it, I replied. It wasn't just lip service. When distributing the meat, I'd specifically set aside a piece to deliver to him at the right time. Good, as long as you remember. He packed his pipe with fresh tobacco. Lao Wu may be tough with words, but he understands everything in his heart. I didn't respond. He lit his pipe and waved me on my way. When I got home, Wu Yingshuang had already left. Su Yi was sitting in the central room, exuding a faint fragrance. She'd clearly washed up. I told her, I'll take a wash and we'll rest early. The next morning, I woke not long after dawn, not because of the roosters crowing, but because of the sound of sweeping in the courtyard. Swish, 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 strong and purposeful strokes. Sui turned over and drowsily asked, "Who is it?" Throwing on my clothes, I pushed open the door. The crisp October air hit me like a wall, making me shiver from head to toe. In the courtyard, Erguzi was bent over, sweeping the ground vigorously. Bits of gravel flew up from the force. Yesterday's chicken droppings were gone, and even the moss by the water jar had been scraped clean. By the chicken coop, the trough of feed was mixed evenly, and the chickens pecked at it contentedly. I was completely caught off guard. Erguzi straightened up, smiling foolishly. His cuff was wet halfway up, his pants were splashed with water, and his nose tip was bright red from the cold. "Brother, how you? You're awake." I swept the yard, fed the chickens. "Anything else need doing?" "Have you eaten?" "Not yet. Come inside." Sui had already stoked the stove, reheating leftover steamed buns, and boiling a pot of cornmeal porridge. Erguzi sat huddled, not daring to relax. I pointed to a stool before he finally moved over, perching on the edge of it. When Sui handed him the bowl of porridge, he held it with both hands, his eyes turning misty. After breakfast, the sun was fully up. I pulled a sack out of the woodshed. The wild boar, already processed yesterday, had been left in the cool central room overnight. It wouldn't spoil in this weather. Erguzi, always perceptive, immediately stepped up to help. Together, we carried the wild boar to the stone slab in the courtyard. At 170 or 80 caddies, after gutting, and the head was placed separately, I squatted down, placing my hand on the pig's body. The passive effect of the junior butcher title was triggered. The muscle texture and bone structure became crystal clear in my mind, like a pre-drawn schematic. I took the cleaver from Erguzi's hand and made the first cut at the joint of the hind leg. The blade tip followed the seam of the bones. With a twist of my wrist, there was a crisp crack, and the joint came apart smoothly. The entire hind leg was detached, leaving the bone socket clean and barely any scraps of meat on the chopping board. I moved on to the front leg. The knife slid along the scapula, and with a flick and twist, it came off just as easily. The belly meat was worked starting at the third rib, carefully separating it by guiding the knife along the bones. Each chop for the ribs came down decisively, smoothly dividing them into equal segments with clear crack sounds. Erguzi squatted nearby, watching in utter astonishment, his eyes almost glazed. He said that the butcher in the village had been doing this for 20 years, yet even removing a single hind leg would take him 5 or 6 chops, with bone shards flying everywhere. "Brother, how your knife skills? Who taught you?" "Picked it up growing up, from someone in the same courtyard." The butcher title truly lived up to its promise, swift and tidy, yielding an additional 10% of meat, fresh and flawless. I neatly organized the meat into different portions. The share for the supply and marketing cooperative was packed into a burlap sack. The cuts were perfectly uniform, stacked like bricks. I tied the portion for Wu Dihai with straw rope and hung it on the door frame. I selected 2 of the better-looking wild rabbits and pheasants to sell later. Erguzi, head to the team's cattle shed and bring the ox cart over. Grab 2 bundles of fodder from beside the shed and place them on the cart. He sped off at once. By the time Erguzi returned with the ox cart, Wu Shuang had also arrived. She carried a basket filled with eggplant, green beans, and green peppers. She came so frequently that the bottom of her basket was almost worn through. She glanced at the pork hanging on the door frame, then at me, said nothing, and rolled up her sleeves to head into the kitchen. Later, Sui mentioned to me that they had exchanged a few words at the stove. Sui told her that the meat on the door frame was reserved for Wu's father, but Wu Shuang declined, saying it was too valuable and suggested selling it instead. Sui reassured her, saying I appreciated how her family had looked after me. She then added how Erguzi had shown up at dawn that morning, sweeping the yard, fetching water, feeding the chickens, more diligent than he would be for his own family. At that, Wu Shuang paused slightly, her voice dropping. He wasn't like this before. Erguzi and I hoisted the sack onto the ox cart. It was heavy, and he gritted his teeth as the veins in his neck bulged. The wild rabbits and pheasants were tied to the cart shaft, swaying slightly with the breeze. The old yellow ox, mouth foaming and eyes half closed, looked as though it hadn't fully woken up. Erguzi climbed onto the shaft and imitated his father, shaking the reins. The ox ignored him, continuing to swish its tail. He shook the reins harder, and when they landed on the ox's back, the beast turned its head slowly to give him an unmistakably defiant glare. I took the reins from his hands and gave a light shake. The ox immediately began to move. Is this what they call natural talent? After we had traveled a while, Erguzi suddenly said seriously, Brother Hao Yu, from now on, whatever you want me to do, I'll do it. Honestly, all right, work hard, and things will look up for you too. When we reached the supply and marketing cooperative's backyard in the commune, Old Li was squatting by the gate, smoking. A small pile of cigarette butts littered the ground. When he saw me driving the ox cart in, his eyes nearly popped out of his head. An ox cart? You brought an ox cart here. The team leader approved it. I replied as I jumped off the cart, dragging the sack down. It's wild boar meat. This one's small, about 170 to 180 pounds, plus 2 wild rabbits and a pheasant. Oldley untied the sack. The meat inside was vibrant red, with a perfect balance of lean and fat. The cuts were so precise they looked as smooth as tofu sliced with a knife. He inspected the wild rabbits and pheasant next. Their fur and feathers were intact, with not a single blemish. This knife work, you did this yourself? I nodded. He glanced at me, but didn't ask further. We weighed everything and settled the account. Wild boar meat sold at 80 cents a pound. With 112 pounds of clean cuts, plus the rabbits and pheasant, the total came to just over 95 yuan. Oldley counted the cash and handed it over, a thick wad of money. He also passed me a cigarette, which I lit for him. The two of us squatted on the steps, smoking. The backyard was deserted at this time, save for the occasional swish of the old yellow ox's tail. After a glance around, Oldley said, "How you? There's an opening here for a procurement officer position at the cooperative. Are you interested? Procurement officer?" I froze. I had been thinking of finding a stable position for myself, and now Oldley came bearing this unexpected opportunity. Yes, Old Wong is officially retiring, leaving the spot vacant. I mentioned you to the director. The director said if you can get a recommendation letter from the brigade, Deputy Director Wong will approve it. You know Deputy Director Wong. He even came to your wedding. I know him. I stubbed out my cigarette. So the recommendation letter should come from Deputy Director Wong. Yes, go find him and say I sent you. Thank you, Uncle Lee. No need to thank me. This role suits you. You're good at hunting, and your character is solid. You'll do well in the position. I stuffed the 95 yuan into my pocket. Even through the cloth, I could feel its weight. Dusting myself off, I stood up. I hadn't expected such a pleasant surprise from this trip to the commune. This position was genuinely tempting. Unlike other factory jobs or units I didn't care for, a procurement officer at the supply and marketing cooperative offered freedom. It would make juggling resources in the future much easier to explain. Just as I was about to leave, I suddenly remembered something. Turning back, I said, "Uncle Lee, I'd like to buy some items from the cooperative." Life in rural areas posed challenges like these. No fixed rations, and in these times, everything required coupons. You could only rely on connections to purchase some internal goods. Oldley didn't reject me and led me inside. Behind the counter was the same lady from last time. She didn't recognize me, but she certainly knew Old Lee, her supervisor. I asked her for a piece of red sugar cake, still wrapped in warm wax paper. Then I noticed a stack of snowflake cream in a corner of the counter, round tin boxes with peonies printed on the lid. I chose two, intending to take them home for the women to use as skincare. The scent would give a nice touch, adding to the atmosphere. Before leaving, Oldley handed me a form and told me to fill it out and get it stamped by the brigade, offering a few additional pointers. Herr Guzzi waited by the door, holding the reins. When he saw me come out, he eagerly ran up to greet me. "Brother, how you? What did you buy?" "Herr Guzzi, write this down. Never see what you shouldn't see, never listen to what you shouldn't hear, and absolutely don't ask about things you shouldn't inquire about." Grooming him as a secretary would probably be a challenge. He was already disadvantaged by his lack of education. On second thought, Yifan seemed more competent, though sometimes overly scheming. "Got it." He nodded earnestly, refraining from further questions. I let him drive the cart on the way back. By the time we reached the village, it was afternoon, and the sun had already started its descent. He sat on the cart shaft, swinging his legs and humming a tune from the revolutionary model opera, veering so off-key that the melody was unrecognizable. He couldn't even recite half the lyrics correctly. I leaned back onto the neatly folded empty sack, more comfortable than a cushion. The ox walked at its own steady pace, its hooves lifting faint clouds of dust along the dirt road. When we passed by Wu Dihai's house, he was squatting in the yard, smoking. "Uncle Wu, we're back," I said, carrying a piece of boar's foreleg weighing 3 or 4 jin, which I had taken with me so I wouldn't have to make another trip. "This is from the wild boar we hunted yesterday. A piece of meat for you to enjoy with your liquor." Wu Dihai stood up, glanced at the meat, and shook his head. "How you? There's no need for this. You already gifted me some last time." "That was last time. This time, Erguzi helped me with the hunt. He contributed, so he deserves his share." After a pause, he nodded. "All right," he said, taking the meat and placing it aside. Then he added, "Erguzi is lucky to have you around. If you ever need anything, just let me know." "Okay." Erguzi sat on the carriage shaft, clutching the reins tightly. His father didn't look at him, and he didn't dare to look at his father either, but his grip on the reins was firm. Come to think of it, his father hadn't beaten or scolded him these past few days. I sent Air Guzzi to return the ox while I headed to the village office to log the share that belonged to the collective. Afterward, I made my way home. Pushing open the courtyard door, I saw Su Yi collecting clothes, standing on her tiptoes to reach the clothesline. In the kitchen, Wu Yingshuang was busy cooking, the sounds of the spatula clanging as she prepared dinner on time. Seeing me, Su Yi smiled and draped the clothes over her arm. "How you're back?" "Yeah, and I got you something." I pulled out some red sugar cakes and a tin of snow cream. "These are for you. It's a scent I like." "You bought this for me?" "That's so extravagant," she said, offering a slight scolding, though her face was lit with a smile. It was, after all, the premium Shanghai brand and not cheap. "You're with me now. I want you to live well." While she was distracted, I slipped into the kitchen and handed a tin of the snow cream to Wu Yingshuang. "This is for you, Sister Wu." She wiped her hands on her apron before taking it, clearly having overheard what I had just said to Su Yi. While she didn't appear envious, she also hadn't expected me to bring her anything. She hesitated, unsure of what to say. "From now on, take good care of yourself," I said softly. "Okay." Her voice tightened, and she swallowed hard before turning back to her cooking. Before long, the dishes were on the table: white steamed buns, stir-fried green beans, and wild boar meat stewed with potatoes. Using the streaky pork I had saved, cut into thick slices and fried until sizzling with fat. The red sugar cakes were sliced, steamed until soft, and served warm, ready to accompany a sip of tea. I sat down, and Wu Yingshuang immediately poured me a drink. Su Yi was the first to place a piece of wild boar meat on my plate. I tasted it. The meat was perfectly tender, the fat melted in my mouth, and the flavor was rich. "Oldly mentioned something to me today," I began, setting my drink down and almost forgetting the main topic. "What is it?" Su Yi froze for a moment, worried that I might have encountered some trouble. "A position has opened up for a formal purchasing agent, 22 yuan a month, plus allowances and ration quotas. Oldly told me to get a recommendation letter from Deputy Director Wang." "Deputy Director Wang? The one who came over to drink at our house last time?" "Yes." Su Yi swallowed the bite of steamed bun in her mouth. "You're capable. You'll definitely get it." I picked up a piece of red sugar cake and placed it in the bowl of Wu Yingshuang's sister-in-law. The cake was soft and warm from steaming. I boasted as I ate. "Your man is more than qualified to be a purchasing agent. Otherwise, how else am I going to make sure you live a good life? Men always enjoy being praised for their abilities." Wu Yingshuang, sitting across from me, slowly chewed her bun. She picked up some green beans, then a piece of wild boar meat, and touched the snow cream in her pocket. With a better mood, her appetite grew. Meanwhile, at the Wu family's house, dinner had also started. Air Guzzi held his bowl, filled with thick slices of braised pig's head meat cooked by his mother, the fat glistening and accompanied by a garlic soy dipping sauce. Across from him sat Wu Dihai, the two eating in silence, their chopsticks sometimes hitting their bowls with soft clinks. "Big brother Hao Yu is so kind. He brought us more meat today," Air Guzzi said, looking up. "Yes," Wu Dihai grunted, taking a sip of liquor. "He said you contributed and deserved your share. Keep working hard." Meat that his son earned through effort tasted that much better. It gave him hope for his old age. After dinner, Wu Yingshuang left. Su Yi boiled water, and once I had a bath, I lay in bed waiting. After a while, she came into the room, bringing with her a faint fragrance, the snow cream I had given her. Without saying much, I wrapped my arms around my wife. A few days later, the day of Wu Yingshuang's interview at the commune cafeteria arrived. That morning, she woke up before dawn and tossed, and turned on the Kong bed until the sky was light. Finally, she sat up and put on her new blouse, blue with white flowers, that she'd been working overtime to sew these past few days. After rinsing her mouth, she pulled out a small cloth bundle from the cupboard and gripped it tightly. It contained the Wang Shuyi seasoning I had given her. A lot had been used for the banquet, but some was left. Wu Dihai also got up. "Dad." "Yes," he replied. "Head out early. Don't keep them waiting." "All right." She nodded and was about to leave when Wu Dihai suddenly called her back. "Yingshuang, Hao Yu has done our family a great kindness. You must remember to repay his kindness." "I know, Dad," she said, nodding. She didn't need her father's reminder. She would remember my kindness for a lifetime. With a cigarette in my mouth, I waited under the old pagoda tree. We greeted each other before setting out. The path to the commune was one I had taken many times, but today it felt unusually slow. Normally chatty, Wu Yingshuang was silent, her fingers fiddling with the neckline of her new blouse and turning the cloth bundle over and over in her hand. She was evidently nervous. "Hao Yu, what do you think the head chef will ask me to cook?" she finally asked. "I don't know. Whatever he asks, you cook," I replied. After a while, she spoke again. "What if the timing isn't right? I've never used their stove before." "Sister Wu," I interrupted. She fell silent. "You pulled off cooking for a banquet with 10 or more tables. Whoever ate your food couldn't stop praising it. Their kitchen stove won't be any harder to handle than that. She murmured softly. That's different. That day at your house. Well, I felt at ease there. I paused slightly, my steps slowing for a moment. Without looking back, I continued in a steady tone. It doesn't matter where you are. The food you cook speaks for itself. As we walked, I spotted a small grove up ahead. At this hour, no one passed by, and the scenery was serene. If I didn't help her ease her nerves now, it might affect her performance. Taking her hand, I led her to stand behind a large tree. Sister Wu, just hold on to the tree, I said. Okay, she replied. Time was tight. We couldn't afford delays with something as important as her interview. Me start work tomorrow. 22 yuan a month, with rations. Good for you. The joy spread quickly. It was as if the whole village had won a big prize. Wu Dihai felt a sense of relief as he proudly recounted the details of the interview to everyone asking. As for Wu Yingshuang, surrounded by the crowd's admiration and congratulations, she just stood with her head tilted slightly, lips trembling but smiling brightly. On the way back home, she lagged a step behind me, a refreshed briskness in her walk. When we were alone for a moment, she suddenly turned and said, How you? I finally made it. 22 yuan. Fixed rations. I made it. I nodded and smiled. Yes, you've done great. For someone like her, this was more than a job. It was a ticket to a better life, a leap in social status. She would now officially have what everyone envied, a steady income and an iron rice bowl. While back in the village, Guzi crouched under the giant locust tree near the entrance, surrounded by people as he bragged loudly. Today, my sister went for an interview at the commune canteen. The head chef himself tested her. An elder woman eyed him skeptically. Guzi, can your sister really pull it off? Of course. Everyone praised her dishes during Hao Yu's wedding. Even the commune leaders ate her food and said it was delicious. Hey, said Wang Ganma, slapping her knee. If your sister gets into the commune's kitchen, your family will be better off in no time. Well, duh. When my sister starts earning wages, and my brother Hao Yu is here to help us out. Guzi paused, scratching his head awkwardly. Well, everything will be great from then on. The villagers nodded in agreement, now seeing bright prospects for Wu Yingshuang's family just by association with me. The rest of the day moved quickly. I took Wu Yingshuang to the supply and marketing cooperative, a small walk from the commune, to go over paperwork with Uncle Li. On the way, she seemed amazed at how casually I interacted with the likes of Uncle Li. Wait, how you? You're connected with the management here? She asked, her tone tinged with astonishment. I work here now. I replied nonchalantly with a smirk. Uncle Li chimed in with a chuckle. Indeed he does. Procurement officer. Formal employment, just like you, an iron rice bowl. Wu Yingshuang gazed at me with an expression I hadn't seen before, part admiration, part awe. After sorting out the last of her paperwork, we headed to town for a quick meal. I could feel the difference in how she carried herself as we walked. No longer that hesitant girl who followed behind nervously, but someone walking in step with me, brimming with newfound confidence. On the way back to the village, she even hummed a tune from the revolutionary opera Red Lantern. Her notes were much more accurate than Guzi's off-key singing, a lightheartedness speaking of simmering excitement inside her. We'll both work in the commune now, she said thoughtfully. Maybe we could rent a place together? What do you think? I said, pretending to consider. Find one that's a bit bigger. Don't worry about the expense, and there's no rush. Walking through the wooded patch on the path, she fell miraculously silent, her usual chatter giving way to a prolonged but fond distraction. We emerged an hour later, both slightly mussed, having discovered no wild mushrooms or game. But, well, having been plenty occupied otherwise. When we returned to the village, under the same giant locust tree at the entrance, Wu Dihai, her father, had already been waiting, puffing through one cigarette after another. Waiting for Yingshuang, someone from the crowds asked him. Of course, it's been a whole day since she left. What are you worried about? Crooned Wang Ganma. How you went with her? It's a sure thing. Sure enough, two figures soon appeared in the distance, walking side by side. Wu Dihai crushed his cigarette and hurried forward. Father, Yingshuang called out eagerly once he was close. I did it. 22 yuan a month, with rations. I start tomorrow. Good, Wu Dihai said, his face lighting up. At that moment, it felt as if many years' worth of anxieties had melted away. His daughter had grown up. She wouldn't have to endure hardship any longer. Before he could ask more questions, a crowd, led by Aunt Dong, Aunt Gu, and even some noisy children, rushed over, eager for details. Well, how'd it go, Yingshuang? Did you pass? Of course I did, she said, smiling broadly. The head chef tasted my dishes and made the decision on the spot. He even told me to start tomorrow. And just like this, the story began to spread, each passing mouth embellishing it further. For Wu Yingshuang and her family, Life in their small world had irreversibly changed for the better. And for me, it seemed things were only starting to look brighter. I'll go to work tomorrow. Under the big pagoda tree, it suddenly became quiet. After all, there weren't many people in their village who ever landed an iron rice bowl. I just knew it. Sister Jin slapped her thigh and exclaimed, "Your craftsmanship had to have caught the master's eye." Aunt Dong said, "Ing Shuang, after all these years of hardship at your in-laws, you've finally made it. Working at the cafeteria and dealing with state-affiliated people every day is 100 times better than toiling away in the fields." Sister Gu leaned over and asked, "Ing Shuang, how much is the monthly salary?" 22 yuan. Wu Ing Shuang's lips curved upward. I'd briefed her on what could be said aloud on our way back. When she said this, an uproar followed. My goodness, our whole family can't save this much even by working all year in the fields. Ergo puffed up his chest, nearly splitting his shirt. Told you so. My sister's capable. Wu Dihai couldn't keep his smile out of his face. There would finally be someone in the Wu family to carry the torch. Upon noticing me, Aunt Sun turned to ask, "Comrade Hao, did you accompany Ing Shuang today?" "Yes, just happened to." I was all smiles. I still had my trump card up my sleeve. "You, as her sworn brother, care more than a real one would." Aunt Sun clicked her tongue. "Ergu has been bragging here for an entire afternoon, but you've been running around all day." I took the cigarette out of my mouth. "Aunt Dong, Uncle Lee also asked me to drop by to submit a recommendation letter." "What recommendation letter?" She froze. "He asked me to take a position as a procurement officer, a formal post at the Supply and Marketing Cooperative, starting on the 1st of next month." Underneath the pagoda tree, the calm swiftly returned. The twine in Granny Wang's hand suddenly snapped. "Procurement officer? A formal position?" "Yes, 22 yuan a month with added allowances. From now onward, I'm afraid I'll no longer make it to the fieldwork sessions with everyone. To be honest, I've been in Huai Tree Village for more than 2 years, and I've hardly contributed much." "Whoa, 22 yuan. Aunt Dong gasped. "Ing Shuang and you, both of you? The village has just produced 2 iron rice bowls at once." Erga's jaw hung slack. "Brother Hao, you've become an official worker too?" The last time he tagged along to the Supply and Marketing Cooperative, he hadn't heard a thing about this. "Yes, Uncle Lee said I had good character and was diligent, so he insisted." I added a little embellishment. Hearing this, everyone cast condescending glances my way. Although I did have good character, as for diligence, well, I'd nearly starved to death in the past. Still, they praised, "Comrade Hao and Ing Shuang, you both brought back government-assigned iron rice bowls. Has such a big achievement ever happened in Huai Tree Village before? Old Wu, the Wu family's ancestral grave must be emanating lucky smoke. You all, just wait for the blessings to pour in." Wu Dihai grinned and gave polite acknowledgments for a long while before finally taking his children home. I, too, made my way back. The elder women still hadn't dispersed and gathered under the tree, passionately debating the news. After all, Ing Shuang and I, who were now earning 22 yuan each, would see that climb to 27.5 yuan per month upon becoming fully vested. 200 to 300 yuan a year. It's more than what most families could hope to save while working tirelessly for an entire year. Just then, Yi Fan walked over. "Yi Fan, even 10 of you together wouldn't match Brother Hao. You're still stuck at 5 work points. Compared to Brother Hao, you're miles behind." Clenching his fists, Yi Fan ran straight toward the back hill. "Brother Hao, everyone's so jealous of you and my sister." Erga caught up with me. "Well, they should be. From now on, your sister and I will be the village's big names." 22 yuan may be a modest sum, but in the future, if I wanted to enjoy something nice, I wouldn't need to rack my brain for excuses anymore. On the way, we ran into the village leader. He already knew ahead of time and had kept it under wraps. I smiled, offered him a cigarette, and after a brief chat, made it back home. "How?" Su Yi was quick to come out as soon as she heard movements. "It worked, and Wu Jie got through as well." "Well, she starts tomorrow. I'll report for duty on the 1st of next month. Procurement officer, 22 yuan. Did you submit the recommendation letter?" "Yes. Uncle Lee is handing it to the director this afternoon." Su Yi's happiness spilled over as she promptly carried out the dishes. "Let's celebrate properly tonight. Pour me a full glass." "How? Do you think you'll be able to work at the commune in the future too?" She poured the liquor. "I'll make it. Our days will only get better. Have a few plump sons, and we can afford to raise them." "Okay." Her eyes gleamed. Just the thought of having a formal job symbolized a new political life for her. I sipped my drink and suddenly brought up, Let Wu Jie frequently visit our house from now on. She can't stay long at her in-laws, and her maiden home isn't really a lasting option. In the future, when we all move to the commune, we're bound to rent a place. Living together makes it easier to take care of things." Seizing the celebratory atmosphere, I laid things out plainly. Wu Shuang had mentioned this earlier today. Matters of the heart could be calculated, but they shouldn't involve lies. I wouldn't allow myself that. Su Yi paused mid-motion with her chopsticks, but quickly eased up and passed me another bite of food. Wu Jie doesn't have it easy. You decide. All right then, the West room's free anyway. I'll ask her tomorrow. I shifted the topic. As for your prospect with the grain station, I'll think of a way. With both of us employed, life will only look up. She froze briefly, her eyes misting somewhat, as if thinking I was the fortune that came into her life. After dinner, she swiftly cleared the dishes and even prepared bathwater for me. The following morning, with just a glimmer of dawn, Wu Yingshuang was already awake. Afraid of being late, she got up. After a flurry of activity and breakfast, she left for work. She swung by my courtyard before leaving, noticed the door was still closed, and figured I hadn't woken yet, so she turned and left. Wow, Wu Jie, so early? It's my first day? I'm starting early. She hastened her steps. As for me, after breakfast, I squatted in the yard sharpening my machete, contemplating a trip into the mountains to activate system rewards. The courtyard gate creaked open, a slit wide enough to reveal a figure. Ergu had come over, ready to help with chores. Already cleaned out the chicken coop. Did it yesterday. Firewood stacked up. Half a wall done. Should last about half a month. If you're free, take a stroll. We'll head into the mountains later. All right. He dashed back out. I'm heading to the team office. Be back at noon for lunch. I set the knife aside in the woodpile and headed toward the office. The village leader was hunched over the desk, scribbling away amid a haze of smoke. Uncle Xia. He glanced up and set his pen down. Sit. What's up? Straightforward, I went on. I'd like to inquire about something. Is station manager Zhao from the grain depot someone you know well? He paused to take a sip. Looking into this for your wife. You guessed it. I want to help find her a job too. Station manager Zhao? I could reach out, but you're well aware of Su Yi's background. You've seen her conduct in the village. He tapped his finger contemplatively against the desk and said, in a few days, I'll went to the commune for a meeting and happened to see someone who could help probe and test the waters for you. See if they can put in a good word. Whether it works out depends on your own abilities. Thank you, uncle. You're going to report to the supply and marketing cooperative. Have you squared things with Old Li over there? Yes, it's all taken care of. Deputy Director Wang has received your letter of introduction. He's also familiar with Station Chief Xiao. Think about how you can utilize that connection. He blew at the tea leaves floating in his cup. Go on now, I'm busy. Leaving the commune office around lunchtime, I wandered down the rural path. Wang Ganma suddenly called out in her loud voice. Comrade Hao, you're starting work at the supply and marketing cooperative next month? Yes, mentioned it yesterday. I replied, not wanting to chat too much as I turned away toward another direction. After walking a bit further, I spotted Yefan working alongside the women, looking to be in a pretty good mood. I didn't think too much of it and kept moving. Passing by Woodhai's house, I saw his second son, Guzi, chopping wood, with Woodhai nearby. Ah, it's friend Hao. Yingshuang's gone to work, Woodhai greeted. I know. I came by to discuss something. I lit a cigarette and sat down. Last night, my wife and I talked. She mentioned that it's not appropriate for Yingshuang to be living at her parents' home all the time. We're thinking she could move to the west wing of our house. That way, she'd have some company. Guzi turned his head, his face full of curiosity but staying quiet. Woodhai paused for a moment before saying, her husband's not around. It's up to her to decide. If she wants to, I won't stop her. He patted the dust off his pants. If Yingshuang stays at your place, I'd feel reassured. I looked him straight in the eye. Uncle Wu, Yingshuang is my sister. Guzi chimed in loudly. Dad, I've finished chopping the wood. I'll head up to the mountain this afternoon and gather some more. Bring that wood over to Brother Hao. He's helped our family a lot. We should be grateful. We're family. I blurted out casually. It wasn't entirely off the mark. After chatting for a bit longer, I headed home. Indeed, Yefan seemed to be in good spirits, though he had forgotten to bring his cornbread in the morning. At midday, he squatted by the field's edge. The women's team gathered in small groups under the shade of trees, gnawing on their dry rations. Aunt Dong shared some bread with Aunt Gu, while Aunt Jia tilted her head back to gulp water. No one called out to Yefan. He didn't try to join them. His stomach growled as he prepared to head back to the youth courtyard. At that moment, Wang Guilin walked over with an enamel cup in hand. Without saying a word, she pulled out a piece of bread from her pocket, tore it in half, and handed one half to him. Yefan hesitated, not daring to take it. She simply placed the bread on his knee and sat beside him, eating the other half herself. The bread, mixed with cornmeal and vegetable leaves, was rough on the throat. Yefan took a couple of bites and began to choke. Wang Guilin handed him the enamel cup. He took a sip, and it made things a lot better. Thanks, he murmured softly. No need to thank me, little brother. If you ever need anything, just come to me, Wang Guilin said as she finished her bread and clapped the crumbs off her hands. We're still turning that plot of land this afternoon. Stick with me and work hard, and I'll make sure you earn full work points today. Yefan nodded. The two of them squatted there, with a person's width of space between them, sitting quietly side by side.